And it's his party, Piker's party. And that party has an invite list. And he has a vision, not just as who should be elected to office, but as to the future of the Democratic Socialist of America. When asked a very interesting question about what he would add to the platform, here's what he said about the future of the DSA.
Arrest and prosecute and bring about corruption charges for every prominent member of this administration that is engaged in corruption. Prosecute and arrest ICE agents that have also done crimes as well on the job.
Bring out the secret police.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from the headquarters of the American Revolutionary Communist Socialist Movement, Los Angeles, California, on stolen Tonga territory. We're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone is having a fantastic one. There's no party. There ain't no party like a Piker party, because the Piker party don't stop, folks. We're live, and I hope everyone's having a great one. I certainly am. It's Antifa headquarters up in here. It's Thursday, August 6, 2026, 11:16 a.m. Pacific time. It is 81 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. And we're here. We're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a wonderful one today. We got the Tennessee primaries. You sound like you got some good rest. I did. There is no bed like your own. Okay. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. So I'll just get started there anyway. First of all, I'm back. I'm feeling rejuvenated. I'm feeling happy. I'm feeling excited because, I'm back. I'm with my family. I spent time with my brother who got his commercial pilot's license on top of his regular. Like, he had a pilot's license, but there's like additional, degrees that you get beyond it. And he got it. So that was very cool. We celebrated that with a dinner. And he's going to destroy Austin. He's going to destroy Austin big time. It's not even a question. So you guys already know that Austin's on notice. But yeah, I hung out with the fam, and that's pretty much it. And I went to sleep early. I was so tired. Oh my God. By 9, we were watching Ted Lasso. The new season, I guess, which Marat said is one of the greatest TV shows of all time. To give you guys a better understanding of like how normie he is, he said Ted Lasso is one of the best TV shows of all time. And I was like, what the fuck are you saying right now? I was like, this is the most... I feel like there's an archetype for the type of person that like really loves Ted Lasso. I'm sure it was fine. Like, I mean, I watched bits and pieces of it. I don't understand like what kind of mental disability Ted Lasso has. That's what the story is, right? It's a guy with like a mental issue. It's like reverse John Fetterman. Like instead of like having the mental disability that makes you love Israel, he has the mental disability that makes you like really happy all the time, right? Is that what it is? That's the story. It's the story of like reverse John Fetterman. That's what Ted Lasso is about, right? Yeah, it's called Divorce. You can't say this. You don't listen to music. No, that's why I can say it, because I know my people. Okay? I know my people when I see them. When I see someone that behaves like that, I'm like, oh, you got hit in the head. Like you got dropped as a child. Like something happened to you that makes you respond in this cheerful tone when everything is going to shit all around you. Right? Like, this is actually the worst take you've ever had? Okay. I wish I had this mental illness. Yeah, not many do. Anyway, so, okay, maybe I got Ted Lasso wrong. Maybe I got Ted Lasso wrong. Maybe it's not about a story of overcoming mental illness. That the type of, not even mental illness, like a mental problem that causes you to never see the world for how awful it is. He left the U.S. as a white man to get a job. Okay. Also, swag is back in a big way. Shout out Metro Detroit, Democratic Socialists of America. Look at this goddamn swag, dude. Holy shit. Your pattern mixing today, it's fine. It's totally fine to mix and match a little bit. Sometimes you got to get a little spicy with it. Anyway, it's West Wing, but instead of politics, it's about feelings. Okay. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, so I did that, and then I went to sleep. I went to bed. I woke up early. I played some basketball. I did interview after interview. What? She's so funny. Bro sees a happy guy and goes mental illness. I mean, that level of excitement is actually kind of like, I just thought he was dropped on his head or something. I don't know. My mistake. My mistake. I didn't realize it was like that. I didn't realize that people could be like that. What's the greatest TV show in your opinion? Sopranos. Probably. This dog ain't right. Kaya, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hi. Okay. No, not so close. Not so close. You're going to get stepped on. Star Trek, Twin Peaks. I like Twin Peaks. I mean, Twin Peaks is like the classic. It's the arrogant take, I feel like. Anyway. Where was I? What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, that's it. Ted Lasso is like The Sopranos. Wait, what? Where'd you get that hat? I always see it sold out. Where do you think? I got it from Metro Detroit DSA. Fuck you mean? Give her uppies. She needs to monitor the situation from above. No, we're not going to do that. I can't give her uppies anymore. She's too fat. Yeah, Stargate is the best. That's what I've heard. Okay, so folks, how are we doing? You're wrong. It's Avatar: The Last Airbender. Ooh, that's a good one. Avatar: The Last Airbender might be one of the best. One of the best, for sure. I agree with that. I'm glad you woke up feisty on Twitter this morning. Energy felt defeated when you ended last night. No capitulating to these racist dipshits. Tank it like you said you would and carry your fat ass. You're in trouble with the gays. Fix it. What? Why? What happened?
Dude, I'm going to wear this to fucking mug at my fucking local coffee shop in Portland tomorrow. I'm about to walk to my fucking coffee shop. I'm about to wear this shit. I'm about to wear it with fucking Doc Martens and hella fucking jewelry. I'm about to mug everyone. I'm going to be like, oh.
He's trying too hard. He wants to be top gay again. Like, it's clear. Listen, I bought that for him. Okay. I bought that for him when he was top gay. Okay. He was top gay when I bought that for him. Because I take care of my gays. Austin was never top gay. There was like maybe one day where Austin was top gay, and then Christian came into the scene and he became top gay. Okay? This clip is from months ago. He did this when the clip. Oh, he did this when he was top gay. Okay, that makes sense. This is top gay behavior. He needs to hit the books. He needs to become a numbers guy for me. If he's gonna take on Vincent's slot.
You think you're a radical commie living in Portland? Take this, motherfucker. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the God. they will honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. Wait. Dude, I'm gonna wear this to fucking Mog at my fuck.
New CNN headline: Hasan Piker ranks gay men like objects because he's homophobic. It's true. Dude, are you kidding me? You're gonna give me more. CNN does that article, I get more prestige in the gay community. They'd be like, oh my God, that's awesome. Yeah, top gay and gay top are opposites. Yeah, that's different. Summary of all the coverage yesterday.
Results are in. Everyone loves TikTok. That's the only takeaway here. Goodbye. The message here is that Haley Stevens should have...
Everyone loves TikTok. Goodbye. Oh, it's true.
On Joe Rogan, I think. Abdul El-Sayed should answer for his misogyny, frankly. I mean, just last night I watched him beat a woman on national TV. 97% of Abdul El-Sayed voters hate Jews, according to an exit poll that I just made up in my mind. This does not say anything about the state of the party at the national level. Mainly because I don't want it to. How did Haley Stevens lose? She's so freaking cool. Guys, stop calling AIPAC foreign influence. That's fucked up, okay? Call it Jewish influence. That's much less problematic. Oh, that was...
It's okay, that's not even... Bro. That is not even a joke. That is verbatim the method. That is verbatim what they've been saying. It's crazy. They're like, oh, you hate AIPAC? You must mean you hate all Jews, because everyone knows AIPAC equals Jews. AIPAC influence is Jewish influence. That is verbatim what they've been saying. It's crazy. Every time I tune into mainstream media, I'm like, am I watching a Nick Fuentes rerun? Like, what the fuck is happening right now? They sound like Nick Fuentes. They're like, excuse me. AIPAC is representative of all Jews. Organized Jewry. International Jewry, as a matter of fact. Hello? And it's like, no, I don't think so, actually. I think it's an advocacy group, and you probably should stop saying that because you sound like fucking Nick Fuentes. It's not true. And it's crazy that so many prominent people, so many prominent defenders of Israel are just like, the Jewish state, excuse me, the Jewish state. Ay. Anyway, let's finish
Real close race. It's too bad we'll never know how much money was spent on it. Because it's a mystery forever. I'm Van Jones. Today's the day Donald Trump became president. Yeah, well, try being gay in Gaza. It's not really related to what we're talking about, but I'm contractually obligated to say that twice a day.
Well, Nick Fuentes is in jail now.
Results are in.
That was great. This was great. Daily Wire racist terrorist movie released a trailer today. Hell yeah. Very stoked on this. It's going to be dog shit, and I am excited. Wait, did I blast off yet? Oh, I didn't blast off yet. All right, so let's get it twisted. Did you see Chris Rabb on Fox News? Yeah, he went on the Scott Hannity show, right? That was cool. He did a little Scott Hannity. That was pretty cool. Yeah, beast mode, lion. All right, let's get in. Let's get started, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Let's blast off. Live on a live. HORMUZ deal without us. Max Miller abuse straight closed. Public enemy number one. Dems don't understand left surge. Time to lock in. You already know. Give me some blast off memes. Scott Hannity looks like he ate Sean Hannity. Who's Sean Hannity? What is this? They can't mess with you, bros. That is the most insane meme of all time. Bro. Y'all are trying to get me in trouble, bro. Y'all are trying to get me in trouble. Do you know how many fucking ops are in here all the time, dude? It's crazy. All right, guys. Give me a fucking blast off meme, please. Yeah, Will Lawrence vows to back the Sex Panther. Dude, Will Lawrence's switch up, it seems crazy. I don't know if I'm getting duped by the media right now or what's going on, but what is this? NPR. Do internet superstars matter in elections? Wait, what? Dog, this is from June 15th. Working Class Magic. You just sent me an article that we read all the way back in June. I already blasted off, chatter. Here it is. Yeah, the answer is yes. The answer is yes, but not that significant. You know what I mean? How do you think music plays into political change like punk or goth music? I don't know. Did you see this GOP ad? Another one? Geraldo subtweeted you. Abdul El Sayed is a formidable candidate for Senate, a scholar, a public health doctor, a captain of school, lacrosse, wrestling, and football team. Still, El Sayed has narrow win in Michigan primary shows. Any movement to remake the Democratic Party must be more robustly welcome to black voters. It cannot be befriend pockets or believe 9/11 or 10/7 was somehow self-inflicted. What does that have to do with black voters? Bro, people are so gross about the way they talk about black people, dude. It's just literally a talking point. That's it. Nobody ever gives a shit about what black people actually care about. It is crazy. The only time, I cannot deal with this. Like, look, I've always yelled about the Republicans and how Republicans, will tokenize black people. And the only way that they weaponize black people is to say like, here's a black representative from a white district who will come out on CPAC and say, Donald Trump is not a racist. I'm a black man. I know what racism is. Donald Trump's not a racist. Like that's their whole, that's their whole purpose, the purpose that they serve in the Republican Party. Nowadays, it's turning into that for the Democrats too, man. Nobody ever gives a shit about what black people care about. They just only talk about black people when there's a goddamn election happening and they can just say, oh, our guys are backed by, black folk. And therefore, if you actually want to give everybody health care, then you're anti-black. Oh, you have a problem with, America's relationship with Israel. Oh, you must hate black people. It's like, what are you saying? Please start caring about black issues. Stop just only remembering that black people exist when you can use black people as a talking point. It's so fucking cynical, dude. It is crazy. It's crazy. And it's almost always white folk doing it too. It's never like there are some black consultants in the party that will do it every now and then. Like there's that one lady that was with Joe Biden who goes on Fox News all the time. But like it is by and large a phenomena fomented and cynically weaponized by white people. I never, in the real world especially, I never hear from black people who are just simply like, me and my community really, really want to keep giving billions of dollars of our taxes to Israel. That's something that's never top of mind. That's never top of mind. As a matter of fact, I've been up and down Donovan's district that he won, right, in the final push that we did. And most people, especially black people that we talk to, right, it's a black district. Black people that we talk to, they don't give a shit about Israel one way or another. They just don't care. They especially even younger black voters like that many of them I talk to were just like, I don't really know anything about Israel. I don't really give a shit about AIPAC. Like I give a shit about DTE, the idea that black voters unconditionally support Israel is so ridiculous. Very anti-black of you to forget about Cory Booker. He cares. Okay, please. We're having a serious conversation. In any case, I need that New York Times moderate Democrats from Shane Goldmacher, that article, I need it behind the paywall. If you can send me the archive paywall tweet, I'll click on it instead. This is a crazy phenomenon. Since April, Fox News has mentioned Hasan nearly double the number of times they've mentioned Jeffrey Epstein. Total Fox News broadcasts mentioning the following terms: Hasan Piker, 247 broadcasts. Jeffrey Epstein, 125 broadcasts. That is unbelievable, dude. Mehdi defending you against CNN. Oh, yeah, I saw this one. Hasan Piker has said he was obviously referring to blowback from our foreign policy when he insensitively said America deserved 9/11, and he's since apologized for and disowned that remark. And he didn't say he didn't care about rape or sexual violence on October 7. He said that even if it did happen, it doesn't change the dynamic for me in relation to the unjustified and genocidal Israeli response to October 7. Paul Begala, feel free to disagree with me. Feel free to disagree with or oppose us on the hum, but at least don't misquote or misrepresent him in order to make your argument and make him your boogeyman. I grew up in Donovan's district in Southwest Detroit. There are several full neighborhood blocks that district that have 3 houses on them or none, where they used to have 40. Oh yeah, I mean that's exactly. That's what black people care about. Okay, the fact that there was a level of black wealth that existed pre 2008, and then the housing market destroyed it. Okay, the housing market gutted it. The housing market eviscerated it. That's what black people care about. That's what all working class folk care about, not just black people in general. So, you know, it's very, very annoying. It's very, very annoying. It's very cynical. It's very cynical the way that these guys talk about black people, and they never talk about black people until it's time for an election. You know? It makes me so mad. White Democratic Party consultants only remember black people exist when they can use them as a talking point against more progressive politicians in general. It's really fucked up. And speaking of which, it didn't work. It didn't even work. Abdul El-Sayed put numbers up in Detroit, for the record. Abdul El-Sayed did far better than Bernie Sanders did, for the record. So we're going to make that comparison. We're obviously going to look at the Bernie Sanders performance, something that I have always brought up with respect to Bernie's rise in 2016 and how there was a wonderful opportunity there. Something that has been forgotten is the fact that this was an anti-Hillary vote as well. A lot of people were voting against Hillary Rodham Clinton in Michigan, and I think that was kind of lost in this conversation. But we'll get into it. Also, Corey cooked in the city compared to rural county. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, this is the classic example. It sucks that this is who Abdul El-Sayed has chosen to campaign with. If you think this won't depress black turnout, you're not paying attention. Abdul's going to throw our chances of winning the Senate away because he won't distance himself from this bigot. Is so funny because I spent every waking moment leading up to the election with my main man, Donovan McKinney. I have gotten more black representatives elected into office this cycle than Ethan Wolf ever will in his entire career. Okay? Shut the fuck up. This is bullshit. You can keep posturing with clips out of fucking context all day, every day. Okay? Abdul is no longer going on the defense about you. El-Sayed going on spending so much time. I think people get real worried about him, but you think about who Mike Rogers has been palling around with, right? I think it's important for us just to remember what Mike Rogers is and what we're up against. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean no longer on the defense? Oh, he's going on the offense. Yeah, he's supposed to be doing that. Oh, God, I don't have a CNN subscription. God damn it, everything we gotta... Yeah, flip it. Flip it. What are we talking about? Hasan Piker. Donald Trump is the president. Thank you. That's the right thing to do. That is the right thing to do. One tool in the tool belt that I haven't seen yet that will have a Zoran I'm not going to Israel style, like that is going to get Zoran's, remember the Zoran like I'm not going to Israel moment? That was a huge moment. That was a pivotal moment in the race. I'm giving you free ball. First guy that says, you guys say this about anybody that criticizes Israel will get TikTok compilations out the ass. No one has done it so far because we're all super nice. We're all super nice about it. But the first guy that goes, oh, you're calling him a terrorist, you're calling him an anti-Semite, you guys say that about everybody that criticizes Israel, we can't have a normal conversation, is going to open up the floodgates, okay? It probably shouldn't be Abdul because he's, too brown, too Muslim, obviously, to say that. It would be much nicer if it was like a white man or a Jewish man, maybe Bernie. I don't think Bernie would ever say that, but like if Bernie finally popped off, oh my God, it would be incredible. You guys say this, but and for the record, this was already deployed. You know who did it? Jean-Luc Mélenchon's party, LFI. When I did an interview with Jean-Luc Mélenchon in France, French media immediately came in and were like, well, this guy is Islamogauchism, doing Islamogauchism. This guy is anti-Semitic. What are we doing? Why are you campaigning with him? What was the hell? And the LFI guy that was on TV was like, here are some choice quotes. They blasted some choice quotes in French television, French national television. And he turned around and was like, you guys say this about anyone that criticizes Israel. It's ridiculous. We should have a normal conversation about like Israel without, immediately trying to lean into whatever quotes that you can mine. Do you see what I mean? His name is Emmanuel Bompard, and he's the fucking goat. I agree. Fox just now. I am not going to be shamed by a soundbiker who's calling anyone who raises concerns about this Islamophobic. I'm not going to be shamed for having the self-preservation to understand these things are not compatible with my state, not compatible with my country.
I grew up 20 minutes outside of Dearborn. I'm very familiar with this area. I'm watching this race very closely. I have seen firsthand what is happening in these communities. You cannot tell me that it is not happening. I have seen the forced subjugation and humiliation of women in the name of Islam. I have heard the Islamic call to prayer blasted in the streets.
No, you haven't. It's fucking bullshit. And even if you did, why would that be? Bro, this is America. It's a pluralistic democracy. What the fuck are you talking about? What is this white supremacist nonsense, lady? Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit. Like, this is craziness. She's just said, oh, you're calling me Islamophobic? Well, guess what? I'll show you Islamophobia. All right, so that's it. That's the argument from their side. Our argument from our side is, this is ridiculous. We're talking about giving everybody health care, and you want to talk about fucking the dangerous, the nefarious influence of Islam in American politics. Get the fuck out of here.
I have seen street signs named after literal terrorists, and I have watched as the mayor of Dearborn looked at a concerned resident in the face and told him that he didn't belong in the community because he dared raise objections to any of this. This is a problem. None of this is normal, and I'm not going to be shamed by Hasan Piker, who is now out there calling everyone who raises concerns about this Islamophobic. I'm not going to be shamed for having enough self-preservation to understand that these...
This is so funny for her to say. I wonder if it's Islam that's subjugating women in this country, or Republicans. Something to consider. Actually, I'm just going to say it's not Islam that's in this country. There are hogs of all types, conservatives. It's not Islam that's subjugating women in this country. It's Republicans. Yeah, famously, Islam overturned Roe v. Wade. Yeah. Matt Duss in the trenches defending you? No, I know. Matt Duss is my... Matt Duss has been in the trenches defending me. On paywall CNN article and the New York Times article for earlier. Yeah, I got the New York Times one, but the on paywall CNN one is interesting. Let's take a look. So I assume you've seen this. Coach Tommy Tuberville, Michigan Democrats just voted to send a terrorist to the state. Abdulrahman Mohammed El Sayed is a radical Islamist who will do everything he can to destroy America. Abdul-Rahman, he's some kind of Mexican. He's some kind of Mexican Muslim man. It's even more dangerous than the type we've seen before. Abdul-Rahman. I'm telling you now. I'm telling you, it's like you thought undocumented migrants in the form of Mexican hood was terrifying. Now think about them being Muslim mans. There's a real problem in my state, the beautiful state of Alabama. My beautiful state of Alabama got a real problem with the Muslim mans who happen to be Mexican. I don't know why I'm doing James Carville a little bit right now. Yeah, it's so funny that Republicans are like, yeah, Islam is about keeping women down. Meanwhile, Max Miller is on every platform being like, yeah, my bitch ex-wife deserved it, actually. It was super cool when I put a gun to her head and you know, broke her bones and shit. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. It is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And in between Jake Tapper covering the Max Miller saga, they will sincerely turn around and do this kind of coverage. If anyone on the left ever tweeted saying a candidate was a Jew, they'd be sent immediately to jail. But any Republican even be asked to disavow. First of all, if anyone on the left ever tweeted that a candidate was a Jew, they would not be on the left, most likely. Like, what do we think? What do we think is more likely? A candidate on the right saying that or a candidate on the left saying that? You know what I mean? We have candidates on the right who have said that. The guy running for fucking, like, yeah, you can say like Maureen Galindo, but like Maureen Galindo was like a random person with no viability, no shot. You know what I mean? James Fishback is currently in the gubernatorial race and he's in the running now. Like, and his whole campaign is just like, yeah, we got to deal with these Jews. Like, that's his fucking campaign. Yeah. Look at this. Trump bombed Iran. He can say Shylock 100 times a day forever as far as I'm concerned. And then classic Ben Shapiro. Ann Coulter tweets regarding Jews, awful, nonsensical. Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and always has been. So, no, I won't lose sleep. It's just interesting to me. It's just interesting to me because, like, it's like Republicans have basically tunneled themselves in with their media diet, with their media consumption and their posture and their cult-like fandom around Donald Trump into this like totally alternative universe where they just do not care about the real world at all, right? What's frustrating to me is that Democrats are also kind of doing that right now with like all this CNN coverage, all this MSNBC coverage, all this like, you know, Hasan Piker is the most dangerous terrorist in American history, all this like positioning, people constantly going, oh yeah, Hasan needs to disavow the 9/11 remarks. It's like, bitch, I did all the way back in 2019, like suck my dick. You know, how many times do I got to do it? The real problem at a certain point is not what I've said about 9/11, because plenty of media people have said, made jokes about 9/11, said, you know, heinous things about it, right? But they're white, so it doesn't matter. You're just using it right now. You're just using it to say like, oh, this Muslim guy, his name is Hasan. He has a foreign name. Look out, you know? What do you want me to do? Start off every day by being like 9/11 was a horrible act of terror where 3,000 innocent Americans died? Like, that's my belief, but do you want me to say it every day? Is that what it is? Should I have to open up every conversation with that? Hey guys, I know my name is Hasan, right? So you probably heard that I love 9/11. I just want to start by disavowing 9/11. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Suck my dick. Because here's what happens when you say that. They go, he's clearly lying. He's doing Islamic style taqiyya. Yeah. Sandwich in between LA weather and anime episodes you watched the day before? Yeah. It's crazy because the final point of the argument is Abdul El-Sayed wants 9/11. Yeah, like that's like the argument here. That's what they're fucking doing. It's very stupid. Michigan Democrats just voted for terrorists. It's like, dude, that is more heinous than anything the media has claimed I've said. Not like actual things I've said, right? Not my actual belief system, but even like what the media claims I'm saying. So what are we doing? Actually, what are we doing? This is not to the Republicans necessarily. This is not to the consultants on the Republican Party side. They're going to do what they got to do. You know, it's a game for them. They think this is a reliable ripcord to pull over and over again. This is like solid. This is the only method they have at their disposal to win elections. It's not going to work, but it doesn't matter. They're going to still try, right? And to a certain degree, this is what AIPAC tried, backed by MAGA billionaires, as you know. AIPAC tried this with $70 million or $34 million and $70 million total against Abdul. They hit the same line. It was a little bit more tactful than the shameless ways in which Coach Tommy Tuberville is hitting this line. But they tried it and it didn't work, right? It didn't work. Abdul won. He is now the candidate. So they're going to try it again. They're going to try it again. They're going to go overboard with it. People are going to start to get annoyed by it. They're not going to turn around and think like, no, you're right, actually. There is this like nefarious, malign influence of Islam in American politics. No, they don't. Why would they think that? Number one, Donald Trump is not as Islamophobic as these guys are. He's not. Have you guys noticed? I remember this from the Zoran Mamdani run. Andrew Cuomo was far more Islamophobic than Donald Trump was in that cycle. Part of the reason why is because he gets a lot of money from these Gulf leaders. Travel ban anyone? No, I know. Guys, I'm not saying Donald Trump is not Islamophobic. What are you, fucking nuts? Of course he is. I'm saying he did not deploy the level of Islamophobia in that time period while Andrew Cuomo was talking about Zoran. Donald Trump's argument against Zoran was he's a dangerous radical communist. He's scary. He's terrifying. Andrew Cuomo was like, he's Muslim. He's Muslim. He's Muslim. He did 9/11. He did 9/11. He wants more 9/11s to happen. Yeah. And I think part of it I think part of it, and this might change, I think Trump will obviously respond to what the party demands, and maybe he'll also start hitting those lines as well. But what's really interesting about it is Donald Trump is linked up. He's homies with a lot of fucking Muslims. You know what I mean? All the Gulf guys, he loves them. They give him so much money. So he knows he can't be out here being like, yeah, they're all fucking terrorists. They're all terrifying terrorists. All these Muslims, they want to do 9/11. He can't be out here. He loves the guys that did 9/11. Saudi Arabia. Those are his fucking boys. He wants to give them a nuke. It's true. It's true. What do you mean? It's so crazy that we are now living in this day and age where a guy who on the morning of 9/11 said, well, at least Trump Tower is now the tallest tower in downtown, right? In Wall Street. He said that on the morning of 9/11 while the towers were still crumbling. That guy became president in 2016. And since he became president, he has been unbelievably close with the Saudis. 17 out of the 19 hijackers were Saudis. The kingdom, like the family members of the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the family members of the king were funders of the 9/11 attackers, right? And now Donald Trump is giving them nukes. And we're over here talking about 9/11 like every Muslim on the planet living in the United States of America, some of which were victims on 9/11, are actually responsible for 9/11. Everybody but the people that were involved are responsible for 9/11. What are we talking about? Oof. These guys do not care about 9/11 beyond how much they can foment Islamophobia. It's totally ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. Okay? Anyway. So yeah, I hate this kind of ridiculous posturing coming from centrists who are, in a not so subtle way, utilizing the existing Republican attacks to be like, well, we got to hand it to them. We got to hand it to them. You have to really, stop being pro 9/11, Abdul al-Sayed. Are you pro 9/11, Abdul al-Sayed? Are you not? What kind of nonsense is this, man? What are you talking about? This guy's a fucking Rhodes Scholar. Detroit Public Health. He's a public servant. What are you saying? Like, have some fucking decency, man. I know you're getting paid by billionaires and corporations specifically to attack the left flank, and Abdul represents that. But, like, can we just dial it back a little bit? Can we dial it back? If we're supposed to be in this big tent, can we just not do this in the inside of the tent? Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? If Abdul al-Sayed disagrees with Piker that America deserved 9/11, he should simply say so loudly, I disagree with that statement. Okay? So this is doubly wrong. This is kind of stuff you have to say with your full chest. If you swallow your words, it conveys that you don't really believe it. If Piker gets mad and picks a fight, Abdul al-Sayed, like he then fantasizes about like this fight. Like I'm just going to be like, I can't believe Abdul al-Sayed. Why are you not running on a America deserved 9/11 ticket? Like that's what he's presenting as though that's my position. My position, he's making it seem like my position is that Abdul al-Sayed should run on America deserved 9/11. Are you fucking insane? Are you on crack? What is this fucking fan fiction, dude? What is this fan fiction? You psychopath? Is this where John Fetterman got his like insane Islamophobic tendencies from? Adam Gentleson, are you the one who's responsible? Are you smoking crack, dude? What the fuck is this? That's the kind of constructive conflict that breaks through and would dominate earned media for days and crucially be appealing to swing voters. AES needs to win. As we say at Searchlight Institute, there's this one weird trick in politics, which is to say what you think out loud in public. Mike from PA, we're going to primary every politician you work for. Come on with this shit. He clarified those remarks on Piker911.com. I don't know, man. This is pretty weak. This tape of Piker saying America deserved 9/11 is... wait, what? There's tape of Hasan Piker saying America deserved 9/11 and it's just a weird website in nobody's voice. If Piker really does not believe America deserved 9/11, he should have no problem saying this on stream or whatever. And if he doesn't want to do that, Abdul El should have no problem saying Hasan disagrees with Piker. It was an admittedly sloppy way of making a valid point about foreign policy blowback, same one made by Susan Sontag and George W. Bush. By continuing to treat it as a gotcha, you're just making our political discourse stupider. I think we should try and make it smarter. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what is going on. And it's so fucking disingenuous because he then continues. Adam Gentleson then continues. This motherfucker is still chirping nonstop. He's like, Hasan, you need to start every broadcast by apologizing for 9/11, for doing 9/11. Okay? Maybe you did 9/11. We don't know. Because I responded to this and I said, this is unbelievably disingenuous. I've personally apologized for the words I used back in 2019. Every candidate I've appeared alongside has done this. We all know this is a cynical way to justify associating the first Muslim Senate candidate with Islamic-style terrorism. To which he responded with, I follow this race pretty closely and have not heard your apology. Oh, I'm sorry, Adam. I'm sorry. Maybe you didn't hear my apology because it was back in 2019. It was reported on in the media at the time, as a matter of fact. Here's him saying he didn't mean it that way 6 years ago. Sorry, I'm incapable of Googling. Now, this way that he's approaching the subject matter could be flipped on his head. It would be akin to me saying, Adam Gentleson might be a pedophile. He's never vociferously denied not fucking children. And then he goes, what are you talking about? Of course I'm not a pedophile. And I go, well, I don't know. I can't Google it. There's no readily available information. You know what I mean? Like, that's insane. That's not how you do discourse. That's not how you operate. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, I didn't hear you deny being a pedophile. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me you don't have sexual attraction to children. Go ahead, Adam Gentleson. Like, that would be ridiculous, right? That's not productive discourse. Could you imagine? And then the goalpost shifts. Because as soon as you say, like, no, this is ridiculous, I shouldn't have said America deserved 9/11, I was talking about blowback, then he goes, well, I don't like that you said that. I don't even like that you're bringing up blowback. You shouldn't say that. Okay, well, then you and I have a disagreement on that. Okay? You, on the other hand, were making it seem like I love 9/11. I think it's awesome. That's bullshit. That was not my intention back then. It still isn't my opinion now. Okay? I think we need a HasanAbi website with all the classic clips and a concise explanation in your voice so we can just link it every time. I know. And then they go, oh, you got the framed photo. It's like, yes, dude, it's a fucking unbelievably important moment of history. Like, what are you talking about? Only who gets to talk about 9/11 and how? Why are you deciding? Why are you the mayor of who gets to talk about 9/11 or who gets to feel any type of way about 9/11? Like, it's so fucking insane. It's so insane. Is it Hasan Piker, the Joe Rogan of the left? Here's what he has to say about it.
A lot of people have started referring to you as the Joe Rogan of the left. How do you feel about that? I mean, I have my opinions, but I want to know, because you're the person they're speaking about.
Yeah.
You know, what you think about it.
I mean, I think Joe Rogan is a goon, but
The goon?
Yeah, he's
What a
just-
funny word.
He's just kind of a dumbass, but
Not a word my friend would use.
goon. That's not me. Yeah, I'm not a goon.
Yeah, Trevor would never say Joe
Yeah,
Rogan's a
goon.
goon.
No, no.
Trevor would say friend,
Yeah.
confidant, trusted confidant.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ally.
yeah,
Fellow bow hunter.
yeah, yeah. Anyway. So it's just like it's just so silly. It's so silly. All this stuff is so silly. It's so cynical. We don't have to lean into it. Another Aura segment just dropped. Hasan Piker, the Dems' new power player. "11 minutes and 50 seconds. That's crazy. Yeah, Shadi Hamid. This is why the most pro-Israel people demonize people like Abdul al-Sayed and Zohar Mamdani, or even Muslims like myself who still support a two-state solution. This helps explain why anti-Muslim sentiment is par for the course in the Republican Party. Good on Robert Kagan to highlight the role of Islamophobia. This has been broadly true in my experience. Pro-Israel hardliners are often the most anti-Islam. They see the very presence of Muslims in public life as a threat to U.S. support for Israel. That's literally it. Takaro, why have recent U.S. administrations utterly failed to restrain Israel despite the fact that the U.S. has considerable leverage? There are multiple elements to the answer. One, obviously, is the role of Jews in influencing American policy, says Robert Kagan, which is a reality, just the way the Irish, Italians, or Greeks have influenced American policy. The other thing is America's broadly Islamophobic, so any element of Islam is a friend of ours for many Americans. I think Islamophobia is a reality in the United States, and Israel is supposed to be the bulwark against Islam. That's unfortunate. My view is that we should not have a foreign policy based on Islamophobia. We should be able to have perfectly good relations with Islamic countries and with Islam itself. This is Robert Kagan saying this, okay? The godfather of American neoconservatism. What are we doing? I'm losing my mind. Democrats, under no circumstances, should be outflanking Robert Kagan. Robert Kagan joined DSA. It's crazy, man. It's like Satan himself. It's like Satan himself coming out and being like, all right, guys, I think we got to dial it back a little bit. Okay, we're getting a little crazy here. Anyway, is he bread and roses or groundwork? Robert Kagan is not groundwork, dude. Robert Kagan for DSA Right. A DSA Right caucus. Fox News graphic on you today? What the fuck is this? What is Sayedistan, Mamdanigrad, Hongdistan? No, it's the Hong Dynasty. The Hong Dynasty. Sayedigrad is funny. We are so close. We are moments away from a Trump mention at this point, folks. It's coming. I can feel it in my fucking bones, dude. I don't know if you watched El Sayed's MS Now interview from yesterday, but your misconstrued comments about the craven Islamophobia on the consultancy class are being used as a cudgel, and El Sayed is forced to change the subject. You're an important figure right now. You should be careful in how you phrase things on the campaign trail. Sad but true, in my opinion. Yes, you're right. I will stop saying objectively true things because people will misconstrue them. You're right. My apologies, guys. Or here's the other thing that we could do instead. Here's the other thing that we could do instead, which is to be, you know, to have the moral clarity and to say the truth no matter what the cost is. That's how we arrived at the position that we arrived at so far. And I'm going to continue saying the truth. The reality of the matter is that that statement is mostly being weaponized because of the vibe, because of the energy, because I was angry. I was truly angry. I'm a Muslim American at the end of the day. I'm white, but it's very clear that there are a lot of people who don't perceive me as such, right? It's very clear that a lot of people are using that background to attack me and attack other Muslim Americans who are running for office. And it's very fucking annoying to have to go through these motions every goddamn day. There's going to be instances where I say, enough. This is a reality that I think many light-skinned, yeah, I'm light-skinned like Drake, light-skinned Muslim like Drake. No, but like, it's a moment of weakness, certainly, but of course I'm upset. And I think people should be a little bit more understanding of why, Like, there's no other, I'm a human being, man. I'm a human being. There's only so much of this shit that I can put up with before I go, come on, guys, what the fuck are we doing? And it's crazy because, like, there's no other group. There's no other community. We spend so much time talking about anti-Semitism, never about Islamophobia. What the fuck is that, man? What is going on? Anti-Semitism is still institutionally not allowed, okay? There's no institutional permissibility for anti-Semitism. That's a good thing. We should have that for all intolerances and all bigotries. The unfortunate consequences, or not a consequence, but the unfortunate reality, rather, is that Islamophobia, on the other hand, is not only institutionally permissible, it's institutionally promotional. Like, it is not only allowed, but it's actually actively fomented by these institutions. It's totally fucked up. And I rarely talk about it. I rarely bring it up because I know the moment that you bring it up, everybody goes, oh, here we go again. Oh, your prophet was a pedophile. Here we go again. You're a goat fucker. Shut the fuck up. Immediately, people, shove those words back down my throat by doing more Islamophobia. And it's very fucking annoying. I mean, look at the replies on any tweet, dude. Look at the replies on anything that I ever say. Yeah, you will get, you're a terrorist, no matter what. But my argument isn't about the Republicans doing this, because I expect the Republicans to do this, right? My argument is about liberals leaning into it because they think it's a good way to take care of a nuisance, a threat that they perceive to their left flank, a media platform that I have that they are worried about. It's very clear they're worried about it because I think they give me a lot more relevance than I actually have. They think like this is the headquarters of the American left movement. That's not the case. It's not the case. This is a movement. I'm one person. I'm just fortunate enough to be here, right place, right time, and play somewhat of an active role in this movement that is far larger than me, a movement that actually leans into the populist rage that many Americans feel, a populist rage that they feel whether I exist or not. Okay? But it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating that they think like, oh yeah, in this day and age right now, when Republican fascism is running amok, when we have the most corrupt administration of all time, you still have a lot of liberals who are like, you know who my real enemy is? Hasan Piker. You know who my real enemy is? The Democratic Socialists of America. You know who our real enemy is? It's like, no, dude. No. We are not your enemy. If you think right now in this moment in time that the left is your enemy, then you're a Republican. Then you are a fascist collaborator. And that is something that we're going to be talking about right now. Because so much of the discourse is damn near identical, coming from Searchlight Institute to Third Way. Third Way is now spending $15 million. $15 million attacking the left. In this day and age, right now, in this moment, you think that's a good use of resources? You're out of your fucking mind. Nick Field had a take on this, by the way. If El Sayed disavowed Piker now, wouldn't that be the one way to guarantee Piker is the top topic through November, as El Sayed is constantly asked about why he flip-flopped? That's exactly what would happen. Voters who are naturally skeptical of left, as one Michigan Democrat suggested, El Sayed asked for help from state leaders who have trust and credibility in those communities. And just about every Democrat I spoke to agreed that El Sayed should disavow far-left streamer Hasan Piker, a campaign surrogate who once claimed America deserved 9/11, if he is to have any chance of overcoming the incoming tsunami of Republican attacks. Yeah, dude. Republicans are going to stop calling him Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed and responsible for 9/11 if he comes out and says, yeah, I hate this Hasan Piker guy who played a role in youth turnout in this campaign where we overcame $70 million in attack ads and APAC expenditure. Okay. RNC Research just watches our VODs. At some point. Yeah. Hasan Piker, campaign spokesman for Abdul Sayed. I'm not a campaign spokesman for Abdul Sayed. Thinks that bringing up his comments saying America deserved 9/11 is racist and being weaponized to make Muslims look bad is true. Is 100% correct. That is exactly what's going on. I mean, that's literally, yes. Real and true. Something that I apologized for in 2019. Why the fuck are you consistently hammering it on, especially when that's not my position at all? RNC intern, Fox intern, how many interns are in this chat? They're all in here. Also, the efficacy of those kinds of attacks are almost never dependent on the response by the candidate. It's just about the claim itself. Abdul Sayed already having associated with you is all the damage they need to stick to him. It is quite literally zero benefit to him and in fact only a detriment to disavow and distance you. Yes, but also, here's the other side of the story. There is a silver lining here that many liberals cannot comprehend. And even Republicans are actually engaging in this trap, right? Like they're actually centering someone like myself as the centerpiece of this campaign. Every moment that you waste time attacking me is a moment where, one, you're not attacking the policies or how Abdul's going to be bad for Michigan or anything like that. You're just talking about a fucking Twitch streamer. No real American living in a rural town in Michigan, no real American in a Michigan suburb is losing sleep over a Twitch streamer. They're losing sleep over affordability. They're losing sleep over whether or not they will be able to pay their mortgage. They're losing sleep over the inflation crisis. They're losing sleep over the fact that their children are worse off than they were. That's what they care about. And if someone is addressing those issues, who gives a fuck if the other side is constantly going, oh, well, Abdul El Sayed is transgender. He's a transgender Antifa terrorist, and also he did 9/11. Guys, 9/11. Motherfucker, it's 2026 in Michigan. You know what I mean? Someone actually brought up a really interesting point. They said this would be like someone from this community not liking Abdul El Sayed anymore because Too Raw, Too Real endorsed them. Exactly. You're forgetting how much the consultants get an easy paycheck if they point to you, though. My own county commissioners have retweeted hate shit about you because of the consultation group that they follow. Yeah. What is this? For your information, if you wanted to cover this, Carlson names debt, war, institutional lying. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. What is this? No one is sitting around like I was worried about Abdullah Sayed plus Hasan, but he disavowed him, so now I'm happy. Like, who is that for? Exactly. Who's going to turn around and be like, well, I think every Muslim did 9/11 and loves 9/11 and will do it again. But now that Abdullah Sayed who I also think is in love with 9/11, wants to hug and kiss 9/11, has disavowed Hasan Piker. So now I think he's fine. Now I don't think he's actually responsible for 9/11. They're not going to say that. They're just going to turn around and be like, well, why did you fucking campaign with him? And why are you flip-flopping now? Are you practicing Islamic taqiyya? Are you lying to the Americans about your affiliations with 9/11? It seems like you love 9/11 still. That's what's going to happen. You all of a sudden take ownership over it for no fucking reason. You know what I mean? There's one guy, I guess Jonathan Greenblatt would like it because, you know, he's just more so primarily invested in making sure that I just don't have any influence. It's not going to change anything, even if Abdul came out and was like, I hate Hasan Piker. Like, even if Abdul came out and was like, I hate Hasan Piker because he loves 9/11, fuck that guy. Jonathan Greenblatt would be the only person who's like, oh, thank God you said it. I still hate you because of your takes on Israel. Right? Next month, it's going to be a rerun. They're blowing their load already. Republicans are stupid and waste money on these dumb ads. Mamdani's going to get brought into it during the ceremony next month, and everyone will know what's what. Exactly. Every interviewer to Abdul El-Sayed.
You're Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, correct?
Yes.
Now that you've been made the senator, what do you plan to do for Israel?
Well, I'm now the senator of Michigan, so I want to focus on building better schools in Michigan for the children of Michigan.
Now, if a vote needed to get passed to send money to Israel, what would you do? They need us now more than ever.
Again, my focus is on improving the living situation around Michigan. I think our tax dollars in the U.S. should be within the U.S. and not sent to foreign countries. We have people struggling here.
Wrong answer. So if Israel ran out of weapons and we needed to send them more money for
I'm
weapons...
not sure why all the questions about these other countries when, once again, I am the senator for Michigan. So I want to help not only the United States as a whole, but Michigan. So no, I want my tax dollars to stay in Michigan.
Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Tell us right now how hard you're going to go for Israel. Who gives a shit about Michigan? Talk to us about Israel.
Let's say Iran has a new nuke next week. Would that change your mind at all? Or do you still hate Israel?
I don't believe in funding foreign wars, again, when American citizens are facing their own struggles today and our tax dollars, their tax dollars, should be spent on improving their own situations.
So what you're saying is that you're a terrorist that won't help Israel?
How does that make me a terrorist?
It's the way your name is pronounced and you're Muslim.
It's just a name.
And you identify as a Muslim?
I am.
So basically you want Sharia law and to open all the borders.
I didn't say any of that.
So you hate Christians, you hate Christmas and Thanksgiving, and you think our tax dollars should fund Iran.
No, I believe tax dollars should be spent in the United States.
He wants Shakira law. Clear. It's clear to me. Yeah. Harry Antonow with numbers on Abdul. It's weird how they talk about only people who have no degrees are considered working class. I know. It's a classic. It's classic. Oliver Larkin on Hannity. Scott Hannity? Hell yeah. But we'll get to that. Hold on. So anyway, we are we're officially at Stephen Miller, one of the most evil people in contemporary American politics. Officially on the Scott Hannity show, talking about how I'm the most evil person in American politics. Donald Trump hosted Holocaust Denier and Nick Fuentes for dinner. I don't know how many times I can say this, but I will keep saying it for as long as the mainstream media obsess over Abdul El-Sayed and Piker while ignoring an actual Nazi hosted by the president who never gets asked about it. Yeah.
We're talking about...
Also, Stephen Miller is a Nazi. Like, he is straight up a Nazi himself. So it's really funny. Of course, a Nazi like Stephen Miller is going to fucking be my hater. Yes, of course, he is my enemy. Like, what do you mean?
We're talking about places like California, New York, or deep blue districts, you know, buried in one state or another.
Well, I think they're going to be severely challenged come November as they've continued to nominate these true communist candidates. Look at Michigan, right? El Sayed. They're nominating communist candidates for office. The center of this country, the middle of this country, the mainstream of this country is going to thunderously reject the Democrats' embrace of communism. And in Sayed, you also have somebody, as you've talked about this evening, Sean, who campaigned, who embraced, who courted the endorsement of this execrable, heinous, deplorable, monstrous Hasan Piker, somebody who has celebrated assassination culture, and somebody who has said that America deserved 9/11. Sean, you're from New York. How much time have you spent, Sean, with the victims and the families?
Why is he calling his name wrong? It's Scott, bro.
The police officers, the firefighters after 9/11.
A lot.
To have someone running for Senate who's going to associate with that kind of evil? And where is Schumer? Where is Jeffries? Where are any of the leaders of the Democratic Party? They are supporting it. They are embracing it. They are allowing.
It is pretty funny how much he's like fake mad. Ah, a communist. He's a communist. He's a terrorist. Shut the fuck up, dude. You are the face of American fascism. But it is really funny because like this guy has tremendous amounts of power and tremendous amounts of influence in the Trump administration. And yet it's hilarious that he cannot come across as a threatening presence, no matter how hard he tries, because he's such a fucking dweeb at the end of the day. He's such a goddamn dweeb, dude. He's also a pussy. Yeah, 100%. Didn't his wife fuck Elon Musk? Allegedly. Allegedly she did. Anyway. He literally looks and talks like Dr. Evil. Dems for Mike. Democrats for Mike Rogers. Oh my God. This is the funniest. Oh, of course, Mo is following. Proud Democrats putting country over party on November 3rd. We will help elect Senator Mike Rogers and defeat Abdul El Sayed. Abdul El Sayed and Hasan Piker not along as the campaign staffer calls voters stupid. No, he said voters ain't stupid. And reposting Laura Loomer. We will be voting for Mike Rogers and down ballot Democrats will encourage you to join us. Yeah, I'm sure this is a real. I'm sorry. This operation started in Tel Aviv, okay? This is not a real American operation, and it's certainly not a Democratic one, even if it is an American operation, okay? This is the most obvious. Like, I can't even, I don't want to say Mossad PSYOP because, like, I think they would probably have a little bit more tact. I think this is, yeah, this page was fact-checked by real Israeli patriots, dude. Come on. Come on, dude. Yeah. Date joined August 2026. Account based in the United States. Sure, bud. Yeah. This is so funny. It's from Third Way Unit 8200 collab. Is this Third Way $15 million? Is this what Third Way's $15 million gets you? actively in the tank for Republican Senate majority. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Huckery. I am going to get to the Oliver Larkin hit piece. Please stop spamming it. It's right here, okay? It's here. Huckery. Stop freaking the fuck out, okay? Take a minute off, okay? Cool. Calm down. Cool off a little bit, okay? We're going to get to it. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Anyway, it's pretty bad for a Democratic group to make the priority attacking a swing state Democratic nominee between now and November. Social media programs, third way taking a little lesson in bot farming from their biggest funders, I guess. So let's get to that story. Because listen, I shit on the Democrats quite a bit. But my whole life I voted Democrat. Okay? Sorry. Shoot me. It's the truth. Okay? The secret's out. Not something that I've, shied away from admitting. And here's the thing. Maybe don't admit that. Yeah, I am a social fascist. Okay, unsubbing you liberal. I know. You're done, bud. Uh-oh. Secret's out. This has always been the case, and I'm pretty open about it. It's here. Okay, fuck it.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
Okay, so one thing that I have never entertained in my life, and I will never entertain in my life, and that is a promise, is cooperating and collaborating with the opposition. I've never done it, and I will never do it. As a matter of fact, people that I have in the past had tremendous respect for, like Glenn Greenwald, one of my biggest criticisms is they deliver a lot of criticism to the Democratic Party, which is well-deserved, but sometimes they rarely share that same level of scrutiny with the Republicans. That is a big disagreement that I have with Glenn Greenwald, which usually leads Glenn Greenwald into calling me a sheepdog for the DNC and the Democratic Party. Okay? I am always way harder on the Republicans than I am on the Democrats, and the only reason why I'm hard on the Democrats is because of their conciliatory tone to Republicans as a mechanism to win elections. It's a failed theory, and the question I always ask is, do we want this to be our future? Even if Democrats won elections, by becoming closer to Republicans, do we want that? Do we want that form of governance? So what difference does it make? Are we voting so that we vote for a party that is trailing 4 years behind whatever the reactionary sentiment is on the right? Or are we actually voting for a change? That's my argument. That's what's very frustrating to me. And that is primarily my frustration with the Democratic Party broadly. Now, those things are changing right now. We've played a role in that change. We are actively playing a role in changing what the Democratic Party looks like. What the Democratic Party is promoting. We're changing the ideological makeup of the party from within. Now, that's not the final goal. I care about results. Primarily, I'm invested in defeating the Republicans. It's not a secret. It's something I've said over and over again. But that's not the end-all, be-all, of course. I don't just want to defeat Republicans and ensure that they stay away from a seat of power all across the country. I also want to make tangible changes that people can feel, that people can experience. I want to help materially improve the lives of the working class in this country and all around the world. Right? So it's not just about defeating Republicans. It's also about delivering results for people. It's about reinstilling confidence in good governance and associating good governance with the left flank, with the Bernie-crats, with the Democratic Socialists of America. That's why I love Zoran, and I think he's done a phenomenal job with this. He has delivered results for his constituents. One of the most popular politicians in the country for good reason. You understand? So the reason why I brought all of this up is because I find it completely unacceptable what Third Way is doing right now. I think it's disgusting. They are fascist collaborators. Okay? At this stage of American fascism, when Trump is the president, when the Republicans are a cultist party, I said earlier, if there's a Hitlerian tyrant in office and these supposed liberal allies at Third Way are trying to chop the anti-fascist movement's legs, what can you call them but collaborators? The time to pick a side is coming. Okay? It's no longer sweet. This shit is not sweet. It's not funny. We have to lock in. Moderate Democrats prepare for a war against the ascendant left. In this day and age, in this time, if your goal is to fight back when the federal government is actively talking about blacklisting communists, socialists, and liberal Democrats as well, okay? If you are saying, my real enemy, oh shit, 35% off, 5+ gifted subs, level 3 hype train, by the way, at level 10, we carry the flame. Subscribe to the People's Broadcast Service, the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcast Service. Your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime is the only mechanism to support the show. $35% off, 5+ gifted subs. So yeah, one moderate group says the progressive winds are deeply troubling and is planning $50 million effort against democratic socialism. The embattled establishment of the Democratic Party searched furiously for a political reset after Dr. Abdul Sayed's progressive victory in Michigan handed the party's long dominant moderate wing its most painful defeat of the year. Some strategists urgently pressed to adopt a sharper edge to tap into the fury among Democratic voters that was felling its centrist candidates. Others wanted to attack democratic socialism, undercutting a budding movement now set to have far more than a toehold in the next Congress. Yet another young Democratic socialist ousted an incumbent congressman in Detroit on Tuesday. We are preparing for the next war that is coming, said Jonathan Cowan, the president of Third Way, a leading centrist Democratic group, revealing the New York Times a new $15 million effort between now and 2028 to discredit democratic socialism. Dr. al-Sayed's win was not the blowout that some pre-election polls had predicted, but his narrow nomination in one of the country's signature swing states still represented a critical moment for the party's middle. Here's where we're at. From this day on, unless they come out and apologize for this, and unless they redirect all of those funds back to attacking Republicans, if you are a Democratic Party consultant, if you are in the DC, you have to see these people as your opposition. Okay? This is for the pod johns as well. This is for the big tent folks. These people are not a part of the tent. They're not. I'm sorry. They're not. They're not a part of the tent. And they have made their opposition unambiguous. They oppose our movement. In this day and age, when we are singularly invested in defeating Republicans, in defeating Trumpism, in defeating MAGA, if they are putting money against different components of this anti-Trump, anti-fascist movement, we have to oppose them. Okay? I'm not saying spend money against them. I'm just saying don't welcome them to your cocktail parties. Do not welcome them into your campaigns. You cannot do this. It's over. They have decided that their real opposition is the left flank. They have decided that their real opposition is not MAGA, but instead their opposition is the Democratic Socialists. I don't think the average American Democratic Party voter feels that way. Yeah, I don't even think Jon Favreau is going hard enough on these guys. I think we need to start treating these folks as what they are. Republican collaborators. That's it. That's what I think. I think these guys... Dude, I don't think most independents think DSA is a threat to America. Yes, if you were to ask the average person, what do you think is a real threat? The Democratic Socialists of America or MAGA? They have been polled on this. They say it's MAGA. So anyone that turns around and says, no, like the real centrism is about actually opposing the Democratic Socialists of America, there's an electability argument. It's very clear that there is no electability argument here. They are simply focusing their efforts on their left flank. These are Dinos. They're not even Pinos. These are Dinos. These are Democrat in name only. Okay? It's clear they have let their side be known. It's clear that they think MAGA is not an ever-present danger to American democracy, to the entire world. They think that threat is coming from the left. Their fear, Dr. Al-Sayed was paving a path for a progressive to seize the party's presidential nomination in 2028 and then go on to lose the general election. It's deeply troubling to see the radical far-left candidates winning in places that are potentially presidential swing states. Most party leaders, from Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan to Chuck Schumer in New York to the Vice President Kamala Harris, quickly embraced Dr. Al-Sayed's Senate candidacy given the stakes of the Michigan seat at play. But some moderates see the emerging left as a danger. The fact that Democrats recently put Michigan in an early lineup of presidential nominating states, a race just 18 months away, only heightened the significance of Dr. Al-Sayed's victory. For now, the next big test is only a week away. In Wisconsin, Francisca Hong, a Democratic Socialist and the state assemblywoman representing the progressive hotbed of Madison, has emerged as the party's frontrunner for governor in another key battleground race. Mr. Cowan said the $15 million his group would spend through 2028 was not directed at individual candidates. Instead, the group plans to target the Democratic Socialists of America movement, which he believes is a mortal danger for the Democrats. Okay, so I know what they're going to do. They're going to use $15 million in ad spend to attack me and attack DSA. That's what they're going to do. They're going to do what the Republicans have been doing. They're going to be doing exactly what they've been doing already, which has failed in spectacular fashion thus far. They're just going to continue doing it. That's it. Yeah. By the way, just want to mention, Third Way does not disclose its donors. Dark money, Third Way, and its president, Jonathan Cowan, tell the New York Times they're in a war with the Democratic left. The centrist group doesn't disclose its funders, but glimpses are possible. It's billionaires and corporate lobbyists. Okay? Yeah. I wish Shama Savant won in Washington State. She should have been given more support by leftist socialist streamers. No, you're right. That's why she lost. Come on, guys. You know, it's time to get back. It's time to get back to reality a little bit, don't you think? Hey, Shane. Is there a reason you don't mention who funds Third Way, Welcome Pack, and the Center for New Liberalism? They're backed entirely by pro-Israel billionaires, big pharma, big oil, big tobacco, Wall Street, etc. Isn't this worth noting when reporting on their alleged motives? Yeah. Third Way has gotten a lot of play in this cycle, largely because they decided I was their primary opposition. And what's interesting about it is this. Third way is actually at the heart of the Democratic Party's failure since the Clinton era. The reason why the Democratic Party is seen as a pro-corporate, smug, elitist party is almost entirely because of the third way. Third way neoliberalism is what destroyed the working class foundation and base for the Democratic Party, especially in states like Michigan. And we're actively trying to win that back. We're actively trying to work on working class interests right now, as third way is doing an amazing job of failing to rein the party back in that direction. We've got a think tank full of people cranking out new ideas, and we've been crisscrossing the country all year calling for a pugnacious, big idea generating, get shit done, combative centrism, nothing tepid or technocratic. Dems must offer a compelling vision of reform that takes the interest on all sides. That's the only path that has put a Dem in the White House and a big part of our work, but failing to confront this DSA lunacy will keep us stuck in the wilderness. I'm sorry. They're 100%. They're no longer controlled opposition. They're just opposition. Okay? They're just opposition. They came out of the gates swinging in 2024, talking about their primary opposition to stop AOC centrist Dems launch 2028 mission. This was reported in March 1st, 2026. But ever since the election, their primary focus has been to stop AOC. That's it. That's their goal. Since then, obviously, Zohran Mamdani came into the fray, and we have obviously put a lot of Democratic socialists in seats of power all across the country. So they've been failing, and they are going to continue to fail, because the difference between us and them is a very significant one. Simply put, we believe in something. They do not. Okay? And the things that we believe in are objectively popular. The things that they want to advance are not. That's what it comes down to. I just hope that more liberals recognize the similarities between what these centrist Democrats are saying under the auspices of the party and what the Republicans are saying. We have allowed snakes into our ranks for far too long. Okay? If they are channeling the exact same kind of reactionary sentiment that the far right is channeling against Democratic candidates, they are not Democrats. A lot of these people have said, I'm not a part of the tent. They are. The reality of the matter is, we're here to fucking stay. Okay? Because guess what? No matter which way you cut it, what is a party but it's voters? And what do the voters want? This past Tuesday night, we learned what the voters want. That's it. The voters get to decide who is a part of the tent. Neoliberal consultants don't. And perhaps for far too long, neoliberal consultants did, and that was the problem. That was the problem with the Democratic Party. That is the reason why Michigan is treated like a swing state. That is the reason why Wisconsin is a swing state. We say no more. That's it. They can cry, they can yell. We have to just be a little bit more careful with who we perceive is a part of this movement. But it's very clear that these guys are not a part of it. Yeah. This person asked a very good question. Where was his energy when Piker sat on stage with Kamala during the DNC? Why was no one asking her to condemn? That question gives away the whole game. They want to disavow now because Piker's challenge of power structures is very transparent. Like, I was a creator for Kamala. I was invited to the DNC. You know what I mean? No attack ads back then. These very same media outlets were covering me in relatively favorable terms. No attack ads back then. What is this? Jeremy Fassler? They have nothing on you. Apparently people watch you because of midlife crisis now. Yeah. I wrote this piece for Salon analyzing the Pod Bros' attraction to people like Grant Plattner and Hasan Piker as their version of a midlife crisis with Plattner Piker et al. As the political equivalents of a sports car you buy to stay young. Sure, buddy. Keep coping. No, I think the Podjohns are young in comparison to a lot of these other folks. And they're younger, right? And they're also on the independent media side. And they have to be more responsive to the whims and to the changes that are taking shape in the base of the party. And that's the reason why they're actually smart enough to recognize that they have to be welcoming to people like us, that the Democratic Party's inability to welcome people like us is what loses the elections. Agree, organizing tactics are best investment for the center. Do you think coming up with a vision that excites voters is better than support the shared vision of candidates who have proven to win the broadest range of voters? Well, you've hit on my biggest issue with your project. Do you think politics is a choice between a vision that excites voters and candidates who can win the broadest range of support? Our last two Democratic presidents was able to do both, and I think that's what our candidates should aspire to. Regardless, you and Third Way Tweet don't seem to be doing either with this new $15 million project, at least according to the Times piece you're quoted in. Just opposition research into DSA. And then he alleges that he's actually just engaging in community building project Welcome Fest, which is not very welcoming to the left, ironically enough. It's just welcoming to ExxonMobil, Chevron, data centers, AI, Israel. It's not exactly welcoming to what the voters are demanding. It's just another way to try to figure out how to manipulate the voters, how to dupe the voters into not voting for left flank candidates that say, enough is enough with this fucking corporate strategy. We're done with this shit. We want our lives to change for the better. Endorsement tracker. Most endorsed candidates. Endorser scoreboard. I mean, Zoran's doesn't count. I'm at a 63% win rate. 12 wins, 7 losses, 4 pending, 2 contested wins. Sunrise is above me at 13 wins, 65%. Bernie Sanders at 12 wins, 4 losses, 75% win rate. This is funny endorsement tracker. I mean, you don't only endorse guaranteed wins, right? So pretty strong. Yeah, I don't just go after safe seats. I don't just endorse guaranteed victories. As a matter of fact, I haven't endorsed a single guaranteed victory, I would say. None of the people that I've endorsed are guaranteed to win. In any case, yes, despite you alleging that candidates who win swing districts are bad for the crooked media bottom line and bad for their investors like Soros, which aside from being offensive is not in any way true, we've had many of those candidates on the pod, have raised money and organized volunteers for swing district candidates over the last decade through Vote Save America, and I've personally moderated a fundraiser for Christina Bohannon and Rebecca Cook, who are awesome. Good to know the $15 million Oppo project into DSA isn't yours, though I think constantly popping off on why socialists are bad is less productive than some of the great work you guys are clearly doing for swing district candidates. Yeah, I think it's bullshit. I think these guys are opposition. I don't think John, I mean, look, I can't tell him what to do, but I don't think these guys are a part of this fucking broad movement. It's very clear that they are positioning themselves as antagonistic to certain elements of the movement in an irredeemable manner. Okay, you can have criticisms of some of the things that the DSA is doing or whatever, but as long as you're not spending money, or if you're spending money in any direction but your rightward direction, you're an op. You're a Republican. You are a Republican who is claiming to be a part of the broad Democratic Party coalition at a time when everyone needs to lock in and unify to defeat Republicans. Of course, unfortunately for all of us involved in this, many of these guys are pro-Israel. Like, that's it. That's their primary enmity towards their left position. The leftists are anti-Israel. The broad base of support in the party is anti-Israel. These guys are pro-Israel. And they just freak the fuck out. They're like, no, we have to somehow destroy this like anti-Israel movement. And we have to make the party a worse party overall. Make the party less responsive to the needs of the base. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. It's outright unacceptable. Like, instead of celebrating the victory of Abdul al-Sayed, they're like, oh, we got to spend extra money against Abdul al-Sayed. Well, that didn't work last time. That didn't work when AIPAC did it. Yeah, Haley Stevens is doing more than Third Way because, as Sammy Gold correctly pointed to, yes, Haley Stevens is, pro-Israel, but she's also still a party apparatchik. Same with Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer dreams of Israel as well. Chuck Schumer says,
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
But you know what else comes to Chuck Schumer's dreams? You know what else comes to Chuck Schumer in his dreams? The Democratic Senate majority. I mean, this is like bare minimum, guys. Bare fucking minimum. Like, I voted for Adam Schiff. I've talked about it openly. He is awful. He is god awful. You know why I did that? Because we need to have Democrats in Congress. That's it. That's it. Thank God Chuck Schumer still recognizes that reality. Of course he's going to recognize that reality. He is still the Senate majority. He wants to be the Senate majority leader, right? So we cannot have Republicans in Congress. We cannot have Republicans in a seat of power. I'd much rather oppose and deal with a fucking Democrat who sucks ass than a Republican who sucks ass, because the Republican is trying to kill me. We haven't gotten to the point where the Democrat is trying to kill me too, even though we are getting there. I used to say this as well. I used to say the worst Democrat is better than the best Republican. I don't say it no more. Because the worst Democrat is John Fetterman. And John Fetterman is literally worse than some other. Like, John Fetterman is objectively worse than Thomas Massie. John Fetterman virtually believes all of the same things that Thomas Massie believes, all the crazy, kooky, libertarian, like far-right reactionary nonsense. And then on top of that, he's unbelievably pro-Israel. John Fetterman is more right-wing on the issue of Israel than, like, the Republican caucus is. John Fetterman is worse than maybe even some other Republicans in Congress. It's crazy because he has a fucking brain issue, you know? But yes, broadly speaking, you're not wrong. Yes, the worst Democrat is still better than the best Republican. Broadly speaking, you're correct. Is Fetterman worse than Gottheimer? Yes, even worse than Gottheimer. Gottheimer at least is like, as a Democratic representative, Josh Gottheimer is unbelievably pro-Israel. He's an Israel firster. But if you look at like other domestic issues, like Gottheimer comes across as a little bit better than what is this? Are they glazing us? Times of Israel? Oh, hey, it's me and Crystal Ball getting some positive coverage in the Times of Israel. You love to see it. How a new left-wing U.S. media ecosystem is helping elevate progressive candidates. Zateo, 700,000 Substack subscribers, up 50% from a year ago. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar has more than 2 million subscribers on YouTube and roughly 75% of listeners under the age of 55. Progressive commentator and activist Hasan Piker has more than 3 million followers on Twitch. For campaign strategists, the appeal of this new media environment is simple. Their candidates can have long, in-depth conversations on policy issues, the kind seldom seen on cable news, engage directly with voters, and generate clips that can be blasted on social platforms. Yup. It's not good. It's not good that they're fucking... It's not good that they are putting this level of attention on us. I will admit. I mean, I think they're starting to... Josh Gottheimer's starting to grow on me. It's funny. Yeah, Josh Gottheimer's an op too. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know if Josh Gottheimer is worse than Fetterman or Fetterman's worse than Josh. Who knows? Or even Moskowitz too. It's another one. Moskowitz is very far right when it comes to, you know, Israel-related things like Trump's attitude towards Iran. He's in favor of it. Moskowitz was the first Democrat on the Doge caucus. You know, these are unacceptable red lines in my opinion. Especially considering that these are not red lines that you're crossing for some like electoral calculation. You're crossing these red lines because that's your personal investment. That's your personal opinion directly at odds with the needs of your constituents. It's fucking bullshit. Yeah, $15 million for Oppa research, polling, and talking to a room full of Democrats who already agree with them. Okay, got it. He said the effort would include opposition research into DSA polling, social media programs, and educating Democratic activists and leaders. It would target both proud Democratic socialists and those such as Dr. El-Sayed, whom he derided as performing the DSA dodge, flirting with Democratic socialists enough to get their organizing manpower and support while remaining distant enough to avoid the explicit label. How this discrediting campaign will affect the current midterm cycle, potentially undercutting Democratic nominees in swing state races and undermining the party's chances of retaking the Congress remains unclear. Also, find it funny that part of the charge here is Democratic candidates using the support of one of the most organized machines of the left without embracing their platform. The logical conclusion is that Sherrod Brown is bad when individual DSA members phone bank for him. It's abundantly clear that Third Way sees losing the House Senate as short-term pain for the long-term goal of eradicating the ideology that half of the millennials and Zoomers who vote for them are cool with. Luckily for the left, they are utterly incapable of doing this. I wouldn't underestimate them. And the reason for why I wouldn't underestimate them is because, you know, money does matter a lot. Nobody wastes money like this, you know. We have to out-organize them, and that's the only way that we can turn that money cannon into a waste. What is this? The 700,000 votes from Haley are too much to not accept her? What are we talking about? I don't think Haley Stevens has a real constituency of like Haley Stevens heads. I don't think that's real. This is another thing that Michelle, who wrote that New York Times piece that we were going to look at yesterday, also failed to comprehend. I kind of want to talk about that real quick. I want to briefly allude to this because Michelle Goldberg is a very interesting reporter. She's an opinion columnist at the New York Times. She wrote an article about Abdul El-Sayed's victory. And there's one piece in that reporting that I thought was very interesting. Do we have the... Do we have the last piece that she wrote? Oh, the populist left has a theory. We're all about to test it. That was the piece that she wrote. Okay, let me remove paywall this. And then let's get to it. So here it is. Last week, before his victory in Michigan, his extraordinarily bitter Democratic Senate primary, I asked Abdul El-Sayed how he planned to bring the party together if he won. The campaign pit El-Sayed, a progressive public health official backed by Senator Bernie Sanders and AOC, not just against Representative Haley Stevens, but also against much of the state's Democratic establishment. She used the word jejune to describe you. Wait, she talked about me in this? Oh. With all the bad feelings the primary engendered, I figured El-Sayed would need to make some overtures ahead of November. Representative Hillary Skolton, a Democrat who had refused to commit to voting for him in part because of his decision to campaign with the leftist streamer Hasan Piker, who expresses jejune. I have no idea what that word means. That's crazy. I am a fairly well-read person. This is the first time I've encountered this term. What does this mean? What does jejune mean? That's cool. Jejune is an adjective that means lacking interest, significance, or intellectual substance, dull or insipid, or displaying a child's simplistic, immature quality. I guess she owned me on that because I didn't know what that word meant, and she's saying I'm a simpleton. Sympathies for all sorts of brutal anti-American regimes, Hamas among them. I wanted to know how he tried to persuade people like her. El-Sayed didn't accept the premise that there were many people like her. There's this operational sense of the party that says elites carry constituents, he said. If that was true, I'd lose. It's just not true. The only thing that has been driving any support for our opposition has been the $60 million of lies being put on TV. So I say, you are jejune. They said the R slur without saying it. I mean, I think Michelle, ironically enough, is the one who's out of touch, because if Hillary Skolton carried any real sympathies, her district wouldn't have gone to Abdul El-Sayed by 65%. She wrote this article after the electoral victory. She had the capacity to actually look at the numbers, and yet she chose not to. I find that to be interesting. I don't think Michelle Goldberg is a stupid person. I actually think she's a very interesting writer, as I said even before I read this piece. I read a lot of her pieces. I think she's ideologically blinded, which is what she says Abdul is doing. And I'll explain to you why. This argument will be very important because the last couple of lines that I'm going to get into directly contradict what she did here. Okay? El-Sayed didn't accept the premise, which he shouldn't, because he's right. That sounded rather strong. The only thing I asked, do you really not believe that there are people whose opposition to your ideas or skepticism of your ideas is sincere? I think there are really quite few, he replied. Perhaps there are more than he thought. Given the forces arrayed against them, El-Sayed's victory, which is called on Wednesday morning, is a remarkable accomplishment and evidence of widespread Democratic distrust in their party leaders. But after polls predicted a double-digit blowout, it ended up being a narrow win, less than a single point as of this writing. These results are likely to panic Democrats who are already anxious about El-Sayed's electability. It's one thing to charge into a general election with an unconventional candidate who was an overwhelming voter mandate, another with one who didn't even hit 50%. But they also give El-Sayed, who has never before run against a Republican, a chance to recalibrate. He has so many skills as a politician. He's quick, magnetic, overflowing with infectious confidence. But he also has a blind spot, one endemic to his movement, an inability to grasp how and why people of good faith might see the world differently. Like Sanders before him, El-Sayed seems to assume that there's a hidden reservoir of voters hungry for progressive populist policies, if only they can be reached and mobilized. On Monday, he described his campaign to me as the test of this hypothesis. As he sees it, unconventional wisdom is fundamentally mistaken about how to win his state, which voted for Donald Trump in 2016 and 2024. We have this outdated model that everybody moves on a continuum from left to right, El-Sayed said. Establishment Democrats assume the path to victory lies in staking out an ideological middle ground. I have an alternative hypothesis, he said, that people so hate the establishment on both sides of the aisle that they were willing to hold their nose and vote for Donald Trump twice. Because if this was really a moderate state, Donald Trump is no moderate. That would mean that the best person to take on the Republican Senate nominee, Mike Rogers, a multimillionaire former congressman known for his friendliness to Big Pharma, is a populist outsider like El Sayed. So, Michelle Goldberg basically says, Abdul Sayed is correct here, but Michelle Goldberg basically says like his inability to reckon with the reality that there are real moderate voters out there who didn't just vote against Abdul al-Sayed due to the electability argument, but instead voted against him because they oppose Medicare for all, that they oppose Abdul al-Sayed's lack of interest in sending money to Israel. That is totally ridiculous. Because if that was the case, and I had this conversation with Simon, the reporter that's following me along this journey. If you remember, we had a brief back and forth on this on the night of Abdul's election victory, where he said, don't you feel as though there are people who are legitimately disturbed with Abdul's statements about Israel? And if you recall, my retort to that was no. And I'm confident in that belief. And it is not because I have a imbecilic support for anti-American regimes in the way that this high-minded intellectual Michelle Goldberg is explaining. It's because not only did I go up and down the state, but I also looked at the ad spend. $34 million coming from AIPAC. Not a single one of those ads brought up Abdul's lack of interest in supporting Israel. They called him a terrorist. Not a single one of those ads talked about Haley Stevens' support for Israel. That's it. If Israel's support was such a favorable point of contention, if that was the real wedge here, then they would have been running loudly and proudly about Haley Stevens saying,
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
And yet they didn't. So why is that the case? Because AIPAC understands, better perhaps than Michelle Goldberg, that pro-Israel politics is poison. Pro-Israel politics is not only poison in the Democratic Party primaries, where we believe that everyone is super woke, it's just poisonous across the board. That is precisely the reason why there is never a mention of Israel in any of their ads. That's it. And to further test this hypothesis that Abdul is presenting, I present to you the district. The district that Hillary Skolton is from. Abdul al-Sayed won that district by 65%. It's that simple. It is that simple. If Abdul's politics were so terrifying, if people from Hillary Skolton's very own district opposed it, Abdul al-Sayed would not have gotten 65% in that district. If you were to poll the large majority of Haley Stevens voters, especially in black districts, they would tell you two things. They voted for Haley Stevens. This is always the case in primaries. They would tell you two things. One, that Barack Obama trusted Haley Stevens and endorsed Haley Stevens, and Barack Obama's word is bond. And two, they would tell you that they thought Abdul al-Sayed was maybe a little too radical to defeat Mike Rogers. The electability argument falsely presented and weaponized against the left flank for far too long. Those voters are defensive voters. Defensive against the Republicans primarily. Those voters are not voting on ideology. Those voters are not voting for Haley Stevens. They're voting against Mike Rogers. And they were told that Haley Stevens would be a far better opposition to Mike Rogers. Those voters will always vote against the Republicans. They will come out and vote against the Republicans. This is precisely the reason why, of course, Abdul al-Sayed should never take a vote for granted. He should go out to all of those districts. He should go out and stump in all of those districts. He should secure the coveted Obama endorsement, which will help out big time in the state of Michigan. And I do think he will receive that Obama endorsement. A real endorsement, not a fake one that AIPAC presented as one being given to Haley Stevens. But the reality of the matter is, the pathway to securing those votes is not through Hillary Skolton. I would go so far as to say it's not even through Haley Stevens, at least for the older black voters that did not vote for Abdul al-Sayed, but voted for Haley Stevens. That's the reality. It's not through these consultants. It's not through kissing the ring of DC establishment elites. It's by putting the pedal to metal and going out to these districts and talking to these people, showing them who you are and what you represent and how you will help these folks out. Maybe even highlighting how dangerous Mike Rogers is and how you oppose him. That's it. That's it. This is something that Abdul al-Sayed understands, and I really appreciate him for recognizing this. This is a unique position. Democrats, for far too long, have made it seem as though the DC elites actually understand the moderate voters. When in fact, I've thought about this a lot, especially in the aftermath of this race. Most Democratic Party politicians do not assume positions that they believe the base actually hold. Most party politicians and most politics in general is a defensive posture against corporate expenditures. Most of these Democrats do not have this well-earned organic loyalty towards the nation state of Israel. They're just worried about AIPAC spending against them. Most Democrats do not take a position against, renewable energy because they hate it or because it won't bring jobs into their districts or because they want their districts to continue being poisoned by smokestacks, like the ones that Donovan McKinney opposes, the ones that Donovan McKinney's family has been impacted by because of environmental reasons, because those factories are always built in the backyards of black and brown neighborhoods and never in wealthier districts. They oppose change because they're worried about being spent against by the oil and gas lobby, by the fossil fuel industry. They are not pro data centers because they think that there is a tremendous appetite for construction of data centers in these people's backyards. They're for it because data centers spend for these districts and for these seats, and they do not want to be opposed by the moneyed interest. That is how politics has been played for far too long. The candidates that we support, that we endorse, the candidates that are a part of our broader movement here, oppose this kind of corporate expenditure. That's it. Simply put, this is a different type of doing politics. It's a different type of doing politics. One that I believe is undemocratic. Sorry, I just saw another fucking new thing. Hasan Piker trashes Michigan Democrats' unity effort. In case you missed it, Abdullah says top campaign surrogate Hasan Piker is lashing out at Michigan Democrats, rejecting calls to unify the party after a majority of Democrats voters rejected El-Sayed's extreme dangerous agenda. In case you missed it, Senate Leadership Fund out with press release focused on Hasan Piker. For liberals who think I oppose them, here's the situation. Okay? Will you get duped by the Republican charlatans and Republican propaganda? Or will you unify to defeat the Republicans? Unfortunately, many consultants who I was speaking out against here, they're using this as an opportunity. This is the New York Post. It's a fucking dish rag. We need to stop. We need to become more partisan, okay? Simply put, we have to become more partisan. We have to become more anti-Republican, okay? That's it. Hasan was right. I don't care what he said. Oh, yeah. Representative Dan Crenshaw tells Americans facing high prices to stop whining, get a job, and eat ramen. For your information, they're pumping it on Fox News. I just saw it on Facebook. Yeah, they're trying to turn this into... They are trying to turn this into the Hillary Clinton deplorables moment, which is ironic because... It's ironic because I have always advocated to earn every single vote. Every single vote. I've said this to centrist Democrats. I've said this to left flank Democrats. It's totally against my principles to act as though we don't have to earn every vote. We always do, and we always will. That's why I spend so much time on canvassing operations, so much time on phone banking operations. You should never take someone's vote for granted. It is fundamentally undemocratic. Fundamentally undemocratic. Shame on the DC elites that took this as an opportunity to lie because they felt called out. Shame on them for setting up the grounds that Mike Rogers is now comfortably leaning into, the Islamophobic sentiment that he is also fomenting in a perhaps less tactful manner. It's totally ridiculous. When are you doing the census? Soon. We got to do the HasanAbi head census. We do it in August usually, don't we? Yeah. Trump on El-Sayed says, for our great Republican senators, friends of mine, all, please be advised that the communist Democrat Senate candidate for Michigan, Abdul Rahman Mohammed El-Sayed, is touting as perhaps his single most important topic, the termination of the filibuster. I watched yesterday, and he's gone termination crazy. If he succeeds, the Democrats will gain 4 senators, 8 congressmen, many electoral and popular votes, a stacked Supreme Court with 23 justices, and I will be, sadly, despite the great job we are doing, the last Republican president, President Donald J. Trump. What is this? Make sure to post about it a lot in advance so all community members have time to catch it. What are you talking about? Maybe even do it across multiple days and times, then take the average. Oh, you're talking about the census. Yeah. We'll promote it. We'll promote it. It's kind of funny that he's shitting on the termination of the filibuster now, because he's literally been advocating to terminate the filibuster in the Senate nonstop. But I guess he hates it when it's being done Islamically. Anyway. It's great. Bro has his own slide in France TikTok.
Woo! Y'all gon' make me lose my mind. Up in here, up in here. Y'all gon' make me go all out. Up in here, up in here. Y'all gon' make me act a fool. Up in here, up in here. Y'all gon' make me.
It's nice. In the upcoming days, hopefully, there will be some exciting stuff happening on that front as well. They sincerely think that you are not sufficiently anti-Republican because you are not sufficiently supportive of the Democratic Party, because the establishment of centrist wing think being part of the Dems means being anti-Republican. Yeah, you will never find another person as anti-Republican as me, okay? That's it. Like, I'm not even that's totally ridiculous. Trump is live and taking questions. Okay, let's hear what he has. Let's see what this dipshit has to say.
A situation like that takes place. Yeah.
Fucking asshole.
DOJ should prosecute Dr. Fauci.
Well, you know, they prosecuted Peter Navarro and they prosecuted
Peter
Steve
Navarro.
Bannon, two very decent people, over something that essentially was never prosecuted before. And there are sort of telltale signs of similarity. And they went to jail for a number of months over something that I saw one of the analysts said they used to laugh at it in the Justice Department when something like that was referred. But Merrick Garland prosecuted two very decent people and sent them to jail. I wasn't president. I would have given them a pardon in 2 seconds. But I wasn't. It was after I left. They waited till after I left, and then they prosecuted these two people, and they ought to be ashamed of themselves. So when you see that happen, you sort of say maybe he should. What he did is far more serious than a lot of crimes, frankly. But they prosecuted two people when nothing like that has ever taken place before.
Mr. President, on munitions, you posted overnight that the U.S. has a massive amount. And
That's right.
You denied that there were any shortages. There is a supplemental request for $21 billion to restock. So why is that request still there if there's
Well,
no
because we
urgency?
need more all the time. I mean, we need more. Look, we gave tremendous amount to Ukraine. The Biden people did. And they were given free of charge. No charge. No charge. Billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And fortunately, I built up so much during my term. I rebuilt the military and also loaded it up with a lot of stuff. And we have certain types of munitions that are very powerful, that we have unlimited, virtual unlimited supply. We have others where it's a little bit tighter, and we're getting them in on a daily basis. As you know, our defense companies are building more plants right now than at any point in history. They're building plants for the Patriots, for the Tomahawks, for everything. But we have certain types of munitions which are very, they may not be as accurate. They may not be, they're not as elite. We have elite too, but we're watching that very closely. But we have certain types which are very powerful.
Why does he
very
look
good.
like? Why does his
And we
hair
have
look like
an
shit?
Unlimited supply, and so we're in great shape. But with that being said, we always want more. We have to have more. We have other things maybe come up. You maybe come up and maybe don't come up. Hopefully nothing else does come up. but we're in very good shape. We have literally massive amounts of ammunition. Yeah.
President, on Ukraine, President Zelensky says his country desperately needs long-range missiles or those Patriot missile batteries. Is that something that you're
Well, I
considering?
mean, we want missiles too. You know, when Biden gave him so much, Biden gave $300 billion worth of ammunition. You know, when I left, it was full, and he gave a lot of it away. Now we're rebuilding it, and we're using munitions that are very powerful, very good, but we wouldn't have been using them. We could have used something else. But these are a little bit older type, equally as effective, and it's things that we have so much of. Plus, we have supplies of munitions all over the world that if we ever needed them, we'd take that. We're supplied all over the world, but we're in very, very good shape.
Russia seems to have increased their attacks on
I know.
civilian areas.
I know.
That must be a concern to you.
Well, look, we're not involved from the standpoint we're separated by an ocean, but I hate to see 25,000 young people a month get killed, and that's what's happening. Between Russia and Ukraine, they're losing on average 25,000, mostly soldiers, a month. And, you know, we're working on it, and I think we're making progress, but it's a violent, very violent war. There's a lot of hatred in that war, a lot of hatred between the two leaders. I settled 8 wars. I thought this would be maybe one of the easier ones, and it turned out to be the most difficult. But progress is being made. Thank you very much, everybody.
Oh, no.
Very much.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Keep going. This way, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, this is my favorite thing that Trump is doing. We have enough munitions, and anyone claiming otherwise will be hunted down and imprisoned is such a funny way to basically admit that we don't have a massive amount of munitions. If you say that we don't have a massive amount of munitions, then you're lying, and as a liar, you must be hunted down like the dog that you are. But also, we're using older weapons, and it's not as good, but it's still good nonetheless. I undercounted the Fox News mentions by name. They mentioned you 2.5 times as much as... Whoops, this was an undercount, as transcripts misspell Hasan the Hun's name sometimes as Hasan. If you adjust that, Fox News mentioned Hasan 2.5 times more. Nice. I like that the Hasan derangement syndrome has moved into mainstream media. And these are only segments uploaded to YouTube, by the way. Meanwhile, yeah, Trump, I never cared about regime change. It wasn't a goal. Mossad, we just fired our 2 top people in charge of regime change in Iran for failing to carry out the regime change plan that we presented to Trump for approval. Yeah. Here's Americaniet saying, the munition shortage is indeed a ruse, but its purpose is to simply provide the U.S. with a good excuse for denying Ukraine interceptors. Trump is doing this because he doesn't want Zelensky to be happy and fulfilled. This is a joke. He's fucking joking, dude. He's not. That's not real. No, the munition shortage is very real, okay? Yeah, he's lying. He just doesn't want to give any. He doesn't want to give any of his munitions to Zelensky. He just hates Zelensky. He's like, Zell Disney. I will never allow him to be happy. I do not want him to be happy. That's why I'm lying about it. We've got enough munitions to give to Ukraine, but we will never do it. Yeah. This is very interesting. So there's this guy named Acker. I think it's like Jordan Acker. disgraced regent at University of Michigan who lost his position due to his extreme Zionism, but also being like very fucking creepy about some of the students. That's the same Jordan Acker who says, look, I've known Abdul for a very long time. He's extremely talented. Acker, despite his hesitations, thinks El Sayed's dogged intelligence would probably make him a good senator. His cockiness has carried him far. Without it, he might have never been able to prevail over both Michigan's democratic power structure and the tsunami of dark money. But Jordan Acker says the reason why I'm terrified of Abdul, or what he has to do in order to win people over, is just cut Hasan. That's what he said. Okay? That's what Jordan Acker said in that New York Times piece. He literally straight up goes, look, I've known him. I don't think he's anti-Semitic. But this Hasan guy, literally, that's what he said. It's insane. I don't know what the fuck is going on, okay? I don't understand why these people are so primarily invested. Yeah, Regent Jordan Acker has admitted he and his attorney lied when they claimed I and others fabricated the lewd text messages that he obviously sent. University of Michigan's independent investigation found that the messages were real. That Jordan Acker. That Jordan Acker, who no one talks about in that New York Times article, they just simply bring him up as a high-powered attorney in the state of Michigan. That Jordan Acker is the one who gives that quote, says Abdul's not an anti-Semite. It's just, he's just got to cut this Hasan Piker guy. Interesting. Yeah, I got to take on this as well. I got to take on the David Axelrod Dick statement as well on Francesca Hong. He should just, let it happen and stay out of it. You've done a good job not recognizing the powerful shifts that were taking place within the base of the party. Just stay out of it. Okay. While AIPAC is centrally focused on Israel, of the 109 TV and digital ads it's funded in U.S. elections between April 2022 and the end of last month, only 6 mentioned Israel, a clear recognition that Israel is now a losing issue in American elections. This is why. Bro, you got to get more litigious. I can't. It doesn't work that way, guys. Please stop. I'm a public personality. Okay, it doesn't work that way. Like, I can't litigate all of this shit. Anyway, Chepsa, I know. I saw the link. Okay. So, here's the situation. Didn't you say you wanted to sue the CNN guy who said something about Kaya? Yeah, they already issued an apology. They issued a correction in a later broadcast. I think it was either same day or the next day. Yeah. Maybe someone can find it. CNN did? Yeah, no, CNN did. It was the next day. The next day, CNN came out and did one of those like course corrections. Because the panelist that they had on was saying I'm a dog abuser. And I was shocked by it because I was like, even Fox News doesn't do that level of defamation. So it was, yeah, they did it on air. Yes, I was shocked. I was shocked by it. Yes, I'm going to keep saying shocked. But they aired a correction later. Jonah Goldberg from the Dispatch was the one who made that defamatory claim. Anyway. Yeah, he said I abused my dog on camera. Yeah, genocide denier, Jonah Goldberg. Okay. Where was I? Okay. He wrote a book about how FDR is a fascist. Yeah, I mean, he's a fascist. Where was I? What was I going to cover? So here's a couple things that took place. So Bernard was asked by the Pajans if he's going to make an endorsement on Francesca Hong. Bernard said, in classic Bernie fashion, he's like, oh, I'm not making an endorsement on any of the governor races, right? That's what he said. He said, let me be clear. I'm not making an endorsement on any of the gubernatorial runs or whatever, right? And basically Fox News took that and ran with it and is running with it to be like, oh, Bernie hates Francesca Hong. It's bullshit. Okay? It's complete and utter bullshit. He just said he's not familiar with her and that he has not gotten involved in many governor's races. The problem is Bernie is not a democratic socialist. Or rather, he is a democratic socialist, but he's not a part of DSA. Bernie has never been a part of DSA. It's really interesting that a lot of people don't realize this. There's just, I guess part of it is because like he has been so pivotal and so instrumental in the rise of DSA, but he's never been a dues-paying member of the Democratic Socialists of America, and neither has Abdul al-Sayed. Abdul al-Sayed doesn't even say he is a democratic socialist, obviously. He never has said that. But at least Bernie is a democratic socialist. Bernie once called DSA revisionist, by the way. Yes, because DSA used to be broadly revisionist back in the day. Or not like... Jesus wasn't a Christian? Okay, true. Yeah, Chris Hayes asked Bernie about Michael Harrington in the old 20th century party questions. Yes, Bernie is a lot older than the Democratic Socialists of America. So, are you concerned about our comms director? Hong's answers on media hits have been bad. Also, no TV ad spending. All will be solved. That's all I'm going to say. Francesca Hong is fantastic. She's wonderful. She's an unbelievably kind person. She's a diligent organizer. All will be solved. Trust the plan. Okay? Trust the plan. That's all I'm saying. None of these are, like irredeemable or horrible. None of these are like campaign enders, regardless in the way that it is presented on Twitter. I don't think most people give a shit in the streets of Wisconsin about like how Francesca has responded to the Thanksgiving question or whatever the fuck. I do personally think that she should probably stop doing national media. Or if she's going to do national media, I hope that she is a little bit less explainy, if that makes sense, and a little bit more almost antagonistic. But that's a super solvable issue. It's not like a irredeemable quality. Like she has all of the fixins, okay? She has all of the best qualities that you can have. She needs to be a little bit more assertive. That's all. A little bit more assertive, a little bit more snappy, a little stick it to them. Okay? That's it. I think she's too kind for this contentious media environment. Maybe a little too Madison. And if there's one takeaway, it's so fun being a woman, lol. No, there's definitely that element too, 100%. She's a woman of color. That absolutely plays a role in how she is perceived. Okay? But the elements that I admire about Francesca Hong that I think play very well, especially when she's doing retail politics, like, guys, I'm telling you, the way she talks to Republicans at state fairs, just cut an ad on that alone and run with it, okay? Republicans that are like, I'm a triple Trump voter, like da-da-da, all those guys love her. There is a reason why there are lawn signs with MAGA and Trump and Francesca Hong all up and down this goddamn state with like some of the rural districts. She is great on one-to-one conversations. She is very affable. She is very personable. She is great. She, on the other hand, I don't believe you. I mean, I've seen it. I've seen some of those videos. New York Times has reported on it. New York Times did an entire article on Francesca Hong being the hog whisperer, and you guys are so funny and you don't even recognize it. She treats people like people, okay? Which is great. Bro, you literally know her. Why not tell her these points? Okay, guys, first of all, you don't know what I'm doing behind the scenes, okay? So shut the fuck up. And secondly, that's it. That's all I'm going to say, actually. That's it. That's the only point that you need to know. Just shh. Calm down. Okay? Just shh. Be quiet. Anyway, the other thing I will say is what makes her such a great organizer, unfortunately, doesn't make for good television, especially national television. Okay? Because the national TV environment is important if you want to nationalize your race, if you want to get support from outside of the state, but you're running for governor. And if you're running for governor, you have to be, I'm going to steal a term from a friend of mine here. I'm not going to reveal who it is. A Wisconsin nationalist. Okay? If you want to run for governor, you got to be a Wisconsin nationalist. In the same exact way that Zoran was a New York City nationalist. Okay? In the same exact way that Abdul El-Sayed is a Michigander through and through. Okay? There is not a piece of the Abdul El-Sayed campaign that isn't colored by the beautiful state of Michigan. And the same goes for Wisconsin. The same goes for Francesca Hong. Okay? She needs to be hitting the Wisconsin supremacy button over and over and over again. And there are so many aspects of this beautiful state that she could lean into, and she has leaned into. Like when we talk, when she talks about Wisconsin, you could tell she loves the state. Okay? And you can tell that there is a lot in the state of Wisconsin that you can draw from, specifically from Wisconsin's radical history. Okay? So yeah, that's like, that's my feelings on the matter. The Thanksgiving stuff is very stupid. It's very silly. It will not make a tremendous impact in this election cycle. Okay? David Axelrod writes this silly fucking take. It would be good for Abdul El-Sayed if Francesca Hong loses her bid to become the Democratic nominee in Wisconsin next week. He's a serious person. She's a font of zany liberal faculty lounge exotica. But ours, hoping to deflect attention from unpopular POTUS, who hangs from them like an anchor, would surely try to link Abdul and Hong as philosophical kin. David Axelrod, shut the fuck up. You don't know anything. Just stop talking. Okay? Just let us cook. Let us do our thing, and then you can respond to it when those changes are happening and those changes actually deliver success. The idea that Abdul al-Sayed represents something serious, but Francesca Hong doesn't, is bullshit. Okay? It's bullshit. They are broadly a part of the same movement. They are broadly a part of the same coalition, a coalition that centers the needs of the working class and puts those needs primarily at the heart of their campaign, as opposed to the profit-centered motives of corporations. Okay? It's fucking bullshit. It's a little bit misogynistic as well, but it's ultimately bullshit. I'm not even going to do the whole Islamophobia, misogyny run, even though that is definitely a thing, but that's electoral poison. We shouldn't be getting into it. I'm saying a little, it's a lot. When I say something is a little misogynistic, know that it's a lot misogynistic. When I say something is a little Islamophobic or it's giving Islamophobia, understand that it's probably maximalist Islamophobia, maximum Islamophobia. I'm just fucking trying to be as, as reasonable as possible, okay? You just understand what I'm actually saying when I say things like that. Anyway, listen. We can't be too woke, okay? Unfortunately, especially during election season. So, Jay Caspian Kang says, Francesca Hong dropped out of college and ran a failing restaurant law. She's running on data centers, not woke. The establishment's derangement on her is pretty telling. Also, riddle me this. If she sucks so much, why is she running away with this primary? If you ask her supporters in Wisconsin, I imagine many will tell you that when they asked 5 candidates about data centers, one said she would impose a moratorium. They would also say she's the furthest on the left on Israel. I do not think one word would say fuck Thanksgiving. Editor Mentum is being a dipshit about this race on Twitter as well. I know. Well, he also was unbelievably critical about Daria Liza and didn't understand what was, what people were looking for there as well. He didn't pay too much attention to it. I disagree with him on this, okay? Like, there are elements of the Francesca Hong campaign that I too am thinking critically on, okay? But I'm not going to highlight and overemphasize that, as it's a make it or break it situation for her. Okay, it's very stupid. She is a phenomenal candidate. She has an incredible policy platform. Okay, we care too much about the consultant pundit brain attitude. We care too much about what consultants think. Who gives a fuck? The only thing that matters is what do Wisconsinites think? That's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is the People's Republic of Wisconsin, okay? That's the only attitude and the only thing that should be at the heart of this fucking movement. It's ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. They love her. And I've seen it with my own 2 eyes, okay? HasanAbi's Midwestern arc is a sight to behold. Culver's changes a man. Oh, dude, 100%. 100%. I think a lot of people fall mercy to the liberal optics argument. And even if they present themselves as radical or have radical opinions, they unironically turn around and refuse to back the party line. They refuse to back some of the members of the party. I don't like that. Okay? We got to be a little bit more diligent, and we have to be a little bit more loyal. We must be loyalists to the party. Okay? And by that, I don't mean the Democratic Party. You got a wonderful Democratic Socialist that is most likely going to break records, shock the world, and be the first Asian American governor of the state of Wisconsin a swing state, although I oppose that framing. You are going to have the first Democratic Socialist governor, and you're over here fucking talking shit. You do not have enough loyalty to this movement. You do not understand the changes that are coming. Sometimes it's important to believe. Okay? Sometimes it's important to believe. Sometimes it's important to back. Those fucking nasty centrist consultants don't agree with every single thing that their centrist candidates are doing, and yet they still push it nonetheless. We must do the same. It's always the same two moves from green room creatures like Axelrod. 1, talk very tough about what people find normal. 2, totally disregard what has put faculty lounge exotica, she's a college dropout, by the way, in the driver's seat for the nom in the first place. Yeah. Francesca Hong has 50 canvas operations mobilizing for the governor campaigns. Joel Brennan has 1. Mandela Barnes had 0. Kelderoy's had 0. David Crowley had 0. It's fucking ridiculous. Shut the fuck up. You're out of your damn mind. You're sounding like Ted Lasso. No, sometimes revolutionary optimism is required, and sometimes you have to also have comradely disagreements with what a campaign is doing. Obviously, I'm a #1 advocate for TV ads, for the record. If you were to ask me to break down what some of the areas of improvement are, I would say that Francesca Hong needs like a media debate coach. I would say that there's room for improvement in the comms side, especially when she's doing these national media hits. Okay. And improvement, not necessarily nothing on the policy side, of course. I wouldn't touch anything like that. I would just simply put a little bit more edge in the way that she's communicating. But none of these are like irredeemable qualities, especially when she's been doing fantastic so far. Okay. She's going all up and down the state. And for the record, yes, she is doing ads on television, just on streaming TV. Delay, but I found where they issued a correction. Not really a correction. What is this?
All right. One note that we do want to add. Yesterday on the show, one of our panelists made an unexpected comment about Hasan Piker, claiming that he abuses his dog. Hasan Piker denies this claim. All right, we'll be right back.
Nice. That's not a retraction. Bare minimum. Those fucking snakes. Can you check Angie Nixon running for U.S. Senate in Florida? Eventually, yes. No comment from Kaya. They hate you so much more than Fox News? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I think some do. But in any case, getting back to Francesca Hong. Jake Tapper does know. Yes, Jake Tapper definitely hates me more than anybody else. What's really funny is Donnie O'Sullivan is a person who's done a documentary on me on CNN and has been around Kaya and myself and could literally attest to it. Like they could just be like, hey, Donnie, you've been around Hasan Piker quite a bit. You've been around Hasan Piker and Kaya quite a bit. Do you think that Hasan Piker abuses his dog? Obviously, they could just ask that question to Donnie O'Sullivan. Anyway, you need a hollow iced cold lawyer to stick these fucking people when they slander your name. Dude, I can't. I don't have time. I don't have the bandwidth to do that. Okay? I don't have I don't have I don't have the time or the bandwidth to just like go through a convoluted legal battle, especially when there's no guarantee, because defamation is very difficult to prosecute. Okay? CNN is already covering their bases when they say that. The reason why they're issuing a correction, not a retraction in that moment, is to cover their legal bases, to be like, look, this is a claim that was made. We cannot confirm nor deny it, but then they just like I'd have to go to Jonah instead of CNN directly. Like, how do you think it would look if I'm like, if there's a headline, Hasan Piker sues CNN? Anyway, Jamel Bowie discussed the factional battles in the Democratic Party. We're going to cover that as well. Now that we, what do you call it? Now that we got into the third way bullshit. But yes, since last night, there were a lot of, do you disavow Hasan Piker? Do you disavow Israel? Or do you love Israel? How much do you love Israel? All this bullshit, as Abdul al-Sayed, is going on national news and becoming more of a national story since he won his primary. Adam Johnson says, this interview was nothing but will you denounce Hasan Piker, grilling over loyalty for Israel, 5 questions, and clips of people calling him Hamas. 0 questions about healthcare, affordability, data centers, etc. Like with Mamdani, it's just endless Zionist struggle sessions. Again, at some point, these candidates have to break the fourth wall. El-Sayed's answers were good, but after the third smarmy gotcha about small beans Israel, he has to draw attention to how absurd it is he's being grilled over Iron Dome and not crumbling schools and medical debt. I think it's free money. I think it's free money, and Adam is right. At some point, saying like, look, the first 3 questions are fine, but like, what are we doing here? Don't you feel like this is doing a disservice to the voters who care about things other than Israel? Why is it that these questions, Bernie does this all the time. He's actually pretty good at it. We'll be like, oh, you ask me about Grand Platna, but never about Medicare for all. So I think that's a good way to be a little bit more antagonistic, not so much, but a little bit more antagonistic towards mainstream media, which is not exactly favored by the masses anyway.
Can you clarify for us what your position is on funding for Israel if you do become a U.S. Senator? Are you opposed to all funding for Israel, period, military funding?
I'm opposed to unconditional military aid for any country. That is Israel, yes, but that's also Egypt, where my family immigrated from. That's Pakistan, that's Saudi Arabia, that's UAE. And that's not because of a focus on what's happening anywhere except for a focus on what's happening here. We've got communities in my state where the median income is $14,000, and I believe they have a right to their tax dollars. I also believe in international law and upholding international law, and there are Leahy laws against dealing arms to countries who are engaged in human rights abuses. And I don't want to fund a foreign military that does genocide, apartheid, or has taken us to a war.
For the record, I'm not as antagonistic to Caitlin Collins asking these sorts of questions because it's actually good. Because these sorts of questions create an incredible opportunity for Abdul al-Sayed to just like boom, 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 hit those notes. Okay? It's just, I think 1 or 2 is enough. You know what I mean? You don't have to do it like 8 times.
We don't need to fight. I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity.
Like a lot of people don't realize that journalists, when they ask these sorts of questions, they're not always asking these sorts of questions in a antagonistic manner or because they're like doing it because they love Israel. Well, some of them are. Like some of them do, and you can tell when someone is one of those journalists, right? But like the reason why she's asking these questions is so he can spike it. Okay? It's not Like it's good. It's not bad. It's actually a good question to just like tee up so he can just slam it. So just remember that. It's not always a gotcha. And doing it like once or twice isn't necessarily a bad thing anyway. And Abdul is very good in these sorts of contentious media environments regardless. And he played this super well. I mean, he did a really, really good job with this.
And self-determination for Jewish Israelis and Palestinians alike. I believe our responsibility, though, more than anything else, is to use our tax money here in Michigan to provide healthcare in Michigan, and schools in Michigan, and roads in Michigan, rather than to send it to a foreign government that might use it in the form of bombs and tanks to destroy infrastructure and schools and hospitals there.
Some people might hear that and say, well, does he support, funding defensive systems like the Iron Dome in Israel? Do you?
I don't believe that there's really a difference between offensive or defensive weapons. And I also don't believe it's my responsibility to buy defensive weapons for a foreign government when...
Boom. Beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode. This is also beautiful because it's not academic. Okay? It's just goat talk. He's just talking exactly the way that the average person talks. He's very simply saying, like, why am I buying weapons for a foreign country when my country's schools are in a state of disrepair? That's it. Run that fucking everywhere you can, okay?
Our kids are defenseless against schools that have been underfunded for a very, very long time. Boom! My responsibility as the next senator from Michigan is children in Michigan, rather than thinking about what's in the interest of a foreign government.
Okay, so that's a yes, that you are against funding to things like the Iron Dome.
I am against it in large part because I just don't understand why anybody thinks it's the right thing to do to send our tax dollars abroad to fund foreign militaries when our own kids barely get to go to schools that are functional.
Yeah, so great stuff. Great stuff overall. There was also obviously a moment from Caitlyn where she did the "Do you disavow Hasan Piker?" There was that. That one I don't like as much. It's messed up, but it is what it is. Do we have the, does anyone have that one? Does anyone have that Caitlyn Collins clip? I guess it might be on the docket because oh yeah, here it is. Abdul Al-Sayed talks to Caitlyn Collins.
The results of last night's Senate primary.
Holy shit, 21
lovely
minutes.
Gentlemen. You believe this? This could only happen to me. Abdul Al-Sayed, lovely gentleman, the man of hate. And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Put him in office. You're going to find out what he loves. He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people.
He doesn't love Israel is so crazy because it's like, yeah, dude, he's running as the senator, not from Tel Aviv. He's running as the senator for Michigan. Okay? What the fuck are we talking about, It's totally ridiculous. Anyway, this is the Abdul Al-Sayed response to Senator Fetterman saying he needs to renounce Hasan Piker. Again, not the worst way to present that to Abdul, teeing it up to position it as like this is a demand being made by one of the least popular Democrats who is openly basically calling himself an Israel firster. Not the worst way to present this.
I'm not sure if you've seen
question
this. What Democratic
Abdul.
Senator John Fetterman said about you today.
Are you willing to unify with Abdul El-Sayed, for example, who's now the Democratic nominee, the Democratic candidate?
Oh, yeah, the tough guy. He called me ugly and then I should be on a pike. And I'm like, Chief, I own mirrors. Well, I can't come together with...
That was, I got to hand it to the ogre, by the way. That was kind of funny. He's like, Chief, I own mirrors. I know I'm ugly. Owned.
Someone, if you are willing to embrace people that loves Hamas or that thinks America deserved 9/11, I think that's reasonable.
What's your response to Senator Fetterman?
In Trump's words, what a lovely gentleman.
I mean, he said that you need to renounce people like the left-wing streamer Hasan Piker, who was campaigning with you, who was out there in Michigan on Monday night, I believe last night as well. Do you have any plans to do that?
Look, I'll tell you this. I'm less focused on folks who are campaigning with me, more focused on the folks I'm campaigning to. And I think it's important to stay in touch with the folks who you want to elect you. I think that's clearly what's gone wrong with Senator Fetterman. It's clear he probably doesn't spend much time.
Well, yeah, what's going wrong with Senator John Fetterman is he had a stroke that made him conservative.
In Pennsylvania, because he was campaigning with Bernie Sanders and now wants to renounce Bernie Sanders. I don't know if he still thinks he's a Democrat or not. But look, I'm hoping to get to the U.S. Senate, and maybe we can hash that conversation out in person. But for right now, I'm focused on winning my state so that we can win a Democratic majority in the fall.
Yeah, Oliver Larkin, DSA candidate for Florida 25, confirms will be on Scott Hannity's show today at 5 p.m. Scott Hannity will have anyone but me, okay? My man is having everybody but me on. And it's funny because it's not like he's like, oh, I don't know who this Hasan Piker guy is. He talks about me every night. And then on top of that, he'll bring up people that I've campaigned with, and then he'll yell at them for campaigning with me. He's on right now, 5 p.m. Eastern. I think it's his radio show. So we'll see what the clips look like afterwards. He's been ducking me. Sorry, off topic. You see the legal docs for Ethan versus iDubbbz came out. Looks like he wanted another apology. Yeah, brother, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm not going to, we're back in iDubbbz on that. And yes, Ethan Klein sucks, but that's a little crazy to cover currently. You know what I mean? There's some issues of national and international significance that we need to talk about currently. So, am I too industry brained and thinking he's essentially building you up for some big ratings viewership later down the line with a bullshit debate, or does he just not want to give you a chance to win his audience? No, he doesn't want me to talk to his audience. None of these guys want me to talk to their audiences because at least, look, media executives understand that the left factional infighting or the left insurgency and people like myself are good for the ratings. They're very clippable moments. They will go viral on YouTube. They'll go viral on Twitter. They'll go viral on TikTok. So that's the reason why they do it. Part of it is because the same, there are some obviously obsessed big donors that clearly care about this issue as well. That's why they're trying to excise it. That's why they're trying to drive a wedge between myself and all these candidates that I work with. And part of the reason why they're doing that is not because they're not doing that because they think oh, Hasan is actually electoral poison or whatever. That's the argument that they're presenting. But the real reason is because they want to defang independent media. They want to defang independent left media and make it seem as though independent left media is actually poisonous, is actually toxic, so that, the other candidates that come later down the line shy away from coming on this broadcast. Little do they understand, those guys already make those calculations. None of these people make these calculations because they think I'm fucking dope personally. They obviously understand that I have baggage. I'm also an independent content creator, an independent media figure, and therefore I am not going to present myself in a way that is super sanitized, in a way that is super manicured, in the same way that most mainstream outlets are. They recognize the possible electoral threat that might present. It's a calculated risk that they take, but it's one that they understand benefits them. Okay? That's it. One part of the reason for why they do this is because it's a disciplining operation. It's to get people to shut the fuck up about Israel. I am now presented as like one of the most prominent critics of Israel on the left, if not the most prominent critic of Israel on the left. So that's part of the reason why they want to, discipline folks, to make them understand if you talk about Israel like this, you will get punished. We will slander you, we'll smear you, we'll call you a dangerous radical, a terrorist. Okay? The other reason is because they also want to defang Abdul's momentum. They want to defang his motion, right? And this is a very effective way to do that. It's a very effective way to do that. How? Because if he were to turn around and say, yeah, you know what? I'm really sorry that I brought Hasan on the campaign. He's a really bad guy. It's not that I have tremendous positive approvals or anything, or my community is going to give up on Abdul El-Sayed. They're going to think he sucks and stop showing him support. And that's like a very significant part of the Michigan electoral calculation. I'm not making that argument at all. It would just simply make him look bad. It would make him look weak. Abdul's greatest quality broadly is that he's a fighter. He's going to fight for Michiganders. He's going to fight for Americans, right? And apologies don't ever mean anything in this media landscape anyway. After all, this fucking asshole is the president. And he's Mr. Double Down. He's Mr. Triple Down. You get more penalties for apologizing than you do for doubling down and tripling down. That's it. And this process already took place in the race, in the primary race, where Abdul didn't apologize, right? And it actually paid out very well for him. He won the race at the end of the day. That's it. This is an operation right now by a lot of establishment figureheads to see if Abdul's pliable to their demands. That's what they're testing out. Okay? The private conversations that he may or may not be having, and I don't know, I haven't asked him, with party bosses and officials that I'm certain are probably asking him behind closed doors, like, what the fuck is the deal? Why are you hanging out with this guy? This guy's a fucking real danger. Should, if I were in his shoes, go as such. This dude is not an anti-Semite. Of course, people are presenting him as such. They're presenting me as such as well. It's totally ridiculous. And yeah, he says some crazy shit from time to time. I mean, he's a shock jock, right? But the reality of the matter is the under 45 demographic came out strong and allowed us to defeat $64 million in outside expenditures. Those door knockers mattered. Those canvassers mattered. Of course, this was a valuable asset to the campaign. You guys are being fucking ridiculous. Because that's ultimately the calculation at play here. And more importantly, it would just look terrible for him if he were to be like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done this. I fucked up. It would look terrible for him, not because I'm popular, but it would look terrible for him in general, because all it would signal is that they were hypocritical. That Abdul was a hypocrite. He got caught. He fucked up. This, for the record, is the reason why this community played a formative role in this campaign. Okay? Age was the clearest dividing line in vote choice in last night's Michigan Democratic Senate primary, with El-Sayed performing substantially better in younger precincts. That's it. This is a fucking primary, chat. This is a primary for the midterms. This level of youth turnout can only happen if you have a dynamic candidate that is speaking to the interests of youth voters that normally feel disillusioned and never go out to vote. And this doesn't happen if Abdul can't get in front of them. And it's not like these voters are tuning into CNN or MSNBC. They're tuning in here. They're watching the YouTube clips. They're watching the TikTok clips. They're tuning in every day on the broadcast. It's you. They're talking about you when they say this. Yeah, I wrote about the Subaru socialist millennial college grads who lived through 2008 and their younger counterparts in Gen Z, the great disappointed. Together, they comprise a new middle class and also the future of the Democratic Party. Subaru socialists were shaped by the 2008 crash, the great disappointed by the pandemic, what they see as shit returns on their college education and Gaza. What do you call college-educated people who make an okay salary, struggle to own homes, but have decent employment prospects, and who vote a lot? The middle class. The hallmark of Subaru socialism is a refusal to identify as middle class, which has shaped Dem politics. What was a bit ironic was that Kamala Harris really did try to reach out to the middle class by proposing policies aimed squarely at the exact Subaru socialists who are rejecting establishment Dems. Did any of those people identify as middle class? Did they hear her? Subaru socialism then is an understandable inability to imagine a middle class life by college-educated people who are technically middle class but don't feel any stability or hope for upwards mobility. Yes, these are college-educated, downwardly mobile millennials and older Gen Z. This is at the heart of the Democratic Socialists of America. This is why I always say Faillennials are the backbone of the American socialist movement. Jokingly, but also lovingly. This is precisely it. And this is at the center of the American working class nowadays. People fantasize about what it means to be working class, and they think it's a hard hat wearing coal miner, but that's far from who actually now is at the center of the American working class. Subaru socialism then is the understandable inability to imagine a middle-class life by college-educated people. The other side of this story is that a lot of the consultants and a lot of the people that work on campaigns are too old to recognize it. Because in the United States of America, since the 90s, the percentage of college-educated Americans rose spectacularly, I believe by 20%. Back in the day, even leading into the 90s, if you had a college degree, you were endlessly electable. Or not electable, sorry. You were endlessly hireable. I got too much election in the brain. Okay? Nowadays, because the job market is diluted by a tremendous number of college-educated workers, it doesn't mean anything anymore. Now you're relegated to the service sector. And you are no longer see a prospect for a better economic outcome as a consequence of your college degree. That's it. The real heart of the American working class nowadays is exactly the opposite of what like the American Communist Party is presented as the barista class or the professional managerial class. That is the heart of the American working class. Many of these people, even if they're a part of the professional managerial class, unironically are having a tough time making ends meet and don't believe that they are ever going to own a home, don't believe that they're ever going to retire at a reasonable age. They're saddled with hundreds of thousands of student loan debt that they will never see relief on. This is the reality. This is the reality for what it truly looks to be the American working class. Okay? That's why whenever people say, fuck, DSA so white, or, oh, DSA all college educated, whatever, they're fucking losers. They don't understand you're talking about workers. You're talking about the current working class. The current American working class isn't the hard hat wearing, unionized labor force that it used to be. I mean, that's definitely a significant part of it too, but that's not the entire movement. That's not the entire demographic. Yeah. Michael Lange is right. Zoran Mamdani and Abdul Al-Sayed are young, charismatic Muslim leftists who talk affordability in three-part slogans, but the most important thing they share in the coalition, young, educated middle class taking the Democratic Party by storm. Stevens, on the other hand, had the Cuomo coalition under 65K and over 95K. She won the poorest voters and the wealthiest voters, to say nothing of her fact that her two biggest funders were Republican billionaires. El Sayed won middle-income voters. This image of her as a soot-faced, salt of the earth is a dishonest spin. This is, of course, the spin doctors over at CNN. The synthesis of these two blocks and their main complaints is hopelessness of entering the middle class and the hardline moral stance on Gaza have joined with boomer anger over establishment losing the Trump ×2. That's the energy behind all these upstart campaigns and the future. Yes. Jay Kang is correct and nails it. This is what is now the new working class movement that is at the heart of the left flank candidacies, the insurgent left movement. Boomers that are disillusioned with the establishment Democrats and despise them, that are retirees, that own homes. And then, for the most part, the backbone of this movement is the downwardly mobile, college-educated workers. That's at the heart of my community as well. That's the backbone of this movement, and that's precisely what this community is. And of course, in it, you have college-educated Amazon workers that are delivery drivers, or non-college-educated Amazon delivery drivers, college-educated and non-college-educated service sector employees, baristas, grad students. You're sadly very right about young millennials. I have friends with pretty well-paying engineering jobs but can't save for a house or even any form of actual savings because of their student debt payments. I mean, I know one. Not even just the undergrad degree, but Murad also has a master's in engineering. He's been a working engineer for the past 10 years. He still knows very well that he does not have enough of a nest egg cast aside. He's married. Right? He does not make enough money to ever own a home. He too is downwardly mobile. See, I have 2 college degrees and I have to drive Uber Eats. The problem for us, or the problem for the media, the problem for liberals think they can flip millennials against you. Yeah, that's really funny. Most millennial tattoo. Yeah, the problem for everybody is the media is getting their notes from their editors, and the editorial control is still in the hands of older people, right? Older folks that are out of touch. Older folks that entered the job market in a dramatically different time. Older folks that recognize college education as a immediate a college education for them means, oh, you're different. You're different than the rest of the working class. You can be employed with ease. And if you haven't been employed, that's because of your own personal moral failure. That's not the case anymore. They don't understand what the job market looks like right now. Those are the very same people who also make a big deal about 9/11. Okay? Those are the very same people that are fucking shrieking from the mountaintops, not realizing that for people who are under the age of 45, like, most people have made 9/11 jokes at this point. I'm not. And that's what's ironic about it. But like, again, like 9/11 to them means something entirely different than what it means for younger voters and what it means for younger folk in the United States of America anyway. But again, they're unbelievably out of touch as far as like where things are. Lucky for them, there's a lot of, 55-year-old and over, 55 and above that actually could get upset if they hear my statements about 9/11 and don't know what the context is. Obviously, if you were to describe the context, they would understand it. Yeah, that's why I thought it was very dumb for certain elements of the academic left, I won't say who, to hyper-focus on how bad PMC is when they are the bulk of the working class. I know. Don't even get me fucking started. Yeah, this was Dave Weigel's assessment as well. This is more of a Taylor Lorenz expertise, but I think the Hasan 9/11 joke has never hurt like Dems wanted to because everyone under 35 is irony poison and has been laughing at 9/11 jokes for years. Also, anyone with more than 2 brain cells understands what Hasan meant and recognized the bad faith nature of the attempts at attack. Yeah. That's part of the reason why it doesn't hit. And it only probably hits with people that want it to hit, people who know me as the anti-Israel guy and hate it, or people who hear my name Hasan and go, oh, he's an Al-Qaeda style terroristic Muslim Islamist jihadist anyway. And that's not exactly in the pocket of Democratic Party voters. They're not exactly lean Democrat voters either. 25 years in tech, making billionaire harebrained versions of actual reality near exec level, and I got cancer last September and blew my whole nest egg that I was only able to amass because of a distant grandparent set up a government bond and then died, even though I paid $1,600 a month for platinum ACA healthcare. Yep. Bro, my lifelong Dem mom is not online at all, and I told her about the America Deserves 9/11 thing, and she went, yeah, well, didn't we like invade there a bunch before that or something? Yeah. Most people recognize it, but it doesn't really matter because media discourse feeds on top of one another. So the media discourse actually is constantly feeding into previous media discourse. That's how you prop up a messaging campaign. That's how you start off by saying, here are some of the quotes that Hasan Piker has said. And obviously, these are very irrational quotes. These are very frustrating. And then they say, oh, people are very frustrated with these quotes because they keep blasting it over and over again. And it doesn't even matter if people are actually receiving it negatively or are outraged by it or whatever. And then the established narrative is set. What is this? Is that why you did this psycho speech 2 days ago to plant it? What psycho speech? Once the established narrative is this is a bad guy, then you keep hitting people in the head over it, over and over again. You just go, why are you hanging out with this bad guy? Okay? Why are you hanging out with this bad person? Many people are saying you shouldn't hang out with this bad person, right? Anyway, apparently Abdul is done being on the defense and started going on offense. We have 13 weeks. A ruptured Democratic Party now tries to unite behind Abdul al-Sayed. In the words of Muhammad Ali, we shook up the world, he told reporters, but he left many key Democrats in the state unconvinced now that his promises of transforming the electorate had fallen short after a primary campaign became a vicious, visceral, and deeply personal. At stake is a Senate seat critical to their party's chances of winning control over the upper chamber for President Donald Trump's final 2 years. While the microphones are on, political leaders talk confidently about how they know the party can come together behind Abdul al-Sayed against Mike Rogers, the former Republican congressman who came close to winning Michigan's other Senate seat in 2024. Then they often ask to go off the record to say how terrified they are that the wounds are too deep and festering to heal. The problem with that is that the wounds are deep and festering on the side of the party consultants who were caught with egg on their faces. Okay? The wounds are actually not festering and far too deep to heal for normies. Okay? Normie voters are looking at the situation and going, okay, well, he won. We're going to vote for him. The electability voters, which a lot of people seemingly forget, are voting on electability first and foremost. Which means that they don't want anything to do with a Republican, which means that they're not going to sit out an election. Those are at the heart of the motivated voters that make up the Democratic Party. Those are the most motivated voters. Those are the most high propensity voters. They always vote, the boomers. In any case, this is part of what's leading Democrats had hoped to avoid, with two telling CNN they reached out to El-Sayed repeatedly to ask him not to focus so much on Israel and to lower the temperature. This is the worst advice. Telling Abdul al-Sayed to cut it out with his Israel shit is unbelievably stupid, especially when Israel spent $32 million to make sure he doesn't win this race, and they failed. Especially when the anti-Israel slant that Abdul al-Sayed demonstrates feeds into his authenticity. It shows that he's a different type of Democrat. He's not like the other Democrats. He's more responsive to the needs of the base, especially when the anti-Israel slant is unbelievably popular. So all of that talk about you got to just say things that the voters believe is immediately cast aside when it comes to Israel. These guys are so fucking dumb. They're dumb and they're out of touch. Stevens called El-Sayed to congratulate him on Wednesday morning, not long before he held a victory press conference at the historic Spirit of Detroit Monument downtown. Their former challenger, Mallory McMorrow, was on hand, long planning to join whoever won the race, but Stevens was not invited, which some supporters said they viewed as an early slight because she quickly conceded the race and did things right. Part of what I'm going to be doing every day from here on out is listening to everybody and figuring out how we bring this party back together, said McMorrow. I recognize it may take a few weeks, McMorrow said, hopefully before polls close Tuesday. I don't think so. JNS, when it hosts anti-Semitic streamer Hasan Piker in January, University of Washington suggests attendees pay $10 per ticket. Democratic State Representative Roger Goodman, co-chair of the Legislative Jewish Caucus, told JNS that it would be a misstep for the public school to invite the divisive commentator. Yawn. The Destiny community is sending out mass emails to the school right now as well. Do emails work? Well, the emails only work. The emails only work when there is enough motivated reasoning from the deans and the leaders of these institutions. But I don't think the University of Washington is going to renege on this. Anyway, we'll get to it in a second. A unity rally is scheduled for Friday morning in Detroit, headlined by Pete Buttigieg, the Michigan transplant who declined to run for Senate himself ahead of a possible 2028 presidential bid. Already 45 organizers paid for the state party work across Michigan. Michigan Democratic Senate, Michigan Democratic State Chair Curtis Hertel said with that number scheduled to double by November. Outside money is already set, like the $20 million that the Senate Majority PAC allocated for Michigan no matter who won the primary. We've done town halls in every Republican district in the state. And we see people who are angry because they feel like they were promised something, that they would be first, and they would absolutely not have been. And they cut taxes for billionaires while they cut health care for the people here, Hertel said. So for Democrats, while I understand that there's rawness after a primary, I believe that they know that they will know what's actually at stake for the country about what happens in Michigan. And if none of that is enough, then how about a Trump supermajority in the Supreme Court? The final hour, streamers and confidence. With just over 48 hours until polls close, streamer Jack Coachella asked El-Sayed how many he owns of the black V-neck t-shirt. 12, El-Sayed answered, but I need more than just, but I need one more that just says most dangerous candidate for U.S.-Israel relationship. I'll wear it every day. El-Sayed dialed into the fundraiser from the passenger seat on his way to a pool party with influencers where he posed for shots looking over the rims of his sunglasses and gave a handshake hug to leftist influencer Hasan Piker. On Monday evening, he arrived with Piker, who was wearing a blue Metro Detroit Democratic Socialists of America cap, to an event at a church converted to a bar. Inside, he gave a practice run of his presumed victory speech, putting himself in what he said was a tradition of correcting the United States wrongs that felt appropriate for the country's 250th birthday. Outside, mostly out-of-state streamers, including 2 separate cat-focused podcast hosts, interviewed mostly out-of-state volunteers, all drawn by El Sayed. Like, Isaac Dover is such a rat fucker for the establishment operation. He's always done this. He was the #1 op for Bernie Sanders in 2016 and 2020 as well. So that's the reason why this article is that's the reason why this article has a tone, if you noticed, right? Like, oh, it's all outsiders who support Abdul El-Sayed. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, he's the centrist hatchet man. Asked after he voted at the Lewis Pasteur School in Detroit, Nathan Bruno, a 34-year-old automotive sales manager, said he picked El-Sayed mainly because of getting money out of politics, and Haley Stevens didn't have the credentials on that. Emily Lopez, a 30-year-old Detroit City employee who works in IT, said she cared about Israel and Gaza, but it was what the spending from big money group Stevens on Stevens' behalf that decided her vote. The American Israel Public Affairs Committee spent more than $30 million through the super PAC against El-Sayed, part of an barrage that put him on a 30-1 disadvantage on the airwaves. Stevens is fake and seems like an undercover Republican. If I took money from somebody, I feel like I'd need to give them something back. El-Sayed repeatedly tore into AIPAC. I've been working on progressive politics for a long time. I've never seen the issue of wanting to get big money out of politics on top of mind for voters as this year. Alawiye told CNN outside a school in Dearborn, where he just voted for himself in a winning primary race for state Senate seat. People are furious about our politics. After 7 months of knocking doors, all I can think about is all the pain that was expressed to me at every door and all the urging from one voter after another saying, promise you won't forget about us. They feel our national parties have forgotten about them. Anyway, then there's obviously the Haley Stevens side, where they go to choice voters that say, I'm leaning on Mike Rogers if Haley Stevens doesn't win because I care about Israel. But here's the one that I wanted to talk about. So Representative Hillary Skolton, a Stevens backer who was on stage at her election night primary, frequently criticized El-Sayed and linked him to several of Piker's controversial statements, including the streamer's comment that the U.S. deserved the September 11 terror attacks. Skolton declined to say before Tuesday whether she would endorse El-Sayed if he won. She posted a statement about the results that didn't mention him. El-Sayed supporters may rage about that reluctance to seek unity now, but going into Tuesday night, some were signaling that's exactly how they would have reacted had Stevens won. Maylot Quiros, the Democratic Socialist who beat an incumbent House Democrat in Colorado, campaigned with El-Sayed as she travels around the country to boost like-minded candidates, said she was looking forward to being back in the state to help him in the general election. We have to be standing tall and strong against fascism. Asked if she'd do the same for Stevens, she said, I might support from afar, probably actually. You know what? No, I wouldn't. Peace mode. Peace mode, Maylot. As support for Israel has plummeted in polling, El-Sayed's argument that the Jewish state is incompatible with progressivism helped him with his base. It's just like the first time in a while I've heard answers to problems that people I know have dealt with and that I will be dealing with soon, said Jared Mackey, a 26-year-old in a Red Wing shirt who test drives vehicles for Ford. He'd driven from Troy in short notice to be one of the few actual voters at Monday night's event with Piker and other influencers. The cost of healthcare and groceries was on his mind, Mackey said, but so was being disappointed in Biden for not being as progressive as he believed the former president had promised to be while running in 2020. That's a HasanAbi head. That's 100%. Which one of you motherfuckers, what's your username? That is literally a HasanAbi head. 100%. That is the telltale sign. Got him. Had Stevens won, Mackey said he wouldn't have been able to support her. Is there enough time for Democrats? Here's the last line. On Wednesday, El-Sayed sought to reassure Jewish Americans of his support for them. I want you to know that my commitment for your safety my commitment to Jewish safety is the same commitment that I have for the safety of my own daughters, he said, addressing reporters Wednesday morning. But outside of his hotel that morning, he rejected a CNN question about whether appearing with Piker was a mistake. I think people get real worried about him, but you think about who Mike Rogers has been palling around with, right? He said, referencing Trump. I think it's important for us to just remember what Mike Rogers is and what we're up against. The one thing most Michigan Democrats can agree on, at least for now, if they can pull off enough unity, at least to win back full control over the legislature, they're moving future primaries from August to spring so they can have more time to recover. So, yeah. Anyway. What is this? Am I dumb, or are those two sentences implying you are a danger? No, he's saying it's unbelievably stupid to constantly chirp about like who I'm campaigning with when the opposition is literally Donald Trump. The opposition is Donald fucking Trump. Anyway, Republicans for Abdul al-Sayed, his account has now merged. Nice. Stop letting establishment neoconservatives sell out our republic's sovereignty. Put America first. Vote Dr. Abdul al-Sayed November 3rd. Nice. Yeah. Another Democrats for Mike Rogers account with 14,400 followers only posted 3 times. This account was set up in 2014. Wow, look at that. Very real, very organic. Definitely going to be a problem. Just like that DSA Watch account. Promote Tallarico. I mean, sure. Yeah. I hope he wins. I'm very excited for a Tallarico dub. I mean, it's not even a question. James Tallarico versus Ken Paxton. The only thing I will tell you about James Tallarico that I'm concerned by is that I fear that some of his consultants are very much like the Liz Smith variety. I think Liz Smith might literally be a consultant. And the thing that I worry about with Tallarico is that it's Texas, and Texas has a lot, I promise you, a lot more wokes than you think. That's number one. And number two, Texas has a massive Hispanic population. And what do I always tell you about the data on the Hispanic population? Texas Latinos are actually very, very open to left populist sentiment. They went to Bernie by massive numbers. Okay? James Tallarico, unfortunately, because he's like his campaign is managed in large part by the Senate, or not Senate majority, sorry, Democratic majority, and like these other centrist think tanks, like the ones that worked on the Mallory McMorrow campaign, are probably positioning him against more radical propositions on the economy. And I worry that that won't carry him across the finish line for that reason. Right? Like Tallarico should be railing against billionaires, which he is, right? But then he should also be talking about Medicare for all. Universal health care, universal child care. There is no reason for Tallarico to not push those lines. Okay? I promise you, the Latino voters in Texas, by and large, are very supportive across all age groups on universal health care and universal child care and left populist policies. Okay? They're also very socially conservative. Not the younger Latino voters, but a lot of older Latino voters are very socially conservative. That's why the GOP has been able to successfully captivate them. That's why Texas GOP's operations revolve around constantly talking about abortion, constantly talking about, gay shit. Like, oh, Democrats, they care about gays, they care about transgenders, all this stuff. Okay? Some of the younger Latino voters are also very fucking right-wing as well when it comes to social conservatism, including being a fucking neo-Nazi. That's the problem, though. The problem is Texas. The problem is this. You can only win Texas with a major outreach campaign to the Latino voters. Okay? A lot of them are already bracketed under white, by the way, for those of you who don't understand what we're talking about. Many of them are the border cross me Latinos, right? Multiple generation Texans. And therefore, a lot of them have become white, not just white in the census, not just not just identified in the census as white, but also like their politics are fairly white. Okay? They're culturally white in some respects. It's a little bit more complex than that, obviously, because like they still obviously have a lot of love for Mexican culture. As a Texan chatter, you're wrong, man. There is no reason for him to push bounds when he is going to take so many votes from Ken Paxton. You don't understand how much people hate Ken Paxton on both sides. This predates Ken Paxton. This analysis is not just my analysis. Chuck Rocha would agree with this analysis as well. Okay? Chuck Rocha is a big part of the reason why the Teal Bernie shit popped off. Bernie Sanders' coalition was the Zoran coalition before Zoran. It was the coalition that that allowed Zoran to win his mayoral race. It's the coalition that played a big role in the Abdul al-Sayed race. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and you don't. Okay? Sorry. It's not rocking the boat for Tallarico to come out with more bold policies when it comes to left economic populism. You're just objectively wrong. It's fine. It's ironic that Tallarico is doing the exact opposite and focusing more on social progressivism and not economic populism. Okay? Now, I don't even mind that he's doing the whole, like, I'm going to defend LGBT shit. I think that's good. But you have to offer something beyond platitudes. Okay? Anti-billionaire sentiment is good. And he does a little bit of left economic populism, certainly, which plays very well. But Tallarico has to back that up with policies. He's doing the reverse in some instances.
The young people here.
Let's take a look.
Might not remember this, but those of you who are a little older may. Not so long ago, you could afford to live a good life in America. You could buy a home in your 20s. You could go to college for cheap or free. You could support a whole family on one paycheck. You could afford to get married, to have kids, to retire comfortably. You could fulfill your God-given potential. We called it the American dream. In the middle of the 20th century, we invested in healthcare and education. We built homes and highways. We protected workers' rights and workers' paychecks. We blocked consolidation and we encouraged competition. We built the largest, strongest middle class in the history of the world. But today, that middle class has disappeared. For too many of our neighbors, for too many Texans like Augusta, the American dream has become.
We are the ones talking to our Latino Texans all day, every day. Tallarico's doing fine. Pushing it more would be wrong, especially with Latinos over 40. Healthcare and protecting trans people is the way. Okay, guys, you're right. See, this is why I'm saying I don't need to talk about Tallarico. He's doing it. He's doing great. I think he has a really good shot at winning, and I hope he does. That's all I'm going to fucking say. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. If you don't want to fucking hear my commentary, why the fuck do you want me to talk about James Tallarico? Okay? He's doing everything right. The only thing he's not doing is more policies, Medicare for all, universal child care. These are the types of shit that he should be saying, but he's not saying that. That's it. But a lot of you already have, I think I've done too much election commentary, because I'm realizing now that many of you do not care about progress as much as you care about electing Democrats into office. We don't elect Democrats into office just so they can occupy a fucking seat that would be occupied by a Republican instead. We elect Democrats into office so they can push an agenda that centers the working class. Every single one of you that forgets that fundamental reality is a fucking idiot. Okay? We don't just elect Democrats so they can be Democrats. We elect Democrats so they fight for the working class. Remember, what good is it? DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, isn't just a sticker that shows that you're just a different kind of Democrat, a cool one. Okay? The Democratic Socialists of America are socialists. The Democratic Socialists of America care about uplifting the material conditions of the American working class. At the heart, politics is about distribution of resources, and for far too long, those resources have been held captive in the hands of the few. We are here to change that. Some of you think this is just the game. You've swapped teams from Democrat and Republican to Democratic Socialists, like you put on a jersey and that's it. There's something more important beyond the moniker, beyond the identity. That's why we care about the policies. Not only because if you say the right things about policies that you'll win a seat and then never really advance this agenda. We do not want that. That's what's different. That's why I say the job is not done when you win office. The job is not done. The job continues every single day. Okay? You then have to deliver that agenda. That's why Zoran is doing a great job so far. He's delivering on his promises. He's doing good governance. That's what is important. Jesus Christ. Some of you are fucking delusional.
Become an American nightmare. It is too expensive to buy a home. It's too expensive to get married and have.
There's not a single district in this country where it hurts you to say, fuck Israel. Well, there might be some districts in the country that might hurt if you say fuck Israel. But most districts in this country, you can deliver a scathing critique of Israel's genocide and our tax dollars going over there instead of fixing the problems in our neighborhoods. Okay? And there's not a single district in this country where you should shy away from bolder agenda items that spell left economic populism. Okay? There's not a single district in this country where it hurts you to say, I want to heal you. I want to offer you free health care. Not a single district. Not in Texas, not in Alabama, not in Mississippi, and not in Missouri. Okay? You're wrong.
Kids, it's too expensive to retire comfortably. People are working hard every day. They're playing by the rules. But
Are
those
you a
rules
Republican? Yes.
of today weren't written for us. They were written for billionaires. We can't afford a home, but Jeff Bezos has at least a dozen. We can't afford to fill up our tank, but Mark Zuckerberg is launching helicopters off his mega yacht. 1 in 5 Texas children.
You know what? It was that one liberal YouTube essayist that's called this liberal populism, and he's right. I mean, look, if it works, it works. I would like to see more. I'm never going to stand in opposition to James Tallarico, but I will say this. He is the perhaps best. Him and John Ossoff are the two liberal sloppulists, and they're very good at this. They're very good. They're very, very good at liberal populism. If the Democrats want to change their strategy, they should probably lean into the likes of James Tallarico and John Ossoff, because those guys do very well with liberal populism. They never say things shouldn't change. They never lean into institutions. They try to promote a positive vision, an affirmative vision, but utterly devoid of campaign promises. In many respects, it is true sloppulism, I think. And I don't mean liberal populism as a positive. I, of course, want left populism. I want more than, broad generalizations about billionaires being bad. I want that to be associated with tangible policy changes that are absolutely necessary to materially improve the lives of all Americans.
Live in poverty, but one of our own residents became the world's first trillionaire. Those three men now own more wealth than the entire middle class. The top 1% has put the American dream behind a paywall.
Yeah, you say billionaires are bad, but you won't subscribe to a wealth tax. You say we got to fix our roads, but don't say how. You say we got to heal our people, but don't subscribe to Medicare for all. This is liberal populism. I am not an enemy of James Tallarico. I like James Tallarico. I want him to destroy Ken Paxton. And I believe he has the capacity. But if you are to ask me what my attitude is broadly, while I like James Tallarico a lot, my initial suspicions were that he shied away from taking certain positions that I found to be interesting. Guys that speak like that usually are Bernie-crats. Guys that speak like that usually will then tell you what they're going to do.
We're told a story. Work hard, play by the rules, and you'll thrive. No matter who you are or where you start, the grind will pay off. But for too many, this story just isn't true. Groceries, rent, insurance, taxes, the car note, the power bill, the math doesn't work.
I was so happy to graduate college, but why is rent so expensive?
2 out of 3 Americans told us they're stressed about their own finances.
No matter how hard you hustle, you can't get ahead. The culture wars are exploited to divide us, while insurance companies get away with denying our claims, while hedge funds buy up all the houses in our neighborhoods, while we have to pay
this is a sign of progress, by the way. It is a sign of progress that Democrats are at least like doing better campaigning. You know what I mean? Like it's a it's a sign of progress that you have at least some Democrats who are more competent than the establishment centrist Democrats.
$1,000 for an ambulance. You aren't the problem. Neither are your fellow Americans. The problem is a corrupt and failing political system. The problem is that the people's elected representatives don't represent the people. They represent the donors and special interests. Corruption is why things don't work for.
Yeah, his like anti-corruption stance is beast mode. I love it. I think, on the left flank, we need to hit that line more too, for the record. Because like Americans broadly despise the corruption in Washington, D.C. You know who did that very effectively in a super simplified message? that everyone could understand? Donald Trump. That was drain the swamp. That was drain the swamp. Donald Trump did that so perfectly. He said, we're going to drain the swamp. We're going to drain the swamp. We're going to drain the swamp. And people could understand it. People understood that that was an anti-corruption message. Now, of course, Donald Trump is the biggest swamp monster of all, right? He's the biggest swamp monster of all. But the reason why it hit hard is because he could present himself as an outsider fighting against corporate interests, an outsider who was a billionaire, and therefore he didn't need to be funded by these super wealthy people, even though he was. Right? One thing that's really funny is James Tallarico is ripping David Sirota's investigative reporting from The Lever. And The Lever has done a lot of great work shitting on or identifying these centrist think tanks that are the puppeteers behind the Tallarico campaign. So it's very cool that he's like talking about the Powell memo. This is literally bar for bar David Sirota's reporting on The Lever. Okay? David Sirota's outlet, the Lever, has also identified some of these centrist think tanks that are part of the reason why I'm a little bit skeptical about what Tallarico will represent as a senator from Texas. Not to say that I oppose his run in any way, shape, or form. I want to repeat that one more time. I'm a Tallarico myself, okay? I'm just giving you a little bit of my insight and a little bit of why I'm not as like involved with Tallarico and as excited about Tallarico as I am about like Abdul al-Sayed. Abdul al-Sayed is not a socialist. All right? But that's it. That's the reason. Ossoff and Tallarico seem like low-hanging fruit for the establishment to co-op and recapture disillusioned voters back into the establishment Dem camp is not enough. We are decades overdue for these policies. We can't let these watered-down half measures own this precious moment. We won't get a second chance at this. True leftism or re-riot. I mean, okay, dude, I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. It's just that's I have my similar scrutiny, my similar skepticisms of both of these campaigns, even though they're very good, right? They're very good. They're very aesthetically appealing. They're very like for a certain type of liberal, these guys are catnip. Like it's the same way that like Zoran is such a powerful, towering force now in Zoran is such a towering force in yeah, Liz Smith is all up and down this campaign, yes. The National Democratic Party has forgotten the fight, but in this critical moment, we need fighters, not folders. We need a Democratic Party that's a little less Washington and a little more Texas.
The Democratic...
Yeah, it's great. His messaging is great. His messaging is airtight. It's very solid. Very, very solid. I just wish that there was a little bit more focus on the agenda behind it, and he was a little bit more bold with some of his policy prescriptions to the problems that we're facing. Because if people inevitably ask him, like, so what are you going to do about it? And he goes, oh, well, we're going to make healthcare affordable or some shit like that, then it fucking sucks. You know what I mean?
50 years ago, a corporate lawyer named Lewis Powell circulated a memo around D.C., a blueprint for how corporations could amass political power, reverse the gains of the Great Society and the New Deal, and rig the system for themselves. The Powell memo outlined a strategy: unite corporate special interests, privilege corporate perspectives in the media, appoint sympathetic judges to the court, and buy politicians in both political parties. And it worked.
Look, it's Texas. My concern is, will he uphold the filibuster, vote against D.C. statehood? and work to block court reform. If he's in favor of that shit, I'll let it slide. Wait, vote against DC statehood. We want DC statehood. What the hell? You mean vote for DC statehood and vote against the filibuster? I guess you're saying the opposite. Okay. Yeah. Ban that chatter. Yes, I'm saying bad things I don't want. Yeah.
Republicans and some Democrats sold the false gospel of trickle-down economics.
Michael from Heritage Foundation.
That idea that the best way to grow the economy is to let the rich get richer and forget about everybody else. That the best way.
I know he's not perfect, but everyone in Austin here is excited to vote for him. Yes, yes, yes. He is, in some respects, better than Beto. And in, ironically enough, some respects, maybe even like, we'll see. But yes, he is 100% awesome. He's so much better than Allred. He is the guy for Texas. This is currently, as it stands, the best it's going to get. Okay? I have no problems with him. I want him to destroy Ken Paxton. Ken Paxton is a monster of epic proportions. I've done extensive commentary on the Ken Paxton phenomena. He is perhaps the most honest expression of the grand old pedophile party running on defending pedophilia. Ken Paxton is a pedophile protector. Okay? Yeah, Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, I don't know. Trump is just beast moding on Abdul Al-Sayed. I saw that tweet. I said, it's great. The level of patience watching DSA plus Bernie drag the Americans to the class consciousness can be too high and demanding on my blood pressure. Okay, well, what are you going to do? There's nothing you can do.
To motivate wealthy people is to give them money. And the best way to motivate the rest of us is to take it away. Someday, somehow, they told us the gains would trickle down to the rest of us. Trickle-down economics is not a theory. It's theft.
Boom!
For 50 years.
Boom! Yes! Oh my God, people are also cheering. Oh God. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. He's great. He's great. He's great. Just, I wish there was more behind it, but fucking, for Texas against Ken Paxton, not even a question,
For 50 years, billionaire mega donors and their puppet politicians have been stealing from the American people, stealing the wealth that we created with their bribes, their bailouts, and their billionaire tax breaks. This affordability crisis isn't something that happened over the last 5 years. This affordability crisis has been 50 years in the making. Since the late 1970s, mega donors and corporate special interests have been buying politicians in both political parties. And then those politicians turned around and rigged the economy to benefit their wealthy donors at our expense. We have an affordability crisis because we have a corruption crisis.
Sloppyism is a role in this movement, even if it's not ideal. No. The amount of left populism or sloppyism I'm willing to abide by is Abdul Al-Sayed. Nothing past that point. Sorry. And that's just for this cycle. Okay? I've talked about this already. I have a theory for change. I have a theory with who I work with. And there is a hard limit. Tallarico doesn't reach that limit. If Tallarico had an Abdul Al-Sayed style platform, I would fucking I'll be door knock. I'll be doing anything I can. Okay? That is not even a question. Abdul El Sayed is the limit, is the most right wing I will go as far as, aggressively throwing my weight around in their favor to the best of my ability. Now, people will say, Hasan, in Texas, who gives a shit about your perspective? Then great, whatever. You literally say the same thing in your speeches, but they focus on what you're wearing. Yes, because Talarico is a part of the has a lot of good favor within the establishment consultant class. That's why they love him. Anyway, I think the one thing that I feel missing from these campaigns is recognition of how much quality of life has decreased since the COVID era. The culture war reactionaries went from cut back on the avocado toast to cut down on your basic grocery bill in less than a decade, and it's been a very despairing thing to witness and experience. Oh, 100%. That's actually a great line. Yubi. Excellent point that you made right there. Yeah, they used to say, don't get a fucking matcha latte. What are you doing? Now they literally say, don't get eggs. Great line. I'm downloading that. It's my line now. It's our line, comrade. Also, here's one more funny moment. Ken Paxton is so dog shit. Even Jesse Waters is freaking out on it.
I agree. You got to hit him on the issues. And Paxton should be doing that. Where's Paxton? I've seen Mitch McConnell more than Paxton. McConnell's been in the hospital all summer. Get out of your hole, Paxton, and do something. I can't win this race for you. It's not on Fox. Go raise some money, do a hit, and lay the lumber to this guy. I mean, yeah, he's younger and he's got a little energy and he's new or whatever. But come on, if you lose this seat for Republicans in Texas, you should seek asylum in Mexico. This cannot happen.
That's awesome. The problem with Ken Paxton is that seeing more of Ken Paxton is not necessarily good for Ken Paxton. There is that problem there as well. Something you got to consider. Who'd want to see him? Yeah, that is what Ken Paxton looks like. Yeah. Is that how his face normally looks? That's his good side. That's literally his good side. What do you mean? What is this? We have a critical hit to the consultants. People are saying they might not recover from this image. No. This is the right thing to do. And Haley Stevens is locking in. She's doing the appropriate thing. That's it. Party unity, baby. Big tent, big tent, big tent. All the way. Big tent all the way into November. Haley Stevens is growing on me, ladies and gentlemen.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
That's right. She's growing on me. That Haley, she's growing on me. Yeah, I don't know why you guys are highlighting this fucking dipshit bot account that goes, I don't want to hear about Stevens or Gaza or AIPAC anymore from leftists. You're in the big leagues now. What are you going to do to combat this? It's like, first of all, when have you been in the big leagues? You're just a random fucking account on Twitter. Like, who the fuck are you? That's number one. Number two, like what? More of fucking racialized animus? Oh my God. Wow. Shocked. I love when these supposed like anti-left quote unquote centrist accounts would be like, look at this attack ad. It's so good. The left has no answer for this. I mean, I don't want the left to lose here, but like, look at this amazing attack ad that's unbelievably racist. And I agree with it, but I won't say that I agree with it. It's like, okay, dude, so what are you doing? The proper response to this is to be, look at how fucking unbelievably racist this is. And you know, push back against it. Also, imagine being like, hey, Abdul El-Sayed, you should stop talking about AIPAC. You should stop talking about Israel, even when they're dumping fuckloads of money against you.
So let's talk about all this and more with Julie Roginski and Republican strategist and MS Now political analyst Susan Del Percio. Thank you, ladies, for joining us.
Abdul's new PAC ad. Snopes is getting involved. Did Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed say he believes America deserved 9/11? There's no proof. Yeah. Oh my God, they have to literally go, oh, but Hasan did. Your guys are fucking idiots as Snopes, dude. Anyway, Abdul cooks warmonger Mike Rogers with brutal ad. Let's take a look.
There comes a time in life when things start to slow down, when you just don't have the same energy you had 20 years ago. But there's a way to bring some excitement back.
What has not helped is the fact that the United States hasn't strongly said that military intervention is still on the table.
Introducing Endless War from Mike Rogers.
Boy, it's really hard when you have to justify every minute of the war, I think, for the president.
With Endless War, you can feel like yourself again.
I think.
Okay, that's amazing. No notes. Fuck yeah. And that's before we get to the opioid crisis. That's before we get to that.
When people think about boots on the ground, they're thinking big maneuver elements, divisions, brigades, battalions. No one's talking about that, although I don't think we should eliminate it.
Side effects may include death, economic hardship, and global instability. Some patients have reported fuel shortages, which may cause inflation. Endless War has not been proven to make Americans any safer.
Ask your doctor if...
I like that they framed it as a drug ad too, because this is signaling that he's probably going to do the big pharma shit too afterwards. No notes.
Endless
Spectacular
War is
ad.
right for you.
Cinema.
There comes a time in life when things start to slow down.
Ask your doctor about war. I love that. Hasan Pirali, current majority PAC. Wait. Oh, it's the Senate majority PAC that did it. Oh, damn. Okay. Wait, this is from the Senate majority? Dude, what the fuck? Bro, they had this shit lined up. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Dude, what the fuck have the Democrats been doing this entire time? That's 2 for 2. Okay? That is literally 2 for 2. So it turns out they had this level of talent. They just weren't deploying it. Because they were just using it on fucking like Amy McGrath. Being like, Amy McGrath is a Navy Air Force pilot. Like Amy McGrath is gonna kill the Taliban. It turns out they have talented ad people on their side. They just have never had a good policy to back. What the fuck is happening? What am I seeing with my eyes? This is 2 for 2. This is 2 for 2. 2 for 2. What is happening? Chuck Schumer. Unleash the beast. What gives? They were aura farming in the gravity training chamber, making Journey TikTok edits. No, I just don't understand. Dude. The secret lefties that we planted at the DNC are activating. No, but it's just like, it blows my mind that this goes back to what I was always saying. Like, the strongest liberalism has ever been was when FDR aligned with the communists, okay? It was the FDR, Stalin, Winston Churchill alliance. This is how we defeated fascism. God damn it. All they needed to do was just fucking stand by the wayside and just offer. We put the people on the ground, and they do a lend-lease agreement, okay? Lend-lease agreement. You give us the materials, you give us the money, and we bring the people, and that's how we defeat fascism. The Soviets provide the muscle and the manpower, and the Americans provide the material. Jesus Christ. The end of this metaphor is a Cold War. Yeah, but that's, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Right now, fascism is here, okay? And we have to defeat fascism. Yeah, this is what they used to do. This is what the fucking the Senate, this is what the Senate majority PAC was pushing.
When I was 12 years old, I knew exactly what I wanted to do when I grew up. I wanted to fly fighter jets and land on aircraft carriers because that's the toughest flying you can do.
Bro, Mitch McConnell literally put fucking insane numbers on the board after they spent like $70 million on this shit.
When I was 13, my congressman told me I couldn't fly in combat. He said Congress thought women ought to be protected and not allowed to serve in combat. I never got a letter back from my Senator Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, why didn't voters like this? Are they stupid? It can't be us.
I then wrote every member of the House and
Charles Booker farted on this goofy. He did win the primary. Charles Booker is actually farted on this goofy. Jesus Christ. When are you and Charles Booker linking up, my goat? Whenever, dude. Whenever. I love Charles Booker. Charles Booker comes to me in my dreams.
Senate Armed Services Committees asking them to change the law. I said they just hadn't met me yet, and I knew I could do it. But most of them told me I couldn't. Then I got into the Naval Academy, and wouldn't you know, that's when they changed the law. I'm Amy McGrath, and I love our country. I spent 20 years as a U.S. Marine, flew 89 combat missions bombing Al-Qaeda and the Taliban.
Like literally, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck were the Democrats? Oh my God. I'm getting triggered again. I'm getting triggered again. What? What is this? What are you offering the people of Kentucky? What are you offering? Why? Why would anybody vote for you, Amy McGrath? Why? We dumped $100 million into this, and she lost by 20 points to a fucking decrepit, old crypt keeper ass turtle. And you know what's funny? You know who's doing those ads right now? Michael fucking Rogers, baby. That's right. That's why he's going to fucking lose. That's why they're going to lose. The solution, the antidote to the poison of establishment politics is populism, real left flank candidates. Immediately, we flipped the script almost overnight on a movement that has been building for the past decade. Now they're the ones who are the school marm woke scolds going, oh, you can't say this about Israel. You can't say that. Americans hate cancel culture. Americans hate when someone tells them what they can and can't say. And that's a big part of the reason why Americans do not fuck with Israel at all. Okay? If we deliver policies, if we have a policy first agenda, if we have a platform that says Americans deserve more, and we tell them exactly how we're going to get it, we tell them exactly what we're going to do, Republicans have to position themselves as against that. Okay? Medicare for all. Money in your pockets. Money out of politics. Easy to understand. Easy to understand platform. Okay? That's the beauty of it. So I laugh when people turn around and say, no, you got to moderate your message. Yeah? Abdul should come out and say Medicare for some. Money not in your pockets, but in the pockets of corporations. Money not out of politics, but money in politics. That's how we should moderate his message. For who? For who? So you feel good? You, the consultants, you, the DC media? Why the fuck should he do that? Medicare for some? That's how we should moderate his message, right? So fucking stupid. Did you see Third Way is recommending the party turn away from small dollar donors? Third Way are such unbelievable fucking ops. Yeah, I mean, dude, look, that was the Amy McGrath ad. This is also a little bit of like a, you know, ad that's like promoting the candidate. But look, hold on. A little bit of an ad that promotes the candidate, but it brings a tear to my eye, so I crowed, so I got to play it again. It's so good.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit.
I love this ad so much.
Took the midnight train going anywhere.
But most of all, it needs us to spread that contagious Michigan passion that has come to define us. It's that we have the audacity to believe that we can change this world, and that each of us will.
Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling.
I love America. I love the United States of America. America first.
Don't stop believing.
Look at all those white people. Thank you. I love white people. I love America. USA. USA. And I love the Senate Majority PAC. Never thought I would say those words. Ted Cruz brought me up in a Senate hearing.
Among other things, Mr. Al-Sayed has campaigned alongside Hasan Piker, a radical left-wing Islamist who has said, among other things, America deserved 9/11.
Hey, Ted, I wouldn't be bringing up 9/11 if I were you, because you were masturbating to cuck porn on 9/11, famously. Okay? Ted Cruz once famously revealed that he was masturbating to cuck porn on 9/11. Or no, it was stepmom porn, sorry. A little bit of porn-a-rooney for me. Yeah. Never forget. Read the first line of the description. Yeah. During a Senate Judiciary Subcommittee hearing examining the alleged influence of the Muslim Brotherhood Network in the United States, Senator Ted Cruz questioned witnesses about Michigan Democratic Senate nominee Abdul Al-Sayed. And then brought me up, which is really funny. Yeah, me, Mr. Muslim Brotherhood's strongest soldier, Hasan Piker. Like, what a stupid fucking argument, dude. What an insane thing to advance.
Mr. Al-Sayed was very proud to stand next to Hasan Piker. I want to ask each of the three witnesses, do you believe America deserved 9/11?
No, sir, it did not.
Al-Qaeda committed the acts that we saw on 9/11. Al-Qaeda hijacked commercial airliners and flew them into the World Trade Center and into the Pentagon and attempted to fly another plane and kill more civilians. They killed 3,000 civilians, and for anyone to claim that any one of those civilians or individuals who died in that atrocious terrorist attack deserved it is shameful.
Well, good thing I don't. So.
Ms. Claypock.
Absolutely not. And the reframing of 9/11 as something that is a consequence of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East is an incredibly dangerous rhetoric.
It's literally true. That part is true. You can say like, oh, you can't say Americans deserve 9/11 or Americans deserve to die. I don't agree with that statement. I don't think Americans deserve to die. But to say that this is, it's fucked up to say it's blowback. Well, this is literally just objectively true. It's not just my assessment. George W. Bush also said something similar. Robert Kagan has said something similar. Like, there's academic consensus on this. So the CIA agrees with it. Joe Kent, the former director of national intelligence, said it recently.
Rhetorical tool that the Brotherhood has used, and we've seen that rhetorical tool extend even beyond to Mr. El-Sayed's statements about even the recent terrorist attack against a preschool in Michigan.
Mr. Scheidler.
I have to concur. It's a horrific statement.
Final question. What does it say to you that today's Democrat Party is proudly supporting Mr. El-Sayed as a Michigan U.S. Senate candidate and will funnel money, support, and advocacy behind his candidacy, notwithstanding his willingness to embrace someone like Hasan Piker, who says America deserved 9/11?
We are the most Israel-infiltrated country, dude. This guy literally said openly that he's Israel first. Everything that he says about Muslims, Islam, Abdul El-Sayed should be framed back to his actual loyalty to Israel. You're getting very famous this midterm cycle, by the way, Lol, strap in. I mean, yeah, it's very funny. By the way, this guy asked me to collab. You guys remember that? Back in the day?
Mr. Scheidler?
Oh, I would say it shows the success of the Muslim Brotherhood Network over multiple decades, that they achieved what they said they were going to achieve, which was to normalize support for Hamas, normalize support for terrorism.
Ms. Claypock?
I would concur with that. The classification.
Yeah, Democrats are the party of... Democrats are Muslim Brotherhood. Okay, that's a good message. Yeah, run with that. This room today. Anyway. That was a really good ad. All right, let's get to the
Before we get into
MSNBC.
our discussion here, I want to play some sound that aired on MS Now last night talking about uniting the Democratic Party after that bruising primary. This is El-Sayed.
Hey, this is a big tent, and I know we might not agree on everything, but I do hope that you agree with me that the things that bring us together are so much bigger than the things that might be dividing us, and that we have an opportunity to protect ourselves from an ongoing Trump administration. If you believe that we need to be able to make groceries affordable, we need to be able to afford housing, we need health care when we need it, then I hope that you'll join me in this movement to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all.
So, Julie, you know, all we're hearing is this unifying message for Democrats. Is that going to work? Is this going to be something that he can actually do?
He's got some work to do. I mean, he's on the right track with the message that he just delivered, but he's... Look.
Why are they asking Republican consultants this question?
Look, he's got a lot of work to do. More than 50% of Democrats in Michigan did not vote for Abdul El-Sayed, which means that he needs to get those people to come over and put aside their misgivings about him and do that. Now, the messaging that I think he just came out with is strong and positive. On the other hand, he continues to hang out with Hasan Piker, who I suggest very strongly that he distance himself from. Hasan Piker.
Yeah, let's hear from this Republican consultant who was in opposition to Abdul's candidacy from the jump, and still might very well be, about what Abdul should and shouldn't do. It's so funny because Zoran won above 50% of the general, and they still push this minimizing shit. Yeah.
Came out and basically said on election day that anybody who doesn't vote for him is an Islamophobe and is a piece of you-know-what. That's not the way to talk to people that you want to bring into your
not what I said.
Coalition. Abdul El-Sayed.
God, I hate this shit so much. Oh, I hate being like, this is probably one of the worst aspects of my job is just like, there's an entire cottage industry of professional misunderstanders. And the narrative is set.
Told Michelle Goldberg of the New York Times that people who don't vote for him aren't voting for him because they've been inundated with $60 million worth of ads. Maybe it's just that they don't agree with him. I mean, you can't treat people that way, talk about them that way, and then expect them to come and vote for you. I think the messaging is great.
Wait. Centrist Democratic Party consultants are literally getting mad. You didn't say consultants, though? Brother, you're a 57-month subscriber. Why do you guys do this all the time? You literally look directly at the face of a right-wing propagandist, and you go, I'm a fucking idiot. And I get my notes from an MSNBC Republican consultant. When have I ever vote shamed? When have I ever voter shamed? You got to earn those votes. Always and forever. And I did say it at the end of the fucking rant. What voter called Abdul a terrorist, dumbass? It was the fucking mailers. And it was the consultants that were boosting said mailers to be like, this is why Abdul's going to lose. To be fair, you're shaming them right now. Yeah, I will shame my own community. If someone's a 57-month subscriber and they look at a fucking very clear, disingenuous line of attack that's being now used to attack Abdul, and you turn around and you go, actually, this person that despises me, this person that probably hates my worldview is actually kind of right. Like, it's your fault. Are you okay? What happened? You saw it? Take a day off.
I think we all broadly agree on everything he just said in that soundbite. What he needs to do is convince African-American voters in Detroit, Jewish voters, working class voters. These are people who did not vote for him broadly. He needs to convince them that he is the right person to take their concerns to Washington.
Bullshit. Working class voters voted for Abdul El-Sayed. Bullshit.
Otherwise, they might stay home or potentially even vote Republican to send a message that somebody like Hasan Piker has no place in the Democratic Party.
Susan, to Julie's point, and this is something we've also heard Al-Sayed say.
This is so fucking insane. Where they're literally saying, like, no, you don't, like, that's why people in Detroit, like older black voters, didn't vote for Abdul El-Sayed because he hung out with Hasan Piker. You're a fucking psycho. No one knows who the fuck I am. I would go so far as to say there's probably like, at most, 400 people. 400 people that voted against Abdul El-Sayed because they hate me. Those are the same people who are now saying they're going to vote for Mike Rogers anyway. What is going on? I feel like these guys have taken crazy pills. But once again, the opportunity here is, this is good. If the best thing they got on Abdul is something that I said and apologized for a decade ago, then fucking awesome.
In the past couple of days, there is work to do. What is that work specifically? I mean, is it knocking on doors? Is it sending out more pamphlets? What does he have to do exactly?
Well, Al-Sayed has a really complicated task ahead of him. And it's not, ironically, not dissimilar to what Mike Rogers, his Republican challenger, has to do. You have to keep the base ignited so they show up, because without that base vote, you're not going to get over a potentially very close race. But you also then have to pivot to the center. And basically, Al-Sayed has...
Okay. That is the Republican consultant. The other one is, I think, former Republican, now Democrat consultant. This is the current Republican consultant. And why is the sentiment being echoed by both of these consultants the same? Do we think that the Republican strategist wants Abdul to win? So if we don't think that the Republican strategist wants Abdul to win, why are we listening to what they have to say? And why are we not calling out how similar both the former Republican, now current Democrat strategist and the current Republican strategist are saying the exact same shit?
Has to make a big push towards independence, where Mike Rogers is also going to be going after that, are more traditional independent or center-right issues. So I find that challenge.
Let's look at the Google Trends. Mainstream media is working hard to make you known. Yeah, I know. Google Trends for Michigan for the past week shows people searching for AIPAC 3x times more often than they're searching for Hasan Piker. Wait, what? What? That's crazy. This TikTok has been popping off on what you've been saying.
If we want to attract Democratic voters, we have to pivot center. Fuck. Okay, that was just a fluke. He's the social media candidate. Fuck. All right, well, New York is full of radical leftists. It can never happen outside of there. Fuck. It's just those are all comfortably blue districts, all right? This could never happen in a swing state. In fact, we will pour $60 million into the Senate race to make sure that it doesn't happen. Fuck. Listen, if we want to attract Democratic voters, we have to pivot center. Fuck. Okay, that was just a fluke. He's the social media.
Yep. MSM wants you as a wedge. I think this is probably true. Yeah, I think part of it is I think a part of it is because they love characters. Like it's a narrative device, right? And I have an endless amount of shit that you can yell about. So I think it's a little bit like narrative focused. That's why they do this guy's a kingmaker. We need a Joe Rogan to the left, all this shit, right? It's stupid, but that's what they set up as a plot point. I think the reason why they're trying to do this, though, is twofold. One, to sever this tie, to defang the opportunity that other candidates will have in the future when they collaborate with me. They are trying to do the thing where they juice you on Fox News every day so that your negatives go up with the Republicans, and then they can get you net negative and then use that as an excuse for why you should never be a part of the party. They did the same thing to AOC. Yeah. No, that's the strategy for sure. And also, they're doing it on the Democratic front as well because I'm not an elected representative. So they're hitting the electability argument to be like, well, Hasan is not electable. It's like, well, bitch, I'm not fucking running for office. So Democrats and Republicans can both do that, whereas Democrats couldn't do that to AOC because AOC was an elected representative. But that's basically what it is. It can't be underestimated how much the consultants and media figures just have personal enmity towards you, and that also plays a role. Yes. The problem for them is this doesn't go away because the movement doesn't go away. And like, even if they claim that my approvals are negative or whatever, right? Because it's going to be like unbelievably base boosted by the Republicans. It's going to be like fucking only Republicans know who I am. All the older Republican voters are going to know who I am. And they're going to be like, oh, we have a negative opinion of him because he's a terrorist. Ultimately, yeah. Notice how you'll never see a mainstream media person complaining to Republicans to get them to stop going on live streams with Aiden Ross, who has Nazis on the podcast, talk show, talk radio, racist, Fox News, Newsmax. It's all normal. Dude. Fuck Aiden Ross. Charlie Kirk. Can you imagine a media cycle at Fox News being like, should Republicans appear alongside Charlie Kirk, who have said that like black women shouldn't be pilots? Like, can you imagine a world where CNN, MSNBC were like, well, Charlie Kirk is operating on these, Charlie Kirk is out stumping for the like, can you think about a world where CNN and MSNBC are literally talking about Charlie Kirk in the way that they talk about me right now on Fox News or even on CNN and MSNBC? There is no equivocation. There is no moral equivalence between what I broadly represent and what Charlie Kirk represented. But Charlie Kirk and myself are basically doing kind of the same thing, or were doing kind of the same thing. Okay? A guy who was against the Voting Rights Act, a guy who has said unbelievably racist shit. Did MSNBC ever turn around and say Donald Trump has controversial podcaster Charlie Kirk by his side at this campaign rally? No. They didn't. Think about why. Could you imagine if CNN was launching an anti-Charlie Kirk tirade and then Fox News was like, well, we got to hand it to the wokes. Charlie Kirk is too much of an anti-woke force and maybe he won't be able to appeal to the fucking moderates. Now, of course, the reality of the matter is this is an ineffective mode of campaigning. Because if Democrats launch that stupid-ass campaign to be like, well, Charlie Kirk is a real racist guy, and he's campaigning with all these fucking candidates or whatever, the reality of the matter is it would have been an unbelievably ineffective campaign. I'm just saying the Republicans would never in a million years be like, yeah, we got to hand it to the CNN folk over here. Charlie Kirk is a danger. We need to reach out to more moderate voters because they want to fucking win.
Challenge right there, huge for Al-Sayed. I also think Mike Rogers has the challenge of having to get Trump voters out and yet not affiliate so much with Trump himself because his numbers are in the tank with independents.
And let me just say this also, because I think it's important. People think the Democratic base is the people who scream loudest and the people who are, you're hearing about now, who are, online and determinedly online. The Democratic base is black women. Let's be clear. Without black women, this party has never won an election since Lyndon Johnson, the majority presidential election with the majority of the white vote.
Well, and to that point, I would argue that Jim Clyburn coming out as strong as he did 2 weeks ago for Stevens is what really started to close those poll numbers.
But is that enough, though?
Well, that's my point is he needs to bring those black women and more broadly black voters back into his tent. They did. I mean, it's not that none of them voted for him, but she got the majority, it seems, of the black vote. He needs to bring black women particularly back into the fold. That is the base of the Democratic Party, and that's who he can't win without. He needs to do that immediately. For all that we're hearing about all of these different other aspects, he can't do it without Detroit. He cannot do it. And he needs those people to come out and vote for him as strongly as possible. And right now, those were not his voters on Tuesday.
And Flint, too. Going back to Republicans, is the message that we just heard from the vice president and president going to resonate with Republicans? I mean, should Mike sort of fall in line with that messaging or maybe break away from Trump?
I think Mike Rogers has to break away from Trump as much as he can without getting Trump's wrath. And now that's very difficult. Like Nancy Pelosi, what made her such an amazing leader and politician was she would go out to her candidates and say, go ahead, say whatever you've got to do about me. Just win. And once you win, I want you to fall in line with me, but win first. Donald Trump's ego can't handle any critique, or slight criticism. But where I think Mike Rogers has a good point where he could start separating and maybe piggybacking on some of the Democratic Socialists of America's messaging as far as going after that is especially on Medicare for All. Medicaid for All is basically getting rid of employer-based health insurance. And that is something independents are going to not.
Here we go. Here are the talking points coming out. Finally, haven't heard these in a while because no one was fucking running on Medicare for All for the longest goddamn time. So I'm glad that this is now the Republican message again. Oh, you can't, you're taking away these fucking panels. Yeah. Flashback. It's 2020 again.
Like whatsoever. So that's an issue where he can kind of stay in the right lane.
They're going to do death
but
panels.
I think where we'll also see him break from this administration is on foreign policy. I think he will go back to more of his neocon tendencies there.
Let's talk about what's going on in Wisconsin today. The focus now shifting to that primary on Tuesday, where another progressive candidate is on the ballot. This is all for the governor's race. Francesca Hong and her opponent is David Crowley. So, Julie, when you think about Al-Sayed's victory, how narrow it was, and I believe it was 1 percentage point, are you expecting a similar tight race in Wisconsin?
Yeah, I mean, look, the polls are all over the place. They were all over the place in Michigan. They were all over the place here. I don't believe that she's going to win with a landslide. The polls showed that she's going to win by. She hasn't particularly been a great candidate. I expect her to win, but I don't think she's going to win in the way that she needs to win in order to have a mandate to then take it to November. And this Wisconsin is a much.
The primary is not a mandate. The primary is a contest to determine which direction we go as a party. That's ridiculous. The idea that the primary has to be a fucking mandate is so crazy. This is a new talking point that they downloaded after the Abdul El-Sayed victory was a very narrow margin.
Win.
Like, do they forget that everyone that's voting in the fucking primaries is a goddamn Democrat? What are you saying? Everyone that votes in the primary is a Democrat, okay? And they unite and consolidate support behind the Democrat that wins the fucking primary. That's not how this stuff works. I feel like they're trying to do the uncommitted vote, but for liberalism somehow. And it's not going to work. It's just a consultant concocted bullshit, a consultant concocted narrative. The uncommitted movement wasn't designed by consultants. It was designed by the base. You can't recreate it. Voters will not respond to it. Voters will not go, oh, I'm just not going to vote for Francesca Hong. Fuck her. Or, oh, I'm just not going to vote for Abdul al-Sayed, the Democrat. Fuck him. It's not. You don't have a base. This is also part of the reason why I think they get very mad at people like myself, because I wear many hats. And in some forms, I am like a de facto consultant or a campaign surrogate, right? Even though I'm not. But from their perspective, I am. But I actually have a base. I am a representative of a movement. And these guys are not, but they're talking like they are. You know, voters don't respond to you. You do not have a base because of the many hats. Moron, says Angular Plains. Chatter, first time chatter, long time watcher. I don't know if that's entirely correct, but don't you think it's a little silly for them to this aggressively posture against me if that wasn't the case? What? How many of those hats are small? Long time watcher, how long watcher? Repeat the question, Burp. Oh my God. My trolls are getting dumber. My trolls are getting stupider. I already asked you. I responded to your statement and I asked you a question. I said, don't you feel like it's stupid if I don't have any base whatsoever? Don't you feel like it's stupid to just like attack me this much? Like, why are they treating me like I'm some fucking force to be reckoned with? I don't feel that way. No, nope. Okay. One guide this easy, first try, Lamau. You know, you must have no self-respect if you operate like this, right? Because I'm dignifying you with a response in front of 33,000 people. Like, why are you treating yourself like a fucking mindless bot? This is always very strange to me. Whenever people come in and go, I one guide you. I was just pretending to be, mentally insufficient. Yeah, man, I try to engage with my audience to the best of my ability. And especially if there's like a unique perspective that's being represented in the chat, I'm fascinated by it. You're imagining that my job is less significant than yours? Wait, what? Is this an AI chatbot chat? What are we doing? What do we think? Because the bot is on the fritz. It's like not even responding to the things that I'm saying. Imagine building something in the real world that millions of people experience annually. I think this might be actually a chatbot, but I can't tell. I don't know if it's sadder. I don't know if it's sadder if someone like went out and like built a chatbot to troll like this, or if it's a real human being that's like operating like a chatbot. I don't know. Probably the latter, right? What's the code word to activate? Did you forget the original point? Voters don't respond to you. You do not have a base because of the many hats, moron. No, I told you. I have some degree of influence within the base of the party. That much is very clear, especially for the under 45 audience. But my question to you was, don't you feel like it's a silly waste of time for these consultants on both sides of the aisle to spend a great deal of time trying to negatively polarize people against me if I was utterly irrelevant and did not have any motion and no base of support whatsoever? You change hats every day because you have no clue. I think you're hard stuck on the hat thing. Ask a question, bud. Take your time. Those hats are gifts from the people. Guys, I'm not talking about literal fucking hats I wear, man. Are you guys stupid? Are you okay? Are you also a bot? When you say I wear many different hats, that doesn't mean like literally a hat that I'm wearing to cover my head. It means like I play different roles at different times. At least from the perspective of mainstream news. Sometimes as a campaign surrogate, a consultant. From their perspective, I'm not. I'm none of those things. I'm just a movement man.
For Democrats going to 28. We need to have a governor there who is a Democrat. And if she does not pull this off in November, I just want people to understand before they vote, this is not just about ideology. This is about 28 and the mischief that Republicans are going to create in Michigan if they have a governor to help them do it. They've done it before. We can't have them do it again. And it's really critical that people think about that before they go vote on Tuesday. I understand the anger at the establishment. I feel it. I share it. I understand that things need to change drastically. But let's be very clear about what we need to do in order to win the White House in 28. We need to have a governor in the mansion, in the governor's mansion in Wisconsin, who's a Democrat, and I'm deeply worried about whether that's possible if they nominate Han.
Susan, what do you think? What are you watching for in this race in particular?
Well, I think in this race in particular, if she does win, though, that's like a second swing state that has an ultra-progressive candidate. And that is, I think, very dangerous for Democrats.
You're a Republican. Just say it's great for us. Say it's great for us and move on. Why are you giving advice to the Democrats then, lady? I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you right now. I think there are a good deal of a good deal of Republicans who actually legitimately believe that like left populist candidates, socialist candidates are like far easier to defeat. Right? There are definitely a great deal of Republicans and Democrats who fear, or Democrats who fear this prospect and Republicans who are excited at this prospect. The problem is they're wrong. Like, it's okay. Consultants are wrong all the time. They're wrong often, especially on the Democratic side, but certainly on the Republican side as well. So this is what they don't understand. They've never seen it happen because left populist candidates, socialist candidates rarely ever make it out of the primaries. And therefore, there's never a real test of this strategy. So a lot of the boomers are doing the same exact Pied Piper strategy. A lot of the boomer Republicans are doing, in their minds, the same Pied Piper strategy that Hillary Rodham Clinton deployed towards Donald Trump, and then Trump won. Many of you are too young, or perhaps many of you weren't paying attention to the 2016 campaign. The entire media class and the entire consulting class thought Donald Trump is the worst possible Republican to run. We should urge him to run. In 2016, Hillary Clinton was excited at the prospect of running against Donald Trump. Do you understand? So it's really funny that the same Republicans in the aftermath of that major upset victory for the Republicans are now doing the same thing to the left flank. Constantly undermining us. I say good. This is great.
Not just when it comes to the Senate in Michigan, but overall, the play, the narrative that's going to start to build will make it very hard for Democrats to win, I think, the type of majority. And I do think they will take back the House. But we could be talking about the difference of winning.
Yeah, Republican strategists used Mamdani's bombshell victory over Cuomo as ammunition to blast Democrats as extremists. Remember? Consultants are wrong all the time, chap. Republicans are also just as wrong as the Democrats are. This was back in June 25th, 2025. This was a year ago. Look where we're at now. Do you understand? Do you understand? Republicans use Mamdani's bombshell victory over Cuomo's ammunition to blast Democrats as extremists. They were excited. They were excited about Zohran Mamdani because they genuinely believed that Zohran Mamdani was going to be so radical and so bad, and then it was going to tar and feather the rest of the Democratic Party, make them a much easier party to defeat in the minds of the Republicans. Now they refuse to cover Zohran Mamdani because he's so popular. Both the constant Hasan Piker mentions and the consistent underestimating and undermining of the left flank and left populism and democratic socialism comes from the same place. These guys are all out of touch. They're wrong all the fucking time. That's it.
It back with 4 votes or 16. And so that, I think if she wins, it becomes a national messaging problem for Democrats.
Great conversation. We'll have to see what happens in a few weeks. Julie Roginski and Susan Del Percio, thank you both. Always good to see you.
Bro. Hold on. The Zohran argument is so good. I need to start hitting that more. Every single talking point that they're deploying towards Francesca Hong and Abdul Al-Sayed, they deployed towards Zohran Mamdani, both the Republicans and the Democrats alike. That's at the heart of why I say they do not fear our failure, but our success. That's where it comes from. And before all of you Newcomers turn around and say, Hasan, Zoran is a generational talent. How dare you compare Francesca Hong to Zoran? Zoran is a generational talent. How dare you compare Abdul El-Sayed to Zoran? He's such a good yapper. He wasn't always a good yapper. He became one. But what he always had was a dream. What he always had were good policies. And what he always had was a good team around him. This is why I say Francesca Hong has the works. She has the most important part of what is necessary, which is a backbone. She's responsive. Zoran Mamdani had great messaging discipline, but he learned to have great messaging discipline. He didn't always have it. Anyway. So remember that. I'm saying that because I have, I think, some level of influence and experience in this field now, because I was there at the starting point for Zoran. And I've been there from the beginning for Abdul. And I've known about Francesca Hong from the start as well. Shouts out to Michael from Pennsylvania, Caroline, who also interviewed her even before I did. We had made plans to do this interview for a long time. So as someone who has seen this transition, someone who has seen this transformation, I'm telling you right now. Francesca Hong has the works. What is this? Ban me, dumbass. Fuck your woke ass. That's kind of gay. Pause, bro. Chill. Hey, yo, pause. That's me. Hey, yo. Let thousands or
the decade of socialism, it's coming to a neighborhood near you. When I said we were going to let 1,000 Zorons bloom, this is what I meant. We got Claire Valdez and numerous other wonderful DSA candidates that are outperforming expectations tonight. And that's because the American people are tired of the same old business as usual politics, the corruption, the ineptitude, the feckless nature of the Democrats that don't want to fight back against the growth of fascism in this country. This is Americans fighting back. It's only the beginning. The decade of socialism, it's coming.
First, I'd just like to congratulate Dr. Abdul El-Sayed on his victory. He ran a campaign where it was best described by his words of money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all. And if those simple commitments and beliefs are what drives Representative Johnson to these kinds of conclusions, I think it shows you how deeply out of touch the Republican Party is with the concerns of working class Americans. Because what we have seen is, despite him facing more than $60 million in outside spending, he was able to prevail with a focus on a cost of living crisis and the way in which healthcare is exceedingly out of reach for those who have helped to make this country what it is. First, I'd just like to congratulate Dr. Abdul.
A third of the Democrats right now, their voters right now, identify with the Democratic Socialist tenets right now. So they're gaining steam. The idea that you're going to be able to suppress, by the way, the Democratic Socialists, they're voting as well. You know.
No shade, obviously. Trump is a singular event. I don't think Zoran has to be. Yes. Of course. Of course, Trump is not repeatable. And neither was Obama. Zoran, on the other hand, is repeatable. That's why, if you recall, if you go back to my speech that I delivered at the New York City DSA SLATE rally, I said, my goal is to make Zoran seem unremarkable. And I meant it. I meant it. That wasn't a diss on Zoran, whom I admire, who I love, who I think is wonderful. Obama is repeatable. That's literally what Zoran is. No, that's not true. Great job. Get a self-avowed capitalist nominated in Michigan. Dude. Please work tirelessly to elect socialists. We cannot allow the Shama Savant electoral defeat to be repeated ever again. I'm a trot. Okay. I love the socialist alternative. I was really excited about Shama Savant. You have to be able to repeat that next time. Okay? Real trots only. Real socialists only. Real socialism on the party ballot. She can win. She can win if you vote for her. And unfortunately, you did not vote for her sufficiently because you probably were out delivering pamphlets. And that's the problem. I love pamphlets too. I'm a trot. Only trots. I love pamphlets. I love reading pamphlets. I love writing in pamphlets. I love zines. Okay? But sometimes we have to drop the pamphlets and go out and vote for real socialist representation. Yeah, bro, everyone who doesn't support entryism is a trot. Okay. So you don't. Beautiful analysis. I mean, I was just assuming that you were a fellow trot like me and a fellow socialist alternative defender. I was just telling you what my tendency is. I'm not, I guess you're not. What's your ideological tendency, comrade? What's your policy? What's your mechanism for change? What's your method for change? I apologize for assuming that you were a fan of Trotsky. What are we thinking? Marxism dictates that the contradictions will inevitably become so glaringly obvious that inevitably capitalism will deteriorate. It will implode. The class contradictions will inevitably resolve themselves. What's the assessment here? Are you a vanguardist? Are we talking like ML? I'm an ML that works with CPUSA and DSA. Hell yeah. Great. I assume DSA left only, right? You wouldn't dare touch electoralism, I suspect. Or are you a guy who's like, I actually work with DSA, but the only candidates that you should be allowed to prop. You're minimizing Shama, and as a Washington 9 voter, that's pretty discouraging. Dude, listen. My attitude on this is simple. Okay? You can run as an independent. You can win as an independent. Real talk, her campaign was everywhere. So you're an ML that works with DSA. So, don't you feel like DSA does entryism? Isn't that annoying? I mean, look, DSA does not work with non-socialists, which I respect. DSA did not endorse Abdul al-Sayed, which I respect. I did. It's one of the main debates in the DSA right now. Shouldn't you know this? We are trying to get away from entryism. That's why I said, are you exclusive to the DSA left? What's going on here? By the way, why are you working with DSA? It's clear that they have many caucuses, including and many different tendencies. But obviously, there's plenty of people who are still very much invested in elections. So what's up? I mean, I'm not even stating that we are doing entryism. I've talked about this already. Elections are popularity contests. It has the capacity to offer legitimacy almost overnight. Offer legitimacy to your movement. And if you get into a position of power and then deliver on certain aspects of your agenda, you can build more confidence in your movement. Son, idiots are saying you defended rape again. What school issue was it so I can cite properly? What is it? Liberty University? I was shitting on Prager U's Liberty University clip where they were defending Liberty University's pro-date rape policies, where I said, hey, look, you'll be cordoning off these people away from Gen Pop if they are going to personally choose to go to a pro-date rape school. That was the argument. Isn't DSA entryism at the end of the day, or are you in support of the dirty break? I am agnostic. I am pragmatic. I care about advancing class consciousness first and foremost. Okay? My job is to do agitative propaganda. So much so that was the name of my show when I had one at the Young Turks. That's it. Do I believe that there is a world where we just like take over the Democratic Party and then the Democratic Party becomes a socialist party? No, I don't. It's very unlikely. You know, it's very, very unlikely. Yeah, but it is very funny where people get mad about DSA's work doing entryism and claim that it's entryism. Finally, after what my main critique is that you say you're agnostic, but it feels like the only thing you end up doing is funneling people back into the Democratic Party who will inevitably get let down as people like AOC abandon their progressive politic. Okay, isn't that an opportunity? Isn't that an opportunity? You will have 100,000 more socialists, okay? Maybe tens of millions more socialists that will be frustrated, and they will recognize the contradiction that bourgeois democracy will always lead them down a non-revolutionary path. Shouldn't you be excited at the prospect? Shouldn't you be licking your lips and excited at the prospect that this will only heighten the contradictions, comrade? It just kind of seems like a lot of these people that chirp are chirping because their methods are failures, and they just want to look at something that is succeeding, at least for the time being, and don't want to think about how they can take advantage of the new material conditions and tactically move to build a revolutionary vanguard or a third party. You have every opportunity to do this. You have every opportunity to organize. But instead of going out there and organizing, you're coming in here and yelling at me about how I'm choosing to organize. That's it. And that's the problem, right? I don't even disagree with, what you think might end up happening, okay? But the point I'm trying to make is this is what I'm doing. You have every opportunity to show me wrong, to prove me wrong. You're working on it. I'm open to another perspective. I'm working on it. Okay, but this is not working on it. This is just chirping. Be cooperative, not combative. Boo, are you telling me that? I'm telling him to be cooperative and not combative. There are probably approximately 10,000 to 20,000 American socialists, if not, let's say 50,000 American socialists before 2016. $50,000 total American socialists, like self-identifying. Now you have within the DSA 120,000 dues-paying members. It's become the largest socialist organization in the country's history. Now you have 1/3 of the Democratic Party saying that they're socialists. None of this would have happened if Bernie didn't decide to run against Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016 as an open Democratic socialist. I'd go so far as to say that my ideological tendency is far more radical than Bernard's. Having said that, however, I still understand the importance of his run. So if we all recognize that the modern American socialist movement is large part due to the fact that Bernie ran in opposition to one of the establishment figureheads and actually saw a lot of success through the electoral route, then why wouldn't you want to repeat that to the best of our ability? You pissed me off, Hasan. Okay. But once again, you always have the opportunity to do your own thing.
Harris, thank you. And right now,
and you launch it off the ground, I'll be there for you. A lot of people get mad when I say, build the Vanguard, King, I'll be there for you. They get so mad at me when I say that. They're like, how dare you? They don't think I'm being sincere. What, you think if you actually built a robust movement, a third party that has real viability and doesn't end up going nowhere, you think I would stand in opposition to that? What are you, fucking stupid? You think I have some kind of like loyalty to the brand Democrat? Why don't you build its systems? No, I mean, that's what he's saying. He wants me to do it. So I'm telling you, like, that's not my method of change. That's not what I think is viable right now. But if you could build it, I will come. No, but you're condescending as hell. No, I don't think that's condescending. I think that's realistic. And you guys just don't like being told no, because some of you treat this like a fan club. Some of you genuinely treat socialism like a gatekept a fandom. You know, that's it. People really need to join DSA and join a faction that ultimately wants what you do like. It's not that hard to understand. Joining DSA is not signing up to phone bank and knock doors. Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Left preparing for war against the party's socialist wing, with one center-left group telling Fox they are lining up a $15 million campaign while warning the insurgency poses a, quote, mortal danger. to Democrats. So I'm John Roberts in New York.
I'm so happy you're here.
You do exist. You're not just a figure in a
I
little
meet
box.
people all the time who don't realize that we anchor in 2 different cities.
Yeah. I know they say it looks so natural. You guys don't look like you're 200 miles apart.
We're not trying
it's
to
great
fool
to be
you,
less
but-
than 2 feet apart.
Yeah, it's good to have you here in New York. I hope you settled in. All right, I'm Sandra Smith. This is America Reports. Establishment Democrats are now warning the party's leftward shift could hurt their chances in key battleground states, forcing 2028 hopefuls to defend or distance themselves from policies many voters just don't support.
And as the full-scale civil war within the party unfolds, powerful leftist kingmaker Hasan is throwing his weight behind Wisconsin gubernatorial candidate Francesca Hong. As longtime Democrats like James Carville say, they don't want Piker anywhere near the party.
Tell us who Hasan Piker is, James. Oh, he's some guy that's got a podcast and he's about to campaigning with Al Saeed.
Hasan Piker telling us he fantasized about being a rapist.
100% closer to the prison abolitionist.
Wait, what?
I'm 100% closer to the prison abolitionist perspective than the average American's framework on this issue because, oh my God, you guys literally fantasize about the violent crimes that someone might have committed, and you fantasize further about how you need to create an equal vengeance structure. Americans sometimes literally feel like they want to be the rapist murderers.
Yeah. Like as in through the prison system. What the fuck? Yeah, Americans want to murder folks through the prison system because their path towards their understanding of the prison system is that it's supposed to be about vengeance, it's supposed to be about doing violence to people. And through ICE as well. What? Sometimes it's not even clipped out of context. It's just like doesn't make any sense. Big bro, ain't nobody even watched that clip. Have you forgotten? No, I know, but here's the problem, dude. Then they could just clip me right now at this very moment and then be like, Hasan Piker is pro raping white people or something. Like they could just like say whatever they want as the description of the clip. And I guess they're going to keep doing that. Like, and then they caption it with like, something insane. And then they'll just move on because it doesn't matter because most people don't watch the video. And even less people actually try to understand what I'm saying. And even less people will even go to look for additional context. The clipper got the clip. You said it immediately after the rant of not wanting to murder IDF veterans. Yeah. I wonder if I now have like actual people that are in the chat coming in to say something that's like really fucking annoying. So I respond to it so they can clip it and then send it to RNC or something. Yeah, there's got to be people who just like come in just to try and rage bait me. Right? Now have as if that's new. No, I mean, back in the day, it was just like Sex Pestinies community that would do that over and over again. But now it seems like they're collaborating with Fox News. You do, I told you. And you found out a couple weeks back in terms of anything related to Kaya in your view count. Yeah. But I do feel like I haven't been getting rage baited as much. Right? I think you should start insta banning people instead of entertaining the conversation. No, I think that's a part of it. Literally any mention, they caption log in your streams. That's so strange. You have some room for improvement. Oh, for sure. I 100% agree. Yes. I definitely agree on that front. I do.
He's going to his events, and Hasan Piker is, from everything I can determine, is a raving anti-Semite. The long-term prognosis of me and Hasan Piker ever being in the same tent politically.
This is what you said after the clip, by the way. Okay. That is always a promise that I will make to you. It does not matter how other people's attitudes are towards you. I will always be open-minded. I will always be understanding. I do not care. Okay. There's always an opportunity for redemption. No one is fucking perfect. I always repeat this, but I think it's an important message to repeat because I think it's one of the worst elements of the broader left is this idea that we basically become cops. Like everyone wants to be a fucking cop. Everyone wants to be a little cop. I hate it. I hate this mentality. Okay? I hate this mentality. There are some of you out there who are like, well, I've done this or that. I've been in like right-wing circles. I've had right-wing opinions. I went down the fucking right-wing rabbit hole. There are others just like you. Okay? There are others just like you. What matters is who you become. Okay? Your experiences are your experiences. We are all imperfect vessels. Okay? That to be imperfect is to be human. So what matters is not what you have done in the past. What matters is what you're doing now. Okay? I will never abandon you. I will never cast you aside. I will never reject you. I will never fucking sit there and try to lord my current moral perspective as being much higher than you. Okay? I hate that shit. It's gross. It's wrong. And most of the people only get to do it on the internet under the guise of anonymity because no one can turn that mirror back at them. Okay? In case you're wondering, someone made a tool that makes your transcripts searchable. The fuck? Is this fan made or enemy made? It's Mossad made? No, it's probably not. Anyway, the fact that Reuters and CNN are reporting on the supposed impending attack is concerning. They should be the first time they successfully predicted such a thing, so I'm having a hard time believing this. Saudi Arabia braces for attacks on ports and airports by Iraqi militias working with the Iran-backed Houthis. To me, it's hard to tell. Some of the fan clips are not great.
Is about nil.
All right, correspondent Mark Meredith reporting live on this out of Washington. Looks like a lot of those Democrats, like James Carville, are distancing themselves from him.
Sandra, you're right, but Hasan Piker is also playing a larger role in this year's midterms. He's only 35 years old, but he's become a celebrity on the left, but also vilified on the right because of some of his past comments, especially about 9/11. Piker recently joined with squad member Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to rally for State Assemblywoman Francesca Hong in Milwaukee, the self-proclaimed Democratic Socialist who is leading in the gubernatorial primary polls. Piker also helped boost Abdul El-Sayed, who won the Michigan Democratic Senate primary this week. Some Democrats fear, though, the party's poll to the far left could be a major problem for how voters see them nationally.
A lot of the things that he has done and said during the primary.
I mean, this is really funny that they just like keep presenting me as this like dangerous force within the Democratic Party, and then my opposition is fucking John Fetterman and James Carville. I'm sorry, dude. Ask the average Democrat who they would rather be aligned with, James Carville and John Fetterman or me. The overwhelming majority across every age demographic is going to say me over John Fetterman and James Carville. And this is the problem.
We're going to come back to haunt like campaigning with a guy that loves Hamas and is very proud to stand with communist regimes.
So you're talking about Hasan Piker?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Republicans, including President Trump, appear to be thrilled with the outcome, arguing voters are going to embrace their message over socialism. But there are other Republicans who believe this should be a major warning sign for the country.
It's alarming. I find this very depressing that these people are winning primaries. We can't let them win in November.
So Republicans are already ready to spend big on the anti-socialist message. But as you mentioned, the centrist group Third Way tells Fox it wants to spend $15 million to keep Democrats focused on mainstream issues. So we're going to see this collide happen here in real time. Sandra?
Okay, now back to the right camera. Mark Meredith, thank you very much for that. All right, John.
Right camera, wrong camera. As long as it's you, it doesn't count. All right, let's bring in Jason Chaffetz, Fox News contributor and former Utah congressman. Let me ask you, first of all, about something that Mark Meredith highlighted, with James Carville saying that there is literally no chance that he and Hasan Piker will be in the same tent. Well, a lot of people who are supporting the far left of the party are saying, see you, James.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's listening to James Carville now. They did with Bill Clinton era, but those people have kind of come and gone. Hasan Piker has, millions of people that listen to him, and that's where he is influential. I don't like it. I think it's anti-America. I think he hates the United States of America. He thinks 9/11.
Dude, if I hated the United States of America, I would be a Republican. It's that easy. That's it. If I hated the United States of America, I would literally be a Republican. I would become a Republican Party consultant. I'd make a lot of money, and I would advocate for Republican policies. It's so strange that these guys make this argument. It's like, who has done more damage to Americans broadly, whether they be Republican or Democrat, it doesn't really matter, than the Republican Party? Like, when you look at what I represent largely, these motherfuckers say, oh, Hasan Piker, weird name, not American, hates America, loves 9/11. It's so unbelievably stupid because, like, listen to what I'm saying, right? If I hated Americans, why would I want them to have health care? If I hated Americans, why would I want to create a more equitable taxation structure where we tax the wealthy, the super wealthy, but the wealthy overall, so we can pay for social safety nets that will lend a helping hand to Americans in dire straits? If I hated America, I wouldn't be in favor of these things. If I hated America, I'd be a Republican who's Israel first, as many in the Republican Party are. I'd say, oh, shut the fuck up. Of course we got to give money to Israel. How about you shut your stupid ass mouth? That's what I would say. There is no force more devastating there is no force more devastating upon the masses than the motherfucking Republican Party.
Is good, that it was justified. He has said as much. He has taken radical positions, very supportive of Russia and China, and he's just taken this very much against Israel in every way, shape, or form. He is much more influential. I venture to say most of the people that follow Piker have no idea who James Carville even is.
I think you're probably right about that. So let's turn our eyes toward the Wisconsin primary, which is coming up next Tuesday, the 11th. The far and away front runner for the Democratic Party is another DSA darling, Francesca Hong. She's anywhere, depending on which poll you look at, between 10 and 22 points ahead. She acknowledges that voters might have some concerns with things she has said in the past, but is hoping that they come out for her. Listen to what she said.
We absolutely need every single vote, and we'll be fighting to earn every single vote. And I've talked to moderates and independents, Republicans, folks who don't have a political home right now, and they have a lot of concerns about what's going on in the state, and they also have concerns about things I've said in the past.
There are certainly some wacky things out there, which looks like it might put the governor's race in play because, according to polls I saw in the last couple of weeks, Tom Tiffany is ahead by 3 points.
Yeah, Tom Tiffany is a quality candidate endorsed by.
She hates Valentine's Day. Can you address this? It's funny that they pretend to be pro-American then cheer for things that literally destroy the human soul, like they're voting against the people and trying to fight the people who say they care about people. Yeah. I just, I mean, it's unbelievable how aggressive this posture is to make it seem like people who want everyone to be taken care of are actually the real haters of America. And in order to be a lover of America, you have to eat corporate dick. All day, every day. It's very annoying. Host asked, did you support Abdul al-Sayed? Caller, 100%. I live in a town that's dying. It's so poverty-stricken. We are in trouble. Somebody has to do something different. I support him 100%. Huh. It's interesting. None of them are saying I don't because he likes Hasan Piker. Now that I said that, though, by the way, you will see some fucking ops trying to do that, like C-SPAN callers that are going to be like, no, I actually would be in favor of him, but he likes Hasan Piker, so I'm not.
By Donald Trump back in.
That's not a real person, okay? You can only concoct that person. It's like Steven Crowder dressing up as a woman to go and participate in a weightlifting competition. That's not a real person, right? That's why it doesn't exist in the real world. So Republicans will generate that reality for themselves so they can get freaked out by it.
January. He's a rational human being. He actually talks common sense. And here you have Hong, who has talked about abolishing Thanksgiving. I don't know where she stands on the tooth fairy, but there couldn't be two more positions that are just, I mean, who's against Thanksgiving? It's like the most American thing you can do. But in the past, she has also said she's been supported based on her voting record on some of the highest tax rates, according to the Tiffany campaign. She wants to abolish ICE, get rid of the police. She has taken some radical positions. She wants to abolish the United States Senate. I mean, these people are nuts. And so you contrast that, it'll be a true choice election in Wisconsin if Tom Tiffany is the Republican nominee and she's the Democrat. But this is where today's Democrats are.
Yeah,
they're literally against Thanksgiving.
So what you were talking about it being against Thanksgiving. Remember back in the 2004 campaign, the flip-flops at all of the John Kerry events? Well, it appears that Francesca.
Yeah, the flip-flops. Like, oh, I bet Francesca Hong she's flip-flopping on the Thanksgiving issue. Yeah, you guys are deeply on serious, man. You're deeply on serious. And there's plenty of Americans who are also just as unserious that will look at this and go, hell yeah, brother, I don't understand what this Asian woman is saying. Why does she say no to Thanksgiving? Now she's saying yes to Thanksgiving. Ultimately, a large share of voters are not going to make an electoral calculation off of Francesca Hong's decision on Thanksgiving.
Francesca Hong has flip-flopped on Thanksgiving. Listen here.
Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef, and one of the first meals that I made that was for the community when I was 16 was
the national media is just like far too vicious. That's the problem. The national media is far too vicious. It's far too hostile of an environment. And therefore, I feel like it's not the best environment for her to be in. That flip-flopping narrative is exactly the play they'll run if Abdul condemns you. Yep. But he knows that.
Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. My favorite holiday is Thanksgiving. Because I
there you have it.
Yep. I don't want to cancel it. I actually love it.
Whether they're reefs or rainbows, it doesn't matter. We got a pair of flip-flops for her.
I mean, it's a simple question, which she was asked there on, I believe it was CNN or another station. She could have answered it very clearly and distinctly, but no, she didn't. And it just goes to her heart, goes to where she's at. These are not statements that she made 25 years ago. These are statements she made in the last couple of years. So you want to see the true person, look at what she has said so recently and stood by it. Only now that it's an embarrassment, oh, I'll just flip my position.
Yeah, I mean, back in...
See?
Back in 2020, she was saying that Thanksgiving should have been canceled back in 1621, but now, of course, it's her favorite holiday. But
so, again, it's just there's nothing. The more I think about what Abdul should do about you, the more I realize the correct answer is a bear hug you bring on the campaign trail, and more and allow you to speak at his events and do media events more. No, I mean, I'm not like my job isn't to just fucking. My job early on is to draw excitement to the campaign. Okay, I did my job. I brought the youth voters, and from this point on, it's already, we already lit the spark. We already lit the spark. So there's going to be more and more young people that are turning out regardless. Because remember, when I first met Abdul, he wasn't famous. You know what I mean? Now he is. Now he actually has name recognition. Now he actually has the eyeballs. We already carried the flame. The train is already running. If there's ever an interest, if there's ever a moment where he's like, we need to spark it up even further, then yeah, I'll get back on it. What are your thoughts on corporate jobs being shipped to India? Entry level and mid jobs? Will you have DSA candidates fight for American jobs in America? What? Yeah, I am in favor of. What is this? The Greens are an op. We watched the nominating process for the Green Party. TLDR, a total unknown 25-year-old logged on to Zoom, didn't turn his camera on, said he wanted to be their candidate in Michigan 7th, got asked a few questions, dodged them, and within 33 minutes was confirmed. That's a huge problem, actually. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Like, that's not a real party. Anyway, I don't want to get into it.
Discovered she's got a problem with Halloween. Listen here.
What do you have against Halloween?
I just don't. It's kind of. This is. I don't have anything against it. I just don't feel the need to have to participate, and it's fine for kids. This is not a Dude,
it's so funny. This is so. It's just really funny. It's like, what are these questions? She's running for governor. Like, it just makes her look kind of unserious. I think a lot of this stems from the fact that she worked at a bar and worked at a restaurant. You know what I mean? So she just fucking hates every holiday because people are extra annoying on the holidays. Her problem is she's also too honest. She's treating this as though it's like a conversation between two friends or something. You don't have to answer. Francesca, I love you. You're incredible. Okay? I love you so much. You don't have to answer all questions. Okay? I find it you're being too sincere. You don't have to do that, you don't have to do that. I think the whole here, messaging discipline, bring it back to your working class roots. Immediately be like, look, when I was tweeting these things, I used to work at a restaurant. It gets really hectic. I think everyone in the service sector knows these holidays are some of the worst times that you can ever work because people are really frustrated. But I want to be a governor for all Wisconsinites. Okay? I want to be a good governor so that they're less frustrated during the holidays and can spend time with their families and their loved ones and, have more take-home pay, things like that. I don't fucking know. Just take it back. Take it back to the, take it back to the working class, but also bring your working class background into it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you don't have to like sincerely answer whether you fuck with Halloween or not. Like, this is not a, that's also part of the reason why I'm saying that it's like not a make it or break it issue at all, but it looks somewhat unserious, right? It just looks somewhat unserious. Yeah, love her, but the move here is the Republicans have already canceled Thanksgiving. Have you seen grocery prices? Wisconsinites are suffering if food is too expensive. Tom Tiffany doesn't care, but I'm a chef. I want to make sure everyone is fed. Yeah, then you can hit the Thanksgiving should be about bringing everyone together, not a story celebrating that. And you don't even need to say that. You don't even need to say that part. You can if you want to. But again, you don't need to say stuff that's going to increase the likelihood that they can hold on to it and then turn it into a culture war issue. Not because it's wrong, not because you shouldn't feel that way, but it doesn't need to be added on to the conversation because like the whole point of it is that they're trying to turn what you're saying into a moment. Turn what you say into a bigger media moment. Oh my God, this guy has not stopped. Can you bring attention to the progressives running against AIPAC Never babies in New Hampshire? Are you going to say anything about progressives in New Hampshire? Or are we too irrelevant for your champagne socialist stream? Dog, I went to St. Louis. Like, what are you talking about? Like, as though I'm only going to markets that are big. You know what I mean? Like, I fucking went to St. Louis too. Like, I guess New Hampshire is not good enough for you, huh? I guess New Hampshire is not good enough for your champagne socialist tastes. Like, what the fuck? Look how much you fucking walk the walk, man. Progressives in small states matter too. Great. Love these guys. Yeah, Heath Howard. Isn't Heath Howard DSA too? New Hampshire is salty. Everyone forgets about them. Yeah, I guess. Not me. And it worked. Classic. Okay, great. This guy just keeps spamming. I've seen him spam all day. Thank you. St. Louis is gigantic compared to us. St. Louis is huge. Thank you. He is. Thank you, Hasan. Mashallah, Hasan. Thank you. Same person, two different presidents. America, our food prices are too high. What are you doing about inflation? Biden admin, just be vegan and stop complaining, you bunch of rubes. Just hearing about this dumb $20 burrito debate, just thought I'd make the loser on social media angry before going to bed. Stop whining, get a job, eat ramen like the rest of us did in college on a budget with 4 roommates. The market doesn't care what you think something should cost. Only communists care. They set prices, remember? Dude said, if you're complaining, oh, what the fuck? This guy blocked me. I don't know what this guy is, but seems like I've been blocked by them. But yeah, look at this. Dan Crenshaw, if you're frustrated by the cost of living, you're a commie. That's awesome. That's an awesome take, man. Thank you. I mean, thank you. This is good for us, I think. Anyway, let's continue with this.
I'm not a super fun person.
Okay.
Oh, no.
She won't be a super fun governor.
Okay, there's
she won't be
something
going
I
to any
can
Halloween
believe.
parties.
Yes.
What do you make of all
Yes,
that?
I can believe that. That's highly credible right there. Look, you're running for governor, right? And so if you're running for the governor of a state, Can't you just talk about families and good all-American things, wrap your arms around the flag? The Democrats today.
Yeah, no, that's right. You got it, man. Francesca Hong is running on, I'm going to ban Thanksgiving. That was her policy platform. And that's what people in Wisconsin are very excited about.
Do you see a flag in these pictures? Do you see them campaigning with the American flag in America 250? You don't. That's the fundamental difference. When I was in Congress and I ran, I would look for homes with flags because you know what? That's where the Republicans live.
There you go. Jason, good to catch up with you. We'll see how things go next Tuesday, but it looks like Hong is going to run away with it. And as far as the Democrats go, we'll see how it turns out. Appreciate it. Good to see you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
All right, so this radical socialist takeover of the Democratic Party continues. Now you have progressive firebrand Chris Rabb.
My goat, my goat, my goat. What is this? Your ops are insane? Let me be clear. I will support Abdul El-Sayed for Senate, even though he's to my left and running in a crucial swing state, because I think he's making the necessary pivots in order to win. After he denounced and condemns Hasan Piker, who's completely tarnishing El-Sayed's pivots. Dude, this guy is. We have to stop paying attention to this guy. He's so like, dude. What you're doing when you pay attention to this guy is like, it's the same as like dunking on the guy who's, you know, going through a mental health episode at the subway station. Okay? Like we have to do better. As a community, we have to do better. He's just like he's not doing all right. He's mentally ill. Like he's literally, he has become a single issue voter, and that issue is Hasan Piker. Here's what we're going to do for this guy, okay? We're going to get Abdul El-Sayed elected into the Senate. We're going to push for Medicare for all so he can get all of his pharmaceutical needs met for free, okay? That's it. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're... Oh, you would know a lot about losing Michigan elections. Ooh. What is this? York, if you're a candidate trying to appeal to the primary electorate of the Democratic Party, Hasan Piker is a winner?
In Wisconsin, but after Michigan, you got to worry a little bit. But, you know, as far as Piker is concerned, if you are a candidate trying to appeal to the primary electorate of the Democratic Party, Hasan Piker is a winner. I mean, he campaigned with Zoran Mandami. He campaigned with Daryleza Chevalier, Claire Valdez, who won those primaries for House seats. He campaigned with El-Sayed. He campaigned with Donovan McKinney yesterday or the day before, who knocked off a Democratic incumbent in Michigan. Now he's campaigning with Francesca Hong. And if you're Hong, you think to yourself, is Piker a net plus or a net minus? I think with the primary electorate, he's a net plus.
Yeah, no, it's a net plus in the general too, because most of what these people don't understand, what these people fail to comprehend is like, this is not just for the hyper wokes. Many people in my community weren't hyper woke initially, okay? Or what they think is hyper woke. I'm not even fucking hyper woke. Like, it's the policies that are popular. That's it. I'm just a platform. And the only reason why I have a large one is because the platform and the policies that I you know, champion on this platform are popular policies. It's very strange, man. It is such a strange reality where they're like, nah, this shit wouldn't work in the general. Like when they attack me this way, they're basically, or when they make this assessment, they're basically saying Francesca Hong's policies would be far too radical in the general. Abdul's policies would be far too radical in general. That's not true. That's just not true. These are policies that are popular across the board, whether it's a general election or a fucking primary election. Oh my God. This is some kind of long-term ad hominem op. No, it's just a way to fucking negative. It's a way to boost my negatives by promoting me in the most negative way possible to both Democrats and Fox watchers alike, so that other candidates shy away from joining the platform. Other candidates shy away from having me come out and like activate the fucking door knockers for them. That's literally it. They want to defang the platform. That's the purpose. They just don't ever want another like Zoran Mamdani to happen again. And unfortunately for them, it's happened far too many times in this last cycle. So they're just trying to literally cut it. Like they're just like, please stop. Don't go near this guy. He's toxic. He's toxic. He's toxic. He will lose general elections. Do you understand? They're not really attacking you. They've created a construct that is Hasan 9/11, who's a radical Islamist who loves terrorism, and they're trying to sell their audience to the idea that Democratic voters want the pro 9/11 guy. Yeah, I mean that's it too. But that's also precisely the reason why they don't ask me to go on these shows, because if I went on these shows, I'd be like a very agreeable person, and then all of a sudden it would just kind of blow through the whole operation. They'd be like, okay, well this is not working. Like
wins the Democratic primary for what is the nation's bluest House seat, as John Fetterman mentioned. Now, this is happening nationwide and has been brewing for quite some time, even before Mamdani and his socialist friends took power in New York City. And DSA State Representative Chris Rabb won the Democratic primary for this congressional seat in Philadelphia. And like other DSA members, Rabb's platform is comprised of pretty far-left radical positions. Among them, he advocates for Medicare for all, universal basic income, federal jobs guarantees. The government does so well educating your kids, guaranteed housing, universal child care, government grocery stores, a civil climate corps to transition to 100% renewable energy, no more oil and gas, a green new.
Dude, it's a terrifying prospect across the board. It's really fucked up that they want these kinds of things.
Cradle to grave, womb to tomb, replacement of gross development or product with a so-called genuine progress indicator, reparations, an end to the war on drugs, and end to the death penalty. And what he says is death by incarceration, abolishing ICE, dismantling immigration, detention centers, ending the embargo to Cuba.
When does he say the bad thing? Just never. What? Hasan Piker's a phony. He's a Nepo baby who spends more time thinking about his wardrobe than his putrid rhetoric. Raise your sons to have the morals and values of Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk, not Hasan Piker. Coming after my wardrobe, that's a little much. That's messed up. Yo, chill out.
And a Supreme Court overhaul. In other words, what he is saying is he would not just reshape our institution, he would tear them down, fundamentally transform them in what I believe would be a very dangerous way. And to top it all off, as any good socialist appears to be doing this election year, campaigning with the new spiritual leader of the Democratic Party, and that is the radical streamer who said America deserved 9/11, Hasan Piker. Anyway, Democratic nominee for Pennsylvania's 3rd Congressional District, Chris Rabb, joins us now. Chris, appreciate you coming. Let me just go through
My
the
pleasure.
DSA.
Thank you, Scott.
My name is not Scott. My name is Sean, but that's okay.
That's so good. He goes, oh, lion.
Apologies.
Let's go. No worries. No worries. Let's go through the DSA beliefs. Yes or no? You want to eliminate the U.S. Senate?
That's not really what I ran on. That's the DSA national platform.
Okay, I'm asking. You're a DSA member.
I'm letting you know what I ran on because I'm the Democratic nominee for the 3rd Congressional District.
Do you want amnesty?
What I ran on.
Sir, I'm asking you quick questions, then we'll give you time. Do you want amnesty for illegals and to abolish borders?
What are illegals?
Illegal immigrants, people that didn't respect our laws, borders, and sovereignty.
I think you guys also forget that Chris is a media guy. Okay. And so is Abdul. Having a little bit of a media background actually helps quite a bit in these sorts of contentious environments. You don't have to like train these guys at all. Like, that's why there's definitely like a little bit of a skill gap when you sometimes hear from certain electeds and they just come across really well in these sorts of environments, especially contentious environments. Like, you know, just remember that calling him Scott was amazing. And then immediately goes, what are illegals?
Illegal immigrants, people that didn't respect our laws, borders, and sovereignty, entered the country without permission. Illegally.
I don't accept the premise of that question. There are folks who have documentation, but these are not criminal acts.
Excuse me, if you enter our country illegally, by definition, that is a criminal act. Do you want to abolish ICE?
Absolutely, and dismantle the immigrant concentration camps.
Do you want to defund the Department of War?
We need to radically reduce how much money we're spending with the Pentagon. Absolutely. Our war budget is radically larger than every other country combined.
Do you want to end all deportations?
Do I want to end all deportations? We want to make sure that there's an immigration system that is fair, just, and efficient, and we don't have that system. There was a bipartisan bill in the Senate that was moving towards that, but your president try to kill that in order to be president again.
Well, he's also your president. You do live in the United States, whether you like it or not. Would you like to eliminate cash bail and establish a wealth tax?
Absolutely.
Okay. You want, obviously, I went through your list. You want the Green New Deal. Would you like to abolish prisons and abolish the police?
Well, you know, what's interesting about that statement is long before there was any notion of policing, we had founders that did not even understand that term. Policing is something that's evolved over time. Ultimately, what we want is to have communities that are safe. And 99% of what police do are not going after the bad guys. All of that can be done in different ways.
So you support
professionals who are trained to do
police. Okay, I'm talking about police that arrest bad people, that commit crimes and commit robberies and rape, the child molesters, the drug dealers, those people, the people that have guns that
Were there people
protect
who did
the
that
innocent.
before the term police existed, though? I mean, let's talk about this in the appropriate context.
You want to go by the definition. Everyone watching this show knows what policing is. You know what policing is, so let's not play word games. Do you want to defund the police or not?
I'm a state lawmaker who's
defund
represented 70,000 people for 10 years. No,
Do you want
I've
them
never
safe
said
and
that.
secure?
What my point is,
you do recognize there are murderers, rapists, child molesters, drug dealers, bad people in this world. Do you want to?
Yeah, some of them are in office. That's what I would say. Like my whole argument whenever they bring up like policing or prisons is like, no, I want to put people in prison. Do with that information what you will. I think the current problem with our carceral state is that we put people in prison for far too long that don't deserve to be there for crimes born out of poverty. And we always refuse to put the people who really deserve to go to prison, like the president. Say that and run with it. You know what I mean? Like that's always my retort. And when it comes to policing, I always say, look, you got to have law and order. Problem is, currently in many poor neighborhoods, cops aren't doing their jobs. And increasingly, even in rich neighborhoods, they're not doing their jobs. I want cops to do their jobs, protect and serve the people, right? Don't just protect and serve the interests of corporations. Protect and serve the interests of the people. If someone's car gets stolen, if there's grand larceny afoot, do your job. Investigate. If someone's raped, investigate the rape case. We need more detectives and less beat cops running around playing Candy Crush at subway stations. Do your job. It's a tough job, but you get paid quite well.
Have people that are hired to arrest them.
We need to keep our communities safe, and there are ways
didn't
of doing
ask
that
you, do
long
you
before
want
the
the
term
police
ever existed.
Then how, if you
Do
don't
believe in
have police,
sheriffs?
how would you protect the
Do you
people
believe
in your
in state
district?
troopers?
State troopers, can they be armed in your view?
Hey, listen, I believe in arming oneself. Listen, my people are from the South.
So do I.
All right. So the only way we could protect ourselves was to arm ourselves because we couldn't trust the police because they were largely part of the Klan. So yes, all of my people were
That is a
armed.
generalization.
That is a generalization, sir. Dude, I love that.
Largely part of the Klan. So yes, all of my people were
That is
armed.
a generalization that is
that.
not true. Let me ask you this. Universal
I can
basic
only speak
income,
for
the Green New Deal that you support, federal jobs, you want a guaranteed federal job, guaranteed income, guaranteed housing, guaranteed child care, government's grocery stores, no more oil and gas, et cetera. So my question for you is, we spend more per capita on education per child than any industrialized country, and we have the worst results. That's government-run, government schools. We adopted Obamacare. The promise was keep your doctor, keep your plan. Average family saves $2,500 a year. The results are in, and, well, millions lost doctors, millions lost plans, and the average family pays 300% more, and 40% of the country around that number has one Obamacare exchange option. Social Security was supposed to be put in a lockbox. This is all government run. You're putting your faith in government. So my question to you is
Right,
why?
so this is the same government that's run
Let me finish
by
my question.
Republicans.
My question to you is why you put so much faith, hope, and trust that you want the government to basically control every aspect of people's lives. Why? Why do you have to trust them so much with that failed record?
Well, we're talking about a red trifecta right now. You all control everything, the Supreme Court, the presidency, the Senate, and the House. Where are your
Called
solutions?
elections.
Why are we not doing so well?
Well, we just had 4 years of Biden and wide open borders and a president that didn't know what day of the week it was. So, I mean, I think we're doing a lot better off. Let me ask you, if I can, a last question.
You're trying to talk
so
about
the top,
currently...
The top... The top...
He should have hit him harder here. He should have been like, oh, you think Biden was old? I agree. He was old and feeble. Well, good thing we replaced him with an old, feeble monster who's also stealing from the Americans to enrich himself and his pedophilic Epstein class best friends. Sean never ever lets people talk. Who's Sean? You mean Scott?
The top 10% of Americans pay 50 to 60% of our tax bill. The top 20% pay nearly 100. The bottom 50% of wages.
Yeah. There's a delay, but you just boulder through it. I've done it before. I've had issues with delays when I'm in a studio setting. I just talk through it. I don't give a shit. I've done it with Piers Morgan. You just got to boulder through it. Doesn't matter. You got to stick it to them. You got to run through it.
Wage earners pay 1 to 2% of the total income tax bill. Now, to me, that's ridiculous.
He's like, wow, are the rich paying too much? Great populism, Sean. Wow, real great working class sentiment, Sean.
Distribution. How much of every dollar that any American makes should they be allowed to keep without you and your fellow DSA members taking it?
Let's just go back to the Reagan era. How about those tax?
The Reagan era was he dropped the top marginal rate. Okay, well, he dropped the top marginal rate from 70 to 28%. You want 28%? You'd be okay with that?
What I'm saying is there was a time under Democratic and Republican presidencies where the tax rate on the wealthiest Americans was much higher than it is now.
Okay.
And
Reagan
I think we should go back to that.
Let me help educate you because I know a lot about
multimillionaires
Reagan.
like yourself and billionaires
Let me
to
educate
pay their
you.
fair share. Because I'm old school.
I pay way more than my fair share. Trust me. The bottom 50% of wage earners pay 1 to 2% of the tax bill. But Reagan dropped the top marginal rate from 70 to 28%. It created 20 million new jobs, the longest period of peacetime economic growth in history. If you want to adopt Reaganomics, I don't know. I might consider your candidacy if you get rid of this other nonsense that you believe.
That's a
I'm glad you find this humorous. Listen,
I do.
I'm glad you're applauding
I'm
Reagan. I mean, I feel like I've made progress with you today.
Listen,
70 to 28% is
probably
I
things
think that's
that we
great.
agree. I think there's plenty of things that we can agree on. I've worked with conservative Republicans for 10 years in the nation's largest full-time state legislature.
All right. Well, you have the bluest district in the country, so I imagine you're going to Washington. Congratulations. We appreciate your time.
Oh, fuck.
Now, to everybody watching tonight, this midterm election has never been more important. I could say the most important midterm in our lifetime. Democratic leaders have utterly failed to stand up to the socialists that are actively destroying their own party. And their moral cowardice is frankly breathtaking. They are too weak, too cowardly to dare to speak up. And now it'll be up to you in November, all of you watching, to stop the spread.
Okay, here's the problem. Voters are voting for it. And it's not like the Democrats are not speaking out against it. They are chirping nonstop. They're chirping at me. They're chirping at DSA. They're chirping at whatever they can. They're chirping at the candidates. The problem is the voters like it. Okay? That's the issue. And for the first time ever, the reason why Republicans are freaking the fuck out right now is partially because they do legitimately think that there is no environment or appetite for this kind of change. But the real reason that they are freaking the fuck out, the real reason why they're freaking the fuck out is because now they have to fight against something. Okay? That's it.
Of socialism / Marxism at the ballot box in November. Now, these extremists don't want to reform America. They want to burn it to the ground. The ads practically write themselves. Take a look.
And when his ally claimed America deserved 9/11?
America deserved 9/11, dude.
El Sayed refused to disavow it.
I'm not here to disavow people's views.
Abdul El Sayed, too radical, too dangerous, wrong for Michigan.
Now, Hasan Piker seems to cherish 9/11. He trashes America almost every day. He called for property owners to be, quote, killed. Let the streets soak in their bleeping blood, capitalist blood, dude. And he has been welcomed with open arms on the campaign trail by Abdul El Sayed. Apparently, they're good friends, birds of a feather, and other candidates as well. In fact, Hasan Piker was at El Sayed's victory party where he celebrated his BFF's big win by calling Americans, all of you, Islamophobic. Take a look.
Being like Abdullah has a ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of okay?
Now, for some reason, Abdul El Sayed was also angry after his win, trashing Americans who dared to pronounce his name wrong. Take a look.
You know, they think that you want to use my whole name against me. Mike, listen, man, if you can't say the name, it's Abdurrahman, keep the name out your damn mouth. I'll be happy to give you lessons.
Okay, Abdul El Sayed. I'll say your whole name. You see what happens to these radical socialists when they even get a little taste of power. And then to make matters worse, according to FoxNews.com, look at this. El Sayed, look at that headline, is being backed by dozens of donors with potential ties to terror or groups accused of terrorism. Naturally, El Sayed obsessively hates the world's only Jewish state. He won't say a bad word about the dead Islamo-fascist dictator murderer of Iran, Ali Khamenei. He didn't want to offend anyone in Dearborn, Michigan. El Sayed, who has never practiced medicine despite referring to himself as a medical doctor, is proposing a single-payer government health care system, but also wants to ban ICE, seize the means of production of major tech companies involved in AI. but nothing compares to his hatred of Israel. If elected, well, that is where he will dedicate his time and his energy, while Americans in Detroit, they will get left out in the cold. If you care about your country, it will be now.
Base. So it's really funny because they clipped him the same way they clipped you. This is really awesome. Well, obviously the clipping of him is not great. That's not awesome. But the thing that's awesome is like they'll say, oh, he wants to seize the means of like AI companies. Yeah, everybody fucking hates AI companies, dumbass. So you're just making people more comfortable. You're just making people more comfortable with the concept of seizing the means. So great. That's awesome. This is what a lot of people don't understand. Like when Dan Crenshaw comes out and says it's communism to complain about prices, you're not making people hate complaining about prices. You're making people kind of think twice about being a communist. Okay? Because if complaining about skyrocketing prices is communism, then okay, I guess we're all communists. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, you're normalizing the association. By association, you're normalizing it. It's very, very strange. And I don't think they understand what they're doing here. The problem is the Democrats should not be leaning into this stuff at all. That's the real problem here. That's the real problem that I've had for like the last couple of weeks or so, the last couple of months or so, is that the Democrats are also leaning into it. They should be taking a defensive posture and say, look, these guys are a part of our tent. Shut the fuck up. You guys are literally pedophiles. You guys are protecting pedophiles. Like you have no say in this process. And Democrats have spent the last couple of months aggressively coming after their left flank because the primaries are happening. And it's clear to me that they're even carrying that enmity to the general election as well. And it's very frustrating that they're doing that because you're just weakening this movement. You're just not our side of the movement. You're weakening your side of the movement. Okay? Scott claimed that you were claiming all voters are Islamophobic during your election day. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They chop shit up. It's Fox News. Like, see, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Most normal Democrats, when they see this Fox News stuff, they hate it because they know what Fox News is. They know that it's repulsive. They know that it's disingenuous. They know that these guys clip shit out of context all the time. So these kinds of clips are not bad for us because liberals will see this stuff and go, yeah, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. Whereas, because they're already negatively polarized against Fox News. But when CNN does the exact same thing, well, then it takes a different life of its own. And that's what's really frustrating because liberals will look to CNN and assume that CNN is, being relatively truthful. And unfortunately, our side doesn't have that same level of legitimacy and influence within the CNN watching audience yet. It will get there. And at that point, like on certain issues, we have more legitimacy. Like, for example, if CNN comes after me and says, Hasan has said a bunch of things about Israel that we find to be really mean and unconscionable. Most people are on our side on that issue. We have more credibility on that issue. So basically, when CNN says that, that actually makes people question CNN. But if CNN turns around and says like, oh, well, Hasan loves 9/11 or something, they're going to be like, wait a minute, that's a little bit crazy. They're not going to immediately distrust CNN. They're actually going to trust CNN on that. And they're going to think, oh, yeah, from an electability perspective, this argument makes sense. It's probably better to tuck this guy away. He's probably not good. Like, those are the types of arguments that do work on liberals. And that does actually also foment more enmity towards myself and maybe even DSA. When they say stuff like, oh, all DSA wants to do is like abolish the police. All DSA wants to do is abolish prisons, like all this stuff. They want to open up the prisons tomorrow. Liberals will hear that and go, okay, well, I don't know about this. This seems a little bit crazy. So their goal is basically to collaborate with MAGA. And I think it's bad. I don't think it's a good idea because MAGA is going to call them communists and socialists who want to empty out the prisons anyway. You want to know why I know that? Because they've been doing that before the rise of DSA. They've been doing that for years. Do you understand? Hasan, shut the fuck up. 55-month subscriber. Chrissy Cookies. How many candidates could this be applied to before the talking heads to shut the fuck up? It gets old. In my opinion, you got to keep pushing forward. Has this bullshit worked in killing any of these races? No, it hasn't. Don't know why you called me. Why you're telling me to shut the fuck up now, Chrissy Cookies. You all right?
To pronounce his name wrong. Take a look.
You know, they think they want to use my whole name against me. Mike, listen, man, if you can't say the name, it's Abdurrahman, keep the name out your damn mouth. I'll be happy to give you lessons.
Okay, Abdul El-Sayed. I'll say your whole name. You see what happens to these radical socialists when they even get a little taste of power. And then to make matters worse, according to FoxNews.com, look at this. El-Sayed, look at that headline, is being backed by dozens of donors with potential ties to terror or groups accused of terrorism. Naturally, El-Sayed obsessively hates the world's only Jewish state. He won't say a bad word about the dead Islamo-fascist dictator murderer of Iran, Ali Khamenei. He didn't want to offend anyone in Dearborn, Michigan. El-Sayed, who has never practiced medicine despite referring to himself as a medical doctor, is proposing a single-payer government health care system, but also wants to ban ICE, seize the means of production of major tech companies involved in AI. But nothing compares to his hatred of Israel. If elected, well, that is where he will dedicate his time and his energy, while Americans in Detroit, they will get left out in the cold. If you care about your country, it will be now time this November to take a stand, get to the polls, take nothing for granted. It is now us versus people that don't like our system of governance.
Scott has a bigger chin than Jay Leno. What? This is literally true about 9/11? Yeah,
by giving short, simple answers.
Mrs. Griffin, what do you plan to do about crime in our city?
A lot. Because that's what Jesus wants. 9/11 was bad.
I agree with that. What are your plans for cleaning up our environment?
9/11.
What about our traffic problem?
9/11.
By giving short, simple.
I mean, beast mode seems like a great campaign. Seems like a great message. I love it. All right, what is this?
I love that you say guilt by participation. That is exactly what this is. I mean, look at what Hasan Piker has said. We've all been through this, but just to remind everyone, he praised Mao Zedong. Okay, so praise the guy who brought socialism to China and lots of...
I think this is the type of shit that's like too insane for the average person to care about. God damn, there's so much of this, bro. It's crazy. Full-blown crisis. Dems sound the alarm as far-left influence grows. Full-blown crisis. GOP compares El-Sayed's rhetoric to Fidel Castro. That's awesome. Hasan Piker, who wants me murdered.
El-Sayed's win in Michigan marks yet another victory for...
Oh, God. It's just, we're done. Wall Street Journal, why both Republicans and Democrats are worried about the DSA. Oh, my God. Yeah, because they're winning too much. All right, let's get to fucking Max Miller, because I really want to talk about this story. Because Max Miller is perhaps... Now, you guys are probably aware of Max Miller. He's an Ohio Republican, and I've talked about him because he had the audacity to attack Rashida Tlaib, if I'm recalling correctly. And when I found out about his background, I could not believe it. And at this point, this was a couple months ago, not a lot of people were talking about Max Miller. I don't know if you guys remember this, but But basically, shit. I wonder if there was like, if anyone can find when I first like found out about Max Miller's background, and I tweeted about it and shit too. But like, it was Max Miller is a Republican from Ohio, and he was like saying something unhinged about Rashida Tlaib. I think he was like calling her a terrorist or something. And we looked into his background. Was it June 4th? Oh, yeah, here it is. Representative Max Miller of Ohio faces domestic abuse allegations from his ex-wife, Emily Moreno, who claims he threw steaming hot water at her chest during a June 2024 argument. Miller filed a defamation lawsuit against Moreno, but an audio leak was later submitted to the court in which the congressman appears to admit the scalding incident. And I couldn't believe it, right? I mean, it's the most believable story in some respects because it's obviously a Republican, you know? It's the most believable story. But it's also still unbelievable because, you know, you just don't expect the additional, you don't expect the extra craziness in the story. So Max Miller threw scalding hot water on his ex-wife's face. He has been unbelievably abusive. But what was even more insane about this story was the fact that the ex-wife was actually the daughter of Ohio Senate Republican Bernie Moreno. And the reason why I thought that was psychotic is because the fucking Republican wasn't saying anything. Bernie Moreno had not said a damn thing about Max Miller. Meanwhile, Max Miller had broken the collarbone of Bernie Moreno's 2-year-old granddaughter, Max Miller's daughter. He did this to his own daughter. He is a complete psychopath. And to make matters worse, for the longest time before Democrats made this a big issue, he was kind of getting away with it. So just remember that, because at the time I was like, wow, these guys, Democrats are really just not covering this. It's kind of strange. And we raised the alarms a little bit, like not just in this community, but other people were also like, what the fuck? Why are the Democrats like hyper focusing on the Abdul al-Sayed race or whatever and claiming that Abdul is misogynistic when you got Max Miller right here, who is just a straight up demon. Like he's actually a demonic person, right? So the Democrats started actually making a big fuss about it. And then people started pressuring Bernie Moreno as well to say something, right? But there was one person, one brave truth teller who actually knew what was going on all the way back in 2020. His name, you might remember. George Santos.
You, sir, are a crook. I know I should direct my comments to the chair. I yield back.
My colleague wants to come up here, call me a crook. Same colleague who's accused of being a woman beater. Are we really going to ignore the facts that we all have passed and we all have the media coming out against us on a daily basis? I can go and read about all my colleagues. I'm not going to stand here to smear them. I'm not going to stand here and use the time I have to say ill things about my colleagues. I refuse to stoop to that level.
You, sir.
So here's the thing. Why did I bring this up? I brought this up because a lot of these guys are criminals, like straight up criminals. Okay? And they all know of the crimes of one another. And they just simply keep quiet about it. And I think that's part of the reason why Congress operates the way that it does. Someone who has done crimes is easier to blackmail. Because this was many years ago. It's been 3 years. And we only found out about it like a month ago, a couple months ago. It blows my fucking mind. I would have never found out about this if Max Miller had not come out against Rashida Tlaib saying Rashida Tlaib is a supporter of Hezbollah. It's actually incredible. The standard for conduct on the Democratic side versus the Republican side is so unbelievably out of whack. And I genuinely think a part of this is because the media is so hyper focused on left bashing rather than looking to their right and uncovering these abuse allegations that are a dime a dozen on the Republican Party side. Now, Max Miller is not dropping out. He's pulling the Trump route. He's saying, no, it's fine. They deserved it. They're lying. And the story has gotten even crazier.
Max Miller says he is staying in his re-election race despite heavy pressure to step aside over claims of domestic abuse. The House Ethics Committee launched an investigation Tuesday. Miller says he has nothing to hide. Caitlin Huey-Burns has more on the allegations and the high stakes for Republicans.
All they're trying to do is create rumor mills without evidence.
Ohio Congressman Max Miller remained defiant Tuesday, despite growing unease inside his own party over domestic abuse allegations.
For no second am I going to sit here and continue to be debased by false and baseless allegations and be pushed out of a seat I have worked so hard to represent.
U.S. officials tell CBS News that even President Trump has privately expressed hope that his former aide drops out. Speaking to CNN, Miller confirmed Trump voiced his concern directly to him Monday night.
He said, I don't know if you're going to be able to, pull this one out. And you know what, Jake? I reminded him of the same resilience that he had when people told him that he was going to struggle in 2016 and he became the 45th president of the United States.
But Trump had this to say last night.
I hope you support that.
The congressman's ex-wife, Emily Moreno, the daughter of Ohio Republican Senator Bernie Moreno, has accused Miller in court filings of abusing her and alleged Miller caused their 2-year-old daughter to break her collarbone, all of which Miller denies. Moreno's lawyer on Tuesday also accused Miller of including a sensitive private photo of his daughter in a trove of documents he released over the weekend in an effort to defend himself. Miller's lawyer took responsibility, saying it was completely unintentional and a mistake.
My daughter lives in constant fear of this man.
Senator Moreno, who has called for Miller to...
He's gay, by the way. In the closet, of course. But that's another part of the story.
Resign, said he personally picked up his granddaughter on Sunday from the congressman.
She has a little blue bunny that she sleeps with. Max would not hand over the little blue bunny.
Yeah, this part is crazy because he was going beast mode on not giving. Marcia Taylor Greene on gays. This one seems less believable. But Nancy Mace on 3 dudes. On those 3 dudes. Yeah, no, they're all little freaks, dude. Yeah, 100%. They do like swinger shit. 100%. I mean, remember the big honkers of the husband on the husband of Kirsty Noem? Remember that? Kirsty Noem's husband with his bazongas, dude, with the bazookas. They all have like crazy fetishes. I mean, look. I don't care necessarily. I mean, I think it's strange, right? Like I do, I'll be honest, like I find it a little odd. But like, I don't care. Have fun, right? Have fun with the bazookas, right? Like, indulge. If it's exciting for you, it's great. It just like it's the hypocrisy of being this supposedly straight and narrow person that's like constantly telling people that they should be criminalized for being queer, while you also have unorthodox tastes, right? Like, that's what's frustrating to me. You present yourselves as like a straight and narrow Christian nationalist, and it's like you're in your private life, it's kinks galore, you know? Yeah, like Lindsey Graham, exactly. Like, there's nothing wrong with being gay. There is, however, something wrong with being homophobic. And it's also extra fucked up when you're a gay homophobe. And not like in a funny way. You know what I mean, right? Like when you're advancing policies that are harmful for queer people while literally getting your back blown out by queer sex workers. Like, that's a little ridiculous. So, yeah. He's been a well-documented thug and misogynist for decades, well before his marriage. Quote, Miller, Shaker Heights High School in 2007, where friends described him as very belligerent, very angry, and super misogynistic. It was during his time in high school that at a party, he pushed a female classmate through a door and down a staircase when she rejected his attempts to touch her. Yeah. No, Max Miller has been a demonic entity that has been like abusive to not just one Republican woman. It's not just Emily Moreno, Bernie Moreno's daughter, but even, I think it was like a former spokesperson. Who's gay? Oh, Bernie Moreno. This guy. This guy's the grandfather. Bernie Moreno is gay. They have police footage showing Representative Max Miller downplaying his daughter's broken collarbone. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, I think it was another staffer, right, in the Trump admin. The first Trump admin. He was abusive to her too. So like Stephanie Grisham was the other Republican he abused. So like people have known about it and they've actually complained about it. But I guess it's still like these guys are so unbelievably loyal to the party that they just kind of brush it under the rug. Haas, you got to explain how we know Moreno's gay. Yeah. What was it? He was on Grindr, right? And then he blamed an intern for it. Yeah, Bernie Moreno was caught on Grindr, I believe, if I recall, and he blamed the intern. He said Ohio Republican candidate's ex-intern says adult site post was a prank. Bernie Moreno, a hardline LGBTQ opponent running to face Sherrod Brown, seemed to seek men for one-on-one sex in 2008 profile. Yeah. There's also texts from Max Miller suggesting he was blackmailing Moreno over a secret. Yeah, the secret itself is obviously the fact that it's a known secret that Bernie Moreno is gay. Now, under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be a problem, but he's a fucking anti-LGBTQ. Well, he didn't used to be anti-LGBTQ, sorry. Bernie Moreno used to be pro-LGBTQ, ironically enough. And then he became anti-LGBTQ when he became a Trumpian Republican to run for office. And then when he did that, of course, he can't like come out as gay at that point, right? Yeah, bro used to be for the gays. But now he's, now he's anti-gay, but he's still gay. So I guess that's just where we're at with the stories. Is so unbelievable.
Really held it hostage for 48 hours.
Miller pushed back.
If that were true, that would be incredibly disturbing and that the senator would be right.
Now, so far, House Republican leaders appear to be standing by Miller. In a new interview with Politico, House Speaker Mike Johnson said that while these allegations are serious, he wants that House ethics investigation, which just launched yesterday, to run its course. Michelle?
All right, Caitlin, thank you. So, Congressman, let's start there with your former father-in-law's story today about your daughter and the little blue bunny doll that she cannot sleep without. If it's true, that sounds like emotionally abusive behavior toward a toddler to refuse to give it to her when she can't sleep without it.
Jake, I would agree that if that were true, that would be incredibly disturbing and that the senator...
He's like, it's my blue bunny. I bought it. I like it. My stupid-ass 2-year-old daughter doesn't deserve the bunny, Jake.
...would be right. However, he has taken 2 years to publicly acknowledge for me to resign from my seat. Why is that, Jake? If he truly believed, like I'm a father to a 2.5-year-old daughter, I believe that you're also a father to children. And I don't know if you're actually a father to a daughter. But what I can tell you is, well, Jake, then what I can tell you is that if my
You know how daughters are, Jake. Sometimes you break their fucking collarbone. Psycho! He doesn't even deny it, by the way. He's not even denying it. He's not even denying the bunny situation.
Daughter came to me and she said, my ex-husband did X, Y, and Z. And then I waited because I was nervous that a political live stream was going to expose a deeply impersonal, embarrassing matter to the senator for him to take that action.
Yeah, he's also right here saying, like, he had to reveal it because he got blackmailed by someone else that he's gay. New, regarding claims that the representative Max Miller withheld his toddler's blue bunny, I have some new screenshots suggesting there was a pattern of Miller not giving the bunny back. There were pleas from multiple people on multiple dates. In this screenshot from an unknown date, the parenting coordinator of Miller and Moreno seems to say Miller adamantly refused to give the bunny back. I'm not coddling him. I advised him to let your dad get the bunny preferably from the mailbox, but he adamantly refuses. But I've suggested you keep the bunny at your house to avoid these situations because unfortunately in a high conflict divorce, these situations blow up often. In this screenshot of an email, Emily Moreno begged Miller for the blue bunny. Can Blee please have her bunny back? She's had it since birth, sleeps with it every night, carries it with her around the house, and sees it as a source of comfort. You always delivered it back to me when you drop her off. Please don't punish her if you're upset with me. I'm willing to pick it up from your house, your mailbox. You can drop it in my mailbox, please. Pam, for no apparent reason, Max is not returning Bleep's blue bunny to Emily. Dr. Korike tried to get the blue bunny back. Dr. K made it clear that despite her recommendation, the blue bunny stays with Emily. Max refused to return it. Why must this be a controversy? This is totally ridiculous. Please have Max return the blue bunny forthwith. Thank you, Andrew. This man is an actual psychopath. And what's even crazier about it is that there are more Republicans like him out there, and the Republican Party defended it for years. Judging by George Santos' revelation that he's a woman beater, people knew about this. People were aware of it. He was doing this to the daughter of another prominent Republican. It's an open secret. You can go to the parent coordinator. I'm sure I'll see this one at the next hearing. If you need anything, have Emily call Dr. Korike. I have no notes or record of what you're referring to. It's the blue bunny she sleeps with, but got it. This was Max Miller's initial video statement, by the way, which was also crazy.
My wife has claimed that during a custody exchange at my home that day, I assaulted her. Here's what actually happened. And I have the Ring doorbell footage that backs it up. She came to my home in a good mood, and we have text messages to prove it, which you'll have, to pick up our daughter early for a friend's birthday party. She was inside my house for several minutes when she left. The video shows her walking out, carrying our daughter calm, in the same good mood, showing no distress whatsoever. And as they left, you can hear me say, "Goodbye, I love you, and I love you, Ruthie." Literally telling my ex-wife that I still cared for her. Does that sound like somebody who would just walk out and who had been violently thrown a wall and been abused? She didn't call the police after that. She didn't go to the hospital, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to know what she did? She went straight to a child's birthday party. The very next day, we had a friendly phone call about our daughter's upcoming hospital procedure, and I drove in from Washington to be there for it. 6 days later, she offered to cook empanadas for me for dinner, just 2 days later after this alleged incident.
This is a common tactic of abusers to claim that there was continued contact after engaging in the act of abuse with the victim, to claim that there was no abuse that took place at all. Victim blaming, and then saying, well, you know, guess what? The victim still hung out with me. It's a super, super common tactic. Textbook. This is one of the more insane. This is one of the more insane stories. It's like such an open and shut case. I mean, it does. Even the blue bunny situation kind of makes sense when you realize this guy's like a fucking narcissistic sociopath.
The day after that, she invited me and my girlfriend, and which you'll have in text messages, to join her and our daughter at a playground. And that day, I just went with my former wife to the playground to spend time with our daughter. A week later, on February 15th, she wrote to me in her own words, which you will see, "I think it's great you and I are in a friendlier place." She then offered me more extra overnights with our daughter, which I can prove to every single one of you as recently. Every one of these messages is time-stamped on our court-sanctioned co-parenting app and is all in the packet. Only weeks later did the story of February 1st assault appear, so ask yourself, if I had assaulted her, would she have offered to cook me dinner 6 days later? Would she have invited me to spend an afternoon at the playground with her and our daughter? Would she have written that we were in a friendlier place? No, she wouldn't have, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. The answer is yes, by the way. It's very common with abuse victims, actually, to continue trying to not rock the boat. Anyway, but it was so flagrant. It was so clear-cut, definitionally an abusive relationship that everyone immediately was like, this is dog shit, brother. You are a fucking psycho. And I mean, I guess this helps him in Ohio, if I'm being honest, like, or not in Ohio necessarily, but just like with Republicans, you know, victim of divorce court. And I think he's banking on that. I'm not even kidding. He's not dropping out. Now that there's a Senate Ethics Committee investigation being launched after years, by the way, they knew about this for years, but only now they're launching an ethics committee because normally in the Senate, the way these things go, when shit like this happens, they just brush it under the rug. But if it becomes like a bigger problem, if someone is like, if one of the victims is actually like a staffer, and then that staffer's new boss gets frustrated enough to fuss about it, then they'll do an ethics committee. And it's not Senate. Do I say Senate? I apologize. House. Bernie Moreno's in the Senate. This is a House Ethics Committee violation. So, and there's a House Ethics Committee investigation. So what normally happens is the jurisdiction of a House Ethics Committee or a Senate Ethics Committee investigation is just for the duration of your tenure. So usually it's not, first of all, it's not a criminal investigation at all. I know it sounds criminal because it's official, but it's not. And the whole purpose of it is to basically force the person in that seat to resign, because once they resign, the investigation ends. So it's a way to basically bully someone who's done something criminal in many instances to just resign from the seat because they don't want to disgrace themselves. They don't want to disgrace their family. However, in this day and age, in the Trumpian age, it's almost like a fucking superpower if you choose to say, no, I'm going to continue running. And that's precisely what this guy is doing. That's precisely what this guy's doing. One of the examples that I can remember is there were two. There was one Republican and one Democrat. So the Democrats and Republicans got together and basically were like, we're going to do a dual investigation so that the balance of the House doesn't favor one side over the other. Like, it's a very shameless process. So understand that, like, Democrats kind of are involved in it as well, where the only time someone actually fucking resigns is if there's like a real heinous situation, or if there's also another, like if there's also a Democrat that you can also get on an ethics violation. So it's almost like a prisoner exchange. Yeah. Isn't that wild? So the scandals cancel each other out. And yeah, it was Swalwell for Gonzalez, I believe. That was the way that this was conducted last time. So very gross. Notice how no one has talked about how he put a gun to her head and dumped boiling water on her. That's just how fucking depraved this dude is. Yeah, there's so much depraved shit in his background that it's like hard to keep track of all of it. Now, of course, Miller's opponent is Brian Poindexter, who has been endorsed by Bernard as well. He's a father, union iron worker, Brook Park City Councilman, running for Congress because working people deserve real representation, not empty promises. So there's that, right? He was endorsed by Bernard, right? Brian Poindexter was, I'm pretty sure. So, there's a light at the end of that tunnel at least. But like I said, kind of shows you how depraved these people are. Kind of shows you how depraved these Republicans are. And it also kind of shows you how depraved Max Miller is the incumbent. He's at 33% according to this coefficient poll that just came out. Like, I think everyone involved in this story, with the exception of the victims, are demonic. Like, I think Bernie Moreno is a psychopath for putting his Republican career ahead of his own daughter's abuse and ahead of his own granddaughter's abuse in the hands of a Republican representative. Bernie Moreno kept quiet, knowing full well what was going on for years, because he's an into-closet homosexual man, and he was being blackmailed by Max Miller, and also because he didn't want to rock the boat. That's how little these guys care. And the reality of the matter is, if you don't care about your immediate family members, if you don't even care about your immediate family members like this, if you don't care about your own daughter, if you don't care about your 2-year-old granddaughter, how can we expect them to care about the American citizens that they're supposed to fucking represent? It's psychotic. How can I expect you to care about a community? And they don't. This, to me, is the perfect Republican story that absolutely captures their immoral nature, their depravity, their cold, calculated attitude, their party loyalty that they demonstrate above all else. This is supposed to be the family values party. They're psychopaths. They're complete and utter psychopaths. That's it. Anyway, this is one of the million different reasons as to why I have a no quarters approach to Republicans in general, and certainly their collaborators as well. You cannot collaborate with these demons. That's why I get so frustrated when Democrats try to coalesce around Republicans or use Republican talking points and attack lines against their left flank. I think it's completely unacceptable. It's ridiculous. Anyway, on that note, I got to go because I have to do the podcast, the Fear and podcast. We got the full stack, full show, full deck. It's going to be very exciting. Are you talking about voters or politicians? Man, are you fucking joking? Of course I'm talking about politicians, man. I mean, some of the Republican voters are awful, but there are Democrat voters who are awful too. I'm talking about the politicians. What? Are you the RNC Clipper account? What's going on? You got mentioned in the Chris Hayes opener tonight? Is the HasanAbi head Chris Hayes going to betray me too? Find out later. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. And Justin Pearson won, most likely. So congratulations to him. Hopefully we can help him out in the general. That's going to be a real tough race. Another one on the boards. All right. I'm going to do Fear and Gaming tomorrow. I forgot. Oh my God. Also, we're doing Fear and Gaming tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Gaming is back in a big way. Before I forget.
Starting off the day.
That's right. Gaming is actually back. It's not even a joke. It's not phony. It's not on some phony shit. It's finally here. Your two favorite podcast hosts and the other two will put up. The other two you put up will attempt the impossible. Fear and Game Night. I'm promoting it right now. Fear and Game Night, Friday, August 7th, 5:30 PST. Love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
Again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Son and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me, a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.